Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Too much, man!
What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
Would you drum up?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play.
Ready the Second Amendment?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Don't be creepy.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, can't get fooled again.
It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
You are fat, you are a joke,
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship. I see that you know your judo. Facebook, Zuckerbucks. China. Have to have my China. China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
A fucking bitch.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
What?
How rude.
Cal?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Margot.
Gentlemen. Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Precision of language, please.
Welcome to the resistance.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
That's hot.
we are once again floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I suppose we gotta get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Safety first. These little journeys of ours, otherwise you might go floating off that deep dark void. Great to see all of you Space Fams here. I'm gonna do some shout outs before we talk about the show. The real Mozart first, Moen Noab second, BCAP third, HBX a close fourth, Morbius also here, Mike Toole, Look Bovine, Joe 47771, Upgarmedy, Earthbag Homies, Jerry McLean, Disco Wolf, Hermit Horologist. That might be everyone, I think. Anyway, good to see all of you Space Fams here tonight on this Thursday evening. Got a hell of a lot for us to talk about, like I said before. Although not as much as usual. I decided I would start late tonight because of leftist mafia. So I did a shorter list than usual. Got like 70 rather than like 100 videos. So 30% less. But yeah, a lot of stuff to talk about. Of course, soldiers still on the streets of DC. ICE continues its horrific attacks on America. And the implications of those attacks are being seen in all sorts of places. CDC director fired after only a few weeks on the job. Ritchie Torres and Adam Friedland had a bit of a rather interesting conversation the other day. And a lot of other stuff going on as well out there in the world. So I guess we better get right to it. In the United States.
Fuck yeah!
I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it will be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there, I made the statement that next should be Chicago, because as you all know, Chicago is a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him, freedom, freedom. He's a dictator, he's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And
there we go. A lot of people say they would like a dictator. Donald Trump wouldn't even like a dictator, but people are saying to him, sir, maybe a dictator would be good. And he's a man. He's just a man. He's not a dictator. He's just a man of common sense and as his smart person, stable genius. A lot of people say. Donald Trump's doctors recently said, my doctors told me recently that I am in fact a stable genius, very smart person, not a dictator. Not a dictator, don't worry. Now, Donald Trump had this to say about safety in D.C. This was on Tuesday.
Mr. President, regarding crime in D.C., something that might help especially ladies is being able to carry. I know you've talked about reciprocal carry. Would you like that to apply here in Washington, D.C.?
when you say carry, I assume you're talking about carry what we're talking
Concealed
about, right?
or...
In other words, carry a gun. Is that right? Would you like to carry a gun?
I would like to, yes, sir.
You'd feel a hell of a lot better, right?
I absolutely would.
I agree with you 100%, okay?
Okay, great.
But I'll tell you, within another couple of weeks, it's hard to believe what's been accomplished in 12 days, but within another couple of weeks, you won't have to carry. You're not going to have to carry. You're going to be safe.
You'll be safe.
People are safe now.
Everybody is safe.
The turn has gone fast.
Look, everybody is safe. In 12 days, we have solved everything. Right now, you're already incredibly safe. You probably don't even need that gun. I don't even need it. There's nothing in DC that is at all dangerous or criminal in element. No, nothing, no reasons, no worries. Everything is fine. Putting soldiers on the streets, it stops all crimes from happening, aside from this next crime. This crime happened.
Police say a 31-year-old man was killed shortly after midnight this morning along Anacostia Road in Southeast. People in this part of D.C. have been calling for a heavier law enforcement presence.
There you go. One man in D.C. shot, killed. He was so safe too. That's the other thing about it. He was thanks to the D.C. The National Guard being in D.C. This man was safer than he'd ever been before. You know, that's what makes no sense about it. He was so safe. He was so incredibly safe, and then this happens. How does that happen? It's, oh my God, I'm like struggling to understand. My brain is like, I'm like, what? How did that happen? The president just told me that everybody is incredibly safe thanks to the National Guard. All right, let's go here. This is from 2 days ago. Apparently an Army veteran was arrested outside of the White House for what?
Illegal.
Something that's supposedly not illegal, but let's go here and talk about it.
And you are taking a live look here that is over in Washington, D.C. Now, we are learning a little bit more about the crime crackdown there in D.C., as it does appear that the first homicide has been reported in several days. We also want to talk just a little bit more about a man who torched an American flag in protest being arrested. So much to discuss here. Let's bring in Fox 5 DC's Stephanie Ramirez joining us live outside the White House. And Stephanie, obviously a very busy morning here.
A busy morning indeed, and actually just within seconds we did have some National Guard members arrive on scene, so you might see them behind me here. It looks like they're picking up trash right now at Lafayette Park. We are just outside of the White House. All right, now in terms of the federal takeover, we know the Trump administration has been touting the...
That makes me feel much safer. I'm not in D.C., of course, but knowing that the National Guard is picking up trash in D.C., that isn't safening the entire country.
Takeover or federal surge as the reason why D.C. crime has not only dropped in the district, but the reason why we've seen nearly 2 straight weeks of no homicides. But that did change. We learned within the past hour that D.C. police did have a fatal shooting in the southeast neighborhood of the district, where a man was shot just before 12:30 in the morning and ended up dying of his injuries. Southeast, unfortunately, an area that is often plagued by crime. Now, moving on, and the president leaning into his focus on D.C. crime, the federal surge, and the focus on the administration of law and order. He did announce a number of new executive orders, and we saw an arrest connected to this. We were just talking about it. A man arrested outside of the White House yesterday evening at around 6:30. He burned an American flag, and we don't know his name. What's going on, though, is that the president had just announced an executive order essentially prohibiting the burning of American flags. And so we believe that this action was done in protest of that. We don't know the man's name. We don't know if his arrest is in connection with the executive order. Right now, Park Police are telling us that
immediately jail. Immediately jail. Sorry, but you immediately go to jail.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism. It's true. It's true. You know, and honestly, this is unconstitutional. I mean, it's already been ruled long ago that burning an American flag, doing whatever you want to an American flag, is within your constitutional rights. But we no longer live in constitutional state with the law and the order. Now it's just whatever the king decides on a day-to-day basis. And whether or not you've been, whether or not you have proven your fealty to the king, that's going to be directly impactful on your experience in the justice system. Let's go hear ABC News from yesterday.
Monday morning, Washington, D.C. In the shadows of the national monuments, commuters hustling to work, tourists sightseeing, and the first day of school for 100,000 D.C. school students. But this year, something's different. Soldiers on the streets.
People ask me, what am I here for? I'm here to make sure that young people can leave and go to school and come back in a safe environment. They don't have to worry about drug dealers. They don't have to worry about crime. They don't have to worry about people with guns and knives.
National Guard troops have been stationed in the nation's capital for 2 weeks now, patrolling, monitoring, punctuating train and metro stations, the National Mall, and commercial streets. A move that President Trump said was necessary to curb crime and clean up the streets of D.C., characterizing the situation as a crime emergency.
This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back.
But according to D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, homicide statistics in the district went down 32% in 2024. Violent crime was down 35%, a 30-year low. So far in 2025, the numbers have dropped even further. A downward violent crime trend that's also happening nationwide. This as the president deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles earlier this summer during an immigration crackdown. President Trump now threatening to expand the deployment to other metro areas, seemingly targeting cities and states run by Democrats.
You would think that Illinois would have such a problem with crime, such a bad governor. He should be calling me.
Some governors pushing back.
This is not about fighting crime. This is about Donald Trump searching.
Why isn't JB calling me more often? I don't get it.
Any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals.
The more than 2,200 National Guardsmen currently in Washington were offered up to support the D.C. troops by the governors of West Virginia, South Carolina, Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Ohio. Initially unarmed, this week they began carrying firearms. We made our way around the D.C. area every single day to see where soldiers are posted and how their presence is changing the city. Now, the first thing we notice is that troops are not overwhelming the city in every neighborhood and on every street corner. They've instead focused on a few highly visible and prominent locations. Now, troops are mostly absent from neighborhoods with the highest rates of crime in Southeast and Northeast D.C. Notably, no guardsmen were nearby when D.C. police say a homicide occurred in the southeast part of the city early Monday morning.
Illegal.
But officials note that Monday evening, several soldiers assisted a citizen who had fallen and needed medical care.
Honestly, yes, there is a lot of crime, but I don't think that it was the National Guards was needed.
Completely unnecessary and honestly threatening to the communities, especially underprivileged communities.
We also spotted troops at the Metro Center and Gallery Place metro stations, looking on as riders exited busy trains. Soldiers have been regularly posted at least 10 metro stations, including D.C.'s Union Station.
We're here at Union Station about 2 weeks ago when the National Guard troops first arrived in Washington, and there was a much bigger footprint. There were about 4 or 5 Humvees that were spread out throughout this traffic circle. There was probably a dozen, 2 dozen troops walking the area. Now it's a much...
It's very strange. You know, there's a supposed, the whole situation, it makes no sense. And every single detail that we learn about what's happening in DC with the National Guard makes it make less sense from beginning to end. The crime in DC is down to a 30-year low. So Donald Trump, of course, declares a crime emergency there, bringing the National Guard. And then the National Guard get there, and where does he deploy them? Not to the highest crime areas in D.C., in a place where the crime is, of course, like we said, going down. No, he puts it to the place of the most visible with already the most safety, already the most law enforcement presence, and the least crime, thereby solving absolutely nothing. It's all very strange. Now let's go to Donald Trump's other personal police force. Let's talk, of course, about ICE, who have been going back to those illegal raids. Here's NBCLA from an hour ago.
Immigration agents targeted the Home Depot in Westlake again today. That operation comes as the White House promises a surge in detentions. NBC4's Gordon Tukamatsu is there live. And Gordon, what was the reaction of people who watched this go down today?
Well, Colleen, it's not the first time for this Home Depot off of Wilshire Boulevard, but as you point out, it's noteworthy because some of those officers got a little bit of pushback from regular citizens standing right next to them with their phones in their hands. Chaos, cops, and curse words.
No one wants you here.
At the Westlake Home Depot this morning as masked federal agents jumped from unmarked vans and recreated a scene we've now seen dozens of times across the country. This video captured and uploaded to the Citizen app a few hours ago, appearing to have been shot from a second or third story window.
We believe that about 6 to 8 people were detained. We can't get the official number until, we do our rounds and talk to everybody who's here.
Joshua Erazo is a day labor organizer at this location, tasked with connecting workers and employers. His estimate turned out to be correct, confirmed later by the Department of Homeland Security. Their statement lists 6 undocumented people from Guatemala being arrested, as well as 1 from El Salvador and 1 from Mexico. Erazo says the detained, whom you can see being handcuffed while on their knees, are street vendors and day laborers. They're detainers, between 30 and 50 officers, some, he says, armed with explosive canisters as well as automatic weapons.
I did see people get pushed and get hit, so in that sense, I'm sure there was a lot of people who were hurt.
Now, of course, in recent weeks, we've talked about how ICE is no longer allowed to do raids of this sort. They're not allowed to go to businesses where they just that are, they're not allowed to use your location as probable cause for your arrest, right? They're not allowed to do that. But here they are continuing to do it, completely ignoring the judicial order.
Illegal.
How that's happening, I do not know. Probably because ICE has just been ignoring the law this whole time. So it's really not a big change from anything. But the fact it's continuing right now is truly disturbing to me. All right, let's go to this fucking story. This is terrible. We talked about this a while back. And actually, we talked about another person who was actually heading to his job the other day, who was detained by ICE, an American citizen, an American veteran, who was just heading to work, who was left in ICE detention for weeks. That was, of course, at the outside of the grow facility in California. Now, another individual who went there to protest has been severely hurt by the actions of ICE, is now suing the federal government for millions of dollars.
A musician who was severely injured at an immigration raid in Camarillo just over a month ago is filing a $10 million claim against the federal government. Alec Bertrand says his hand was shattered when he was hit by rubber bullets fired by federal agents during a protest.
His attorney claims federal officers went too far. KTLA's Rick Chambers is live from downtown LA with his story. Rick?
Yeah, Cher, Mr. Bertrand grew up and still lives actually in that part of Ventura County. And he told me that when he heard about the raid, he wanted to go over and take part in the demonstration, but he wasn't prepared for what was going to happen next. And we have a warning for you tonight. Some of the images you're about to see are going to be disturbing. Take a look.
I am unable to move these two knuckles, which is devastating.
Devastating because for the past 12 years, Alec Bertrand has been a passionate guitarist and music creator. But July 10th, Bertrand was in Camarillo protesting an immigration raid on a cannabis farm.
I was there to stand in the way and say no.
He says at no time did he physically touch or assault a federal officer.
We stood a safe distance away. He stood there peacefully. We gave him a piece of our mind, but that is within our right. It is not violent in any means.
But within minutes, federal officers fired rubber bullets at the demonstrators.
They unleash a barrage of less lethal projectiles into a peaceful crowd.
All over.
Alec Bertrand claims that he was hit at least 4 times, the last round shattering his left index finger. A screw has been surgically implanted, his musical aspirations indefinitely put on hold. In a claim filed yesterday against the Department of Homeland Security, Bertrand is seeking $10 million from the feds.
They're not immune from the law. They have to follow the law too. The Constitution applies to federal agents. They aimed at Alex precisely because he was exercising his First Amendment right in opposition to their practices. And that's unlawful against the United States Constitution. Illegal.
And Alec Bertrand.
There we go. One man who was standing up for the rights of immigrants and against the illegal actions of the Trump administration, now kept from doing what he loves, who is suing the government for $10 million. I hope he wins. We need more lawsuits. We need to bankrupt ICE somehow, one way or the other. Now let's go and see what Ron DeSantis had to say about sanctuary cities recently.
Why did Florida law enforcement check his immigration status at the scene of the accident? Why was he allowed to go back to California?
Well, a couple things. I think one is the witnesses were dead. So you had 3 witnesses that were dead, killed in the crash. You have Singh and then his passenger, neither of whom spoke English. So you have a crash scene. It wasn't obvious to the troopers at the time that.
Okay, now I should have led up with this. Some people may not be familiar with this story, but a semi-truck on a highway attempted to take a U-turn, which is illegal. The person who was driving that truck was an undocumented immigrant, as it turns out. Right-wingers have been hyperventilating over the fact that the driver of that truck was undocumented, and 3 people died as a result of this. A car crashed into the side of the truck as it was attempting to make this turn. People like Ron DeSantis are attempting to use it for their narrative.
So you had 3 witnesses that were dead, killed in the crash. You have Singh and then his passenger, neither of whom spoke English. So you have a crash scene. It wasn't obvious to the troopers at the time that there was a criminal offense that had been committed, and so they obviously had to clear the road to make sure everyone was in. But they understood this guy. They had his information. They did what was right. They conducted an investigation. They got the video, and then clearly it was a situation where there was probable cause that a crime had been committed. We were able to do the extradition, and it was fine. But if you had someone that had survived, then you may have been able to get probable cause at the scene. As it is, the witnesses were dead, and so the troopers had to rely on getting the video, which obviously wasn't apparent. Now, we did do an announcement. The Attorney General did an announcement in Bay County. They were able to nab some folks. We are looking at, with these weigh stations, to be able. Now, it's tricky because we as a state don't have access to the immigration information, right? So if DHS gave it to us, you know, if it's California license, we don't recognize California licenses granted to illegal aliens. If you could do a spot check, we'll absolutely do that. I think what they're at least able to do, though, is ensure that the drivers coming through are able to read and understand English, because this guy couldn't speak English. And you guys have all seen these roads where you'll go, these are busy highways, and there'll be little gaps in them, you know, for official use only or this or that. It is not meant for motorists to just do a U-turn. It is certainly not meant for a semi-truck to do an abrupt U-turn. And so I don't think he knew what was going on. It was reckless disregard for the safety of other people. And he tries to do this abrupt U-turn, and that other car didn't have a chance. That other car didn't have a chance. So, and I know the Attorney General is asking the Trump administration to consider pausing CDL programs in California and Washington State, because first of all, you're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not in this country legally. You're not allowed to issue a CDL to somebody who is not capable of understanding traffic signs and have an ability to communicate. And yet,
now, we did this story yesterday, but this one feels like it's completely necessary to do twice in a row. Now, up until yesterday, I thought that, you know, I was actually taking these assholes at face value because they kept saying it over and over again. Over and over again. Oh, he's undocumented. He doesn't speak English. This guy, he doesn't understand road signs. Oh, you can't have somebody who doesn't speak English driving on our roads, driving semi-trucks, not knowing how to speak English. How are you supposed to do that? Blah-bitty, blah. You know, and I admit, you know, I was actually starting to just accept this narrative, and then I saw this fucking clip. Here is a clip of the man in question, the truck driver who supposedly doesn't speak English.
Going to ride it for 55 and a 45, all right? Since you said that you were starting to slow down, I'm going to help you out, okay? It's just 55 and a 45. The fine is only $25. Thank you, sir. You have 30 days to pay it. You can pay it online, by phone, or through the mail, or you can come back and see a judge. What would you like to do?
In the 5 year, in the no ticket.
No tickets?
Yeah.
I hate to be the first guy to write you a ticket, but...
Full name, sir?
Yes.
Maybe in that, this my ticket, and my license,
Yeah.
Or how many years?
Don't quote me on this. I think a ticket will stay anywhere from 5 to 7 years, depending on what state you're from. Anywhere for that long, okay? Okay. All right, have a good one.
Wow, look at that. He was able to fill out a form, able to have a perfectly normal conversation with that police officer all the way from his truck to the police officer's vehicle. This was before the crash ever happened. This was some sort of a simple traffic violation that occurred. As you can see, it was captured, this conversation captured on body cam. And this guy speaking perfectly fine English. I mean, maybe a bit of an accent, but clearly understood it perfectly well. Able to communicate with this cop perfectly well. Carry on a conversation, answer and ask questions. And like we saw him filling out a form. So he clearly can, you know, read English well enough to be able to do that. So really what people like Ron DeSantis are doing is just racist fear-mongering about immigrants. Oh, they all can't speak English and that's why this happened. No, it's because traffic accidents happen every day. People make bad decisions on the roads every day. 40,000 Americans die every single year in traffic accidents. Most of them are being caused by Americans. America! Fuck yeah! And if you want to go statistically, it seems like people who speak English are the ones who are causing the most accidents in the United States. You know, like on just a purely like on a, you know, figure basis, most accidents being caused in America by people who speak English. Maybe people who speak English shouldn't be allowed to drive.
Illegal.
But DeSantis has been on a roll this week. Not only has he been false, in fact is, if I was this guy, and he's now currently in ICE detention, I would just point this out. The individual in question is now in ICE detention. Okay, and also I believe is indicted for this vehicular, I forget, I think it might be vehicular manslaughter or something like that, for having caused the deaths of those people in this accident. If I was this guy, I'd be suing. I would be suing Ron DeSantis and all these other people who are out here lying about me. I mean, that's exactly what happened to. Look what happened to Tim Pool and Steven Crowder, right? Although it's a slightly different situation. They got the right guy. They're just outright lying about him and who he is. All right, let's go back to Ron. See what Ron's been saying. This is also about roads. He's got a real problem with a certain kind of road.
Whether it's in Delray, Tampa, or Orlando, roadway murals are getting marked for elimination this summer, stirring up mixed feelings amongst Floridians.
I think that's crazy. Why is the state making this decision?
This is
What's
ridiculous.
it based on?
My opinion is you shouldn't be writing on the streets to begin with.
Oh,
because
really?
it affects drivers and such like.
Really, writing, what a Karen. You shouldn't be writing on the streets because it affects drivers.
I think it's more than just the colors and the DOT safety. It means more to the community.
And where the rubber meets the road,
well, good morning.
Insisting Florida's streets should only serve one purpose: people, not politics.
The Florida legislature passed a law that was very clear that I signed into law. We're not doing the commandeering of the roads to put up
they're being
messaging.
commandeered.
Florida's Department of
They're being commandeered. Wow.
Transportation says more than 400 locations across the state were ID'd for removal, including pride-themed murals, back the blue tributes, even crosswalks designed with FDOT's.
We're commandeering these roads for Black Lives Matter messaging and pride flags.
Approval.
Anything you can bring up from the past essentially is irrelevant now because we have a new law and we have a new standard, and we're simply implementing that standard, and it's across the board. You know, pavement art is not allowed, and we're removing everything that's not compliant with state, federal standards.
Critics say the removals are not neutral at all, especially after FDOT painted over the rainbow crosswalk outside Orlando's Pulse nightclub, the site of the 2016 massacre that left 49 dead.
You're good over here.
Police now guarding the intersection after activists continue to recolor it with chalk. It prompted lawmakers like LGBTQ+ State Senator Chevron Jones to sound off in an MSNBC op-ed. The removal, he said, was not a, quote, neutral act of urban planning, but a calculated move, noting the cited law lacks specifics.
It gave the Florida Department of Transportation the ability to enforce compliance when it came to traffic control standards and devices. It had nothing to do with crosswalk. So the governor is hiding behind the law to justify an absolute political decision.
Orlando State Rep Anna Escamani calls the controversy silly, saying Florida shouldn't be wasting time and taxpayer money trying to prevent something these communities clearly want.
Yeah, weird.
Afford basic essential
does seem
needs
does seem like the communities want it. It's almost undemocratic in nature. And all of this happening on the week of this school shooting that everybody seems to be talking about. Now, the reason we're not talking about the school shooting around here, I'll bring this up right now, is because we stopped talking about gun violence in America a while ago. And, you know, I just find it fascinating that every once in a while America gets really, upset about guns in America. But the fact is every single day somebody's dying from guns. We used to cover gun violence in America every single day, while everybody else basically ignores it. It gets as far as local news, And unless, enough people die at once, nobody really pays attention to it. So also, we could have done so much stuff about this at this point, and it just frustrates me, actually. There's like some threshold, some like invisible threshold. I don't know exactly what the number is, but I think it might be also relative proportional to the ages of the people who die. But it just seems like a certain number of people have to die for America to care about it. It's like 20 or something like that. Let's talk about schools. Let's talk about kids' educations. And how charter schools, something which the Trump administration is pushing for big time as they dismantle the Department of Education, are apparently actively enriching themselves in ways that public schools would be held accountable for.
ProPublica and the Texas Tribune found more than 60 instances of nepotism, self-dealing, and conflict of interest in 27 different private schools across Texas that would have likely violated state laws had those schools been public. We found that 2 private schools in Dallas awarded more than $7 million in contracts to companies connected to their board members. Public or charter school leaders who violate rules banning hiring relatives or awarding contracts to board members could face removal from office, fines, or even state jail felony charges. But that's not the case for private schools. We also found that at least 7 private schools have issued personal loans to their school leaders, often reaching $100,000 or more, under terms that are typically hidden from public view. One of these loans came from a school in the Dallas area called Greenhill, which loaned almost $100,000 to its current head of school, Lee Hark, for a down payment on a house. Texas recently passed one of the largest and most expensive school vouchers.
That's so generous.
Aren't I a good guy?
Wow. Here's $100,000 for a down payment. Enjoy that.
Down payment on a house. Texas recently passed one of the largest and most expensive school voucher programs in the country. The state is spending at least $1 billion on private education over the next 2 years, but with almost none of the accountability required of the public and charter school systems. This lack of oversight has parallels to when Texas lawmakers.
And just remember about this, like, let's not forget that we're talking about schools that are now receiving public money, right? Like, so imagine this happening in public schools, because that's basically what we're talking about, right? As these charter schools start to receive more and more public money, they are effectively public schools, just in a different name, and they have a different, and because of that the change in name, the structure of these schools, they don't have to follow the same laws as public schools. But imagine that happening at a public school, you know?
Authorized charter schools in the 90s and exempted them from many state regulations. But over time, the state has increased its restrictions on charter schools in response to concerns about financial mismanagement and academic performance. For this investigation, we examined nonprofit tax filings for 90 of the 200 private schools in Texas with the highest enrollment. Those filings were not available for the other 110 schools because for-profit and religious schools typically aren't required to make tax documents public. One important thing to keep in mind is that all of the examples we found are likely an undercount. We found dozens more potential conflicts, but the private schools provided very limited information about them in their tax returns. So we're going to continue reporting on Texas's changing education landscape. So if you're
Yeah, and Texas's education landscape is coming for the rest of America. Prager Elementary. Yes. Yes, exactly. That is what we're getting. That's absolutely what we're getting. It's horrifying, though, to think about, I mean, just the way that they are enriching themselves in this way off of taxpayer dollars. Right? I mean, the fact is if you're working at a private school, you're making more money than public school teachers are to begin with. And, I mean, Jesus Christ, rather than paying public school teachers more, we're giving money to charter schools for them to pay for the mortgages of their already overpaid the headmasters or whatever. It's ridiculous. Tax the churches.
Jesus, I say that.
There's an idea. Here's another idea floated by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Now, this is about colleges and universities. He's got a revolutionary idea, and I do mean revolutionary.
Patents. We have given tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to universities for them to do research and then invent things. And you know who owns those patents?
It's science.
The universities. So we are going to make a deal with them all, which is if we give them the money, don't you think it's fair that the United States of America and the taxpayers who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard.
Does it seem like Donald Trump is really losing his spark? Like, he's been trying to go as hard as he can for the last 7 months. Just got off of the election. He's in his 80s now. It seems like he's really just starting to melt into his chair at this moment. Like, he just looks wildly bored at all of this. Like, I'd rather be playing golf. Why am I not playing golf right now?
Who funded it get a piece of that, right? So we wrote a letter to Harvard, so Linda and I working together. I mean, it's so much fun to work with everybody here. I mean, we just have a blast, you know, because Linda's hitting Harvard, and she said, what can we do? And now we send them a patent letter, and we'll hit them again. So we're having fun together. This is the...
So there we go. This is not on any sort of ideological grounds. This is just out of spite, it would seem, coming from Howard Lutnick. No, Howard Lutnick is not a socialist. He just really hates colleges and universities for some reason. And is now suggesting that the American people should own the patents to some of the research at universities that comes out of universities and colleges. Fascinating. Sounds like socialism. But honestly, I mean, it is a lot of this stuff just is funded by that. And why shouldn't we? I mean, it's a fascinating idea. Fascinating idea. A lot of very interesting policies coming out of the Trump administration all of a sudden. I think they're just throwing stuff at the wall. They're just like whatever goes now. There's like, let's try this. Anything. Like, I feel like these meetings start off like before the cameras start rolling. Trump is like, all right, look, everybody, we just need ideas, okay? I need people to stop talking about Epstein files. Just say literally anything. I don't care if it's literal. If you could call for communism, okay? Just say anything that will get them to stop talking about Epstein. Still talking about this guy? I don't get it. I need you to talk about something else. Well, I've got a great idea, sir. Why don't we start owning some of the research being done at these colleges? Great idea. Love that. Let's do it. It's very funny. Because those stupid colleges think they know things. They're actually very dumb. All right. Now let's go on. Let's move on from what Republicans have been doing to talking about what Democrats have been doing. Wait a second. How are we doing on time? Okay, we are at an hour in. I think I should start a goal. I don't know how long this is going to take me today. I mean, it's definitely going to take more than 4 hours. I almost guarantee that. But okay, I'm starting a goal. And by the way, we're like $10 away from solving the galactic deficit. So if you got a few extra bucks, between now and the end of the month, do consider sending us a couple of bucks on Cash App or PayPal. Or maybe even starting a Patreon membership for yourself. Why not treat yourself? It's only a few dollars for a Patreon membership. 10 cents a day. Give you some sweet, sweet space benefits, unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, to the Democrats. What have the Democrats been doing?
Members of the Democratic National Committee clashed over how the party should address the ongoing war in Gaza during their annual summer meeting today. Democrats blocked a resolution calling for an arms embargo and suspension of military aid to Israel. As a result, DNC Chairman Ken Martin withdrew a different measure calling for a ceasefire and the free flow of aid into Gaza.
We need to keep working through this. We have to find a path forward as a party, and we have to stay unified.
Hunter Woodall is following all of this from Minneapolis for us. He tracks politics, used to...
The guy is real garbage. This Ken Martin guy can go fuck himself.
As a party, and we have to stay unified.
Hunter Woodall is following all of this from Minneapolis for us. He tracks politics, used to spend time covering the state of Minnesota, so it's kind of like a homecoming for you. Good to see you, sir. This resolution wasn't successful. They were debating this. Why? And what does this tell us about the fissures in the party as they try to get their act together and unify going into the election?
I gotta say, that's a great question. Why are they debating this? This doesn't seem like something that should be even debated. Embargo Israel. Do it now. Do it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There should be no debate. They are committing a illegal genocide.
Later this fall and next year.
Well, good afternoon, Ed. It was a notable moment today. There had obviously been a lot of tension in the days leading up to this vote and the two competing resolutions being presented. This is an issue that tends to really cause tension in the Democratic Party. It is one where the progressive wing, the more centrist wing, and the very pro-Israel wing of the party tend to be conflicts that really can spill out into the open. This was one of those moments where early on, DNC Chair Ken Martin seemed to flex his power to lead the party when his resolution easily cleared through. That other resolution, though, the one that was part of it, actually, the more controversial one, talked about how they wanted to recognize Palestine as a country, and there were other aspects that obviously alarmed more pro-Israel Democrats. That was voted down, and it was notable that Ken Martin came back and said, okay, they're going to sideline this, they're going to look at finding cohesion within the party. Now, this is an issue that isn't going away, and even before the awful events of October 7th...
Even CBS News knows that this issue isn't going away. Incredible. CBS has been one of the most tone-deaf organizations on the matter that is Gaza. And even they're like, look, Democrats, this is not going away.
Come on! There was a lot of tension within the Democratic Party between Israel and what's going on in Palestinians. So this issue is not going away anytime soon, and it continues to be unclear how the party faithful, many of whom are gathered here in Minneapolis, are going to find a messaging path that can please both moderates and progressives.
Yeah, tricky issue that has continued to plague them and obviously was a big issue of concern during the elections last year. Real quick, the guys, as they meet, and women as they meet there in Minneapolis, party leaders also have to start thinking about the calendar for 2028. There's renewed focus on who gets to go first, and I know you were calling out the fact that Nevada is making a late play to possibly go first.
That's right, Ed. It was interesting.
Okay, there we go. DNC failing to pass a resolution as a part of its platform to call for an embargo on Israel as it commits a fucking literal genocide right now. It's pathetic.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Utterly pathetic. You know what's not pathetic is the person who just donated over on Patreon ending the goal. Ending the goal, the galactic deficit finance goal specifically, now closed. All right. That is beautiful. Do we deserve confetti for, you know, I think we do. I think we do. I'm not sure if you want to be made known for your donation, but thank you to the person who just donated on Cash App. Helped us finally complete that galactic deficit with just a couple of days until September. Thankfully, so long as I've done all the math right, all the bills are going to get paid on the 1st. So that's good. Did I say Cash App? Yes, PayPal. Do I keep saying Cash App? I'm not... Oh, yeah. PayPal. So they're basically the same thing to me, but yep. PayPal, thank you for the correction. Thank you for helping us complete the galactic deficit. We are now 4 of 10 on the goal. Which means we only need 6 more with almost 3 full hours to complete the goal. So that's a good start. That's a good start to it all. Charlie Martini also deciding to become a galactic individual. And it doesn't appear that you're just now becoming galactic. You must have been getting free memberships this whole time. Because you got a dark green star on your name. So this must be the first... You must have been riding the wave of generosity here at the Galactic News Network. People gifting out memberships for quite some time. Must have been... What is the dark green one? Is that 4 months? Okay, let's stay talking about this ridiculous DNC situation with Democracy Now! From yesterday.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. A Democratic National Committee panel has rejected a resolution calling for an arms embargo against Israel and a ceasefire in Gaza. The vote came during a DNC meeting Tuesday in Minneapolis. This is Allison Minnerly, a DNC member from Florida, sponsor of the arms embargo resolution.
This resolution is straightforward and enforceable. It calls for the end of supplying weapons and military aid as we see the war ongoing and raging in Gaza. 7% of Democrats support the party's current position in this conflict and in this crisis.
In a minute, we'll be joined by Allison Minnerly. A second resolution on Israel was initially approved, but then the author of the resolution, DNC Chair Ken Martin, withdrew it. Martin called for a task force to be formed to help build party unity on the issue.
I am going to appoint a committee or a task force comprised of stakeholders on all sides of this to continue to have the conversation, to work through this and bring solutions back to our party. And so with that, I would ask this committee to withdraw my resolution so we can move forward united today.
Recent polls show only a small percentage of Democratic voters here in the United States support Israel's war on Gaza. We go now to Minneapolis, where we're joined by Allison Minnerly. She's 26 years old, a DNC member from Florida, sponsor of the Israel arms embargo resolution that was rejected. Allison, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you explain what happened to yours? What was the vote on the panel? And then Ken Martin had resolution calling for a ceasefire, but then withdrew it after yours was defeated. Explain.
Yes, so earlier this month, I filed a resolution relating to Gaza calling for the arms embargo and the end of military aid to Israel as an official position of the Democratic Party. And what you saw yesterday is that the chair, Ken Martin, also filed a resolution. And his resolution specifically did not call for some of these more actionable items. While it did call for a ceasefire, it didn't go far enough in addressing the humanitarian crisis that we're seeing and did not really align us with our base of voters. And so really the intention in filing my resolution was to make sure that as a party, we're having the conversation, but also that we are meeting our voters because it's so important. And so what you'll see yesterday is that once we got to the floor and once we had a vote, unfortunately, the resolution number 18 that I filed did not pass and did not make it through the committee, but Chair Martin's did. But ultimately, Chair Martin decided to pull his resolution as well and decided, upon request of the co-sponsors of my resolution, we were able to get him to commit to creating this task force and continuing the conversation because we think it's too important to ignore.
Could you talk about the fault lines in the DNC and the Democratic Party leadership on Gaza? Is this largely a generational divide, or what? How do you see it?
What's interesting is that I don't think it's necessarily generational. While I think a lot of young voters care about this in particular, I think that there are so many people, either members, people at home, even just everyday organizers that come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. And it's so widely and broadly supported. Like you already mentioned, the percentage really is so slim of Democrats that do support the current position. It's around 7%. So even within that number, it's a wide representation of just the base at large.
So, go ahead, Juan.
Yeah, and could you tell us also why you're relatively new to the Democratic National Committee. Why did you decide to join? And there are obviously many young people who think at this point neither the Republicans nor the Democrats answer the needs of the country.
Absolutely. So earlier this year, I would like to break down this process because I think it is something that not everybody knows about, which is that every year, right? The DNC meets several times a year, and in these committee meetings, in these general body meetings, there are decisions like this that are made. And I think that what's really important to know is that anybody that's watching at home, if you get involved in your local state party, your local chapter, things like that, there's an opportunity for you to become a state committee person who then becomes eligible to be a DNC member, which is exactly what I did. And so while my win and path to becoming a DNC member was unexpected, the Youth Coalition in Florida, the same young people that organized March for Our Lives, that led the Don't Say Gay walkouts at their schools. We have a really strong history of youth organizing. And when we realized that the DNC slate, the people that were running to be our DNC members, didn't fully represent us or our values, we knew that we needed young people to step up and lead. And I was happy to heed that call and to take that action.
We need more people like her, willing to stand up for what people actually want in this country and for what is right in this political landscape that seems to be just completely determined by money. Democrats, they seemed at one point, I thought, people thought that the Democrats stood for something, including me, but more and more it feels like that's just not the case. With things like this just going completely by the wayside and being ignored by Democratic leadership over at the DNC. It's really gross to watch. Really frustrating, if you ask me. Now, this next video is somehow even more frustrating than what happened at the DNC. But this next video is very frustrating, and I've been waiting for a time that made sense for us to watch this one. And today is the day, because we're talking AIPAC. We're talking AIPAC a bunch right now. And one candidate, Wesley Bell, who's been receiving a bunch of AIPAC money, held a town hall where people voiced their disapproval of Wesley. And then things took a real fucked turn.
So, Matt, we covered this yesterday, but Wesley Bell, who is the AIPAC plant that AIPAC spent $12 million on to help unseat Cori Bush in one congressional district in the primary, he ended up winning because of corruption. And we played footage from the protest at one of his town halls.
Yep.
Over his support for the genocide in Gaza. He went on the AIPAC-sponsored trip to Israel a few weeks ago and was photographed there in some sort of bunker because of how scary everything is for Israelis right now. And
help! I'm being repressed!
I'm just reading chats right now. This has nothing to do with the video, but Bob is right. I do get paid for the ads that YouTube shows. I don't get paid a lot, but the more video, the more of the video that you watch, the more videos, the more ads that YouTube tries to show you, the more, you know, the small fractions of money that I get, you know, which helps me, you know, it helps me out. You know, it's a tiny bit, but we stream, you know, many days a month. And so it adds up to at least enough to do something. It's not a lot, but it's enough to just at least bump up our earnings just a little bit. And say you're on premium, right? Say you're paying premium, but that's already a stretch for you. You're not donating super chats or super stickers or memberships or whatever. Watching with your premium actually pays creators too. I don't know the exact structure of it, but it seems to pay approximately as much as ad views. So there must be either a lot of people watching that have premiums or something. But that's about it. So yeah, you know, if you're just leaving your device on watching me, that's technically making us a tiny fraction of $1, like an hour or something. I don't know.
So I guess it got worse when the cameras turned off and there was some roughing up of protesters.
Yeah, Ryan Grimm has a tweet here. St. Louis Police and Security for Rep. Wesley Bell got quite rough with town hall attendees at the end of the recent event. Here's a new video from one constituent who filmed some of the assaults and by the end is getting thrown to the ground himself. I'm going to make this full screen. That's not an overstatement about how rough this is. Watch especially this big guy here sort of stiff arming by the neck this woman.
See, I wouldn't characterize what he's doing as stiff arming, but from what I can tell, he is dragging her. He's got his hand here wrapped around what appears to be her ponytail, and just literally dragging her across the floor. He must be 150 pounds heavier than her. He's over twice her size.
Are you fucking joking? I'm sorry. I just had a reaction that was a little visceral. Apologies for talking over it, but I mean, watch the guy in the green shirt. He puts his, is he like choking that woman who's what, a third of his size?
He's grabbing her by the back of the head here.
By her hair?
There's another angle too, a closer angle that plays after this one.
All right, Jesus.
Israel trained these cops?
There's a good chance. We know Israel trains the NYPD.
Here's another angle for the same thing that happened.
Oh my God.
That's an assault.
Illegal.
I mean, Israel emboldens all sorts of violent people around the world to engage in this behavior in defense of some nebulous idea of like Jewishness around the world that obviously most of the people don't care about, especially in the United States of America, where most of the people who subscribe to Zionism are just like outright Christian anti-Semites. But like it's
But
it's so
it represents
useful
whiteness for them, whiteness as opposed to Judaism. Yeah.
Not even just as a political ideology, like it allows them on an interpersonal level to just like engage in all sorts of like antisocial behavior while being, cheered on by the state, by being cheered on. Like, if you go and punch a, anti-genocide protester in the face in front of a cop, heads or tails, they won't arrest you. They might join in.
Yeah, and since the state is so aligned with these interests and it continues to utilize force against people, the more and more I start to get, ideas. Like, I don't know, like we need left-wing militias to start showing up to protest and protecting protesters. These are the things that start going through my head. It's just a nebulous idea that's floating around in my brain right now. All right, let's go to the story of the hour, and it seems like a lot of people are talking about this. I think Leftist Mafia was talking about this for a while. I don't know exactly how long. I mean, we've been streaming since 10 or 11. What time did we start? 11? Yeah, 11. But yeah, this Adam Friedland, Ritchie Torres interview that happened earlier this week has taken the internet by storm for a number of reasons. But let's get into this thing, huh? What do you say?
House of Representatives, Ritchie Torres, everyone, make some noise. I can't. Hello. What's going on? Hello. Well, I got two issues. First of all, your district is Yankee Stadium. That is one of your. That's one of your.
I
constituents.
represent Yankee Stadium, yeah.
And I asked you how the Yanks were, and you were like, "I'm not." You didn't.
So I love the Yankees, but I'm not a huge baseball fan.
You just turned it
and I'm
on.
not going to pretend to be a baseball fan.
What about the zoo?
I love the Bronx Zoo.
Okay.
Botanical Gardens.
Do you consider the animals your constituents?
I consider the Bronx Zoo indistinguishable from the United States Congress. Yeah.
Oh, does that crush in if you say it to another guy in Congress?
It crushes nowhere because if I had any comedic talent, I probably wouldn't be in Congress.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
You want to be a stand-up
But when I was a kid, I was a fan not of baseball but professional wrestling.
Really?
Yeah, I was a
huge
huge
the same age.
fan of
Attitude
The Rock.
Era.
The Attitude Era.
Oh
So I
my
started
gosh.
watching in 1998.
We had it so
Stone Cold
good
Steve
at the
Austin,
time.
The Rock.
Adam
I thought that was
Friedland
gold.
and Richie Torres are
Mankind.
the same. Is that true? Adam Friedland and Richie Torres are the same age? They don't seem the same age. I'm not gonna lie.
98.
We had it so
Stone Cold
good
Steve
at the
Austin,
time.
The Rock. I thought that was the golden age.
Mankind.
Mankind.
So was I.
Yeah.
Yeah, that we were
And I
watching
did
Raw.
a huge Rock impersonation when I was a kid. Like I used to.
I knew of you as
Can
a
you smell what the
congressman,
Rock
but I
is
didn't know your
cooking?
backstory. And I mean, goddamn, wow. I mean, it's an incredibly inspirational story that you
And
have.
unlike George Santos, I have a true story.
That's your op. That's
I have
the
I have
enemy.
no OnlyFans account, but I do have a actual.
Did he have an
biography.
OnlyFans?
Oh yeah.
In Congress.
I'm not sure if he had it, but certainly it was generating income.
He
for him
would have been the
after.
first. I mean,
Who knows? I mean, I'm not
He would have
closely.
been the first
I'm not
member of
closely
Congress-
following the OnlyFans accounts of every
it
member of
sounds like you
Congress. so-
can't stand this guy.
No, just
No.
just I want to.
Do you miss him? He was pretty funny.
He was endless source of comedic enjoyment. Yeah.
His tweet right before jail was amazing.
Yeah.
He's like, the curtain closes, like, she walks off stage. He was a real hand, George.
Yeah.
But he was a complete fraud, right?
Total fraud. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he bought like Birkin bags with campaign funds.
And also he fabricated every aspect of his biography. It was not like he told one lie here or there. It was like the whole story was a complete fabrication.
I feel like in this day and age, that's kind of like that's in play. I feel like you could do it.
No, it's I've never.
I feel like
seen-
it's such a chaotic time. Like Yeah, like I went to Harvard Law School, and I used to be the coolest guy in my school, and I'm also Brazilian and Jewish. And what did he say?
No, he
Aren't
said
I a
that
good
his,
guy?
You know, he had his parents were Holocaust survivors. And
I
he
like
was
that.
Ukrainian
That's
because of
good.
the war in Ukraine.
He was also Ukrainian.
And he had, he
And
had
his name was
friends who
Santos.
died in the mass shooting in Orlando.
He's amazing.
He like incorporated every current event into his life story.
Pathological liars are great, but he took it all the way to to the show.
Although he inspired me to introduce a bill that
Yes.
has, I think it's the greatest acronym in the history of
What is it
congressional
called?
legislation, the Santos Act.
And what was it?
Stop another non-truthful office seeker. Santos.
Am I sensing that there's
the
like
Santos Act.
that the two of you guys as like young New York gay like Latino congressman, he's naturally like your foil. He's your Darth Vader.
Let's assume like after he was expelled from Congress,
Yeah.
I became the most prominent Jewish gay Latino congressman from New York. How's that?
You're Jewish?
No, I'm Jewish.
You're Jewish.
I'm lying.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't wish this upon my greatest enemy. You don't want any part of this, my
You,
friend.
you never heard this comment? He's Jewish, not Jewish?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of
Yeah.
people say that, but you don't. I'm just.
No, but
telling
he
you-
invented the term.
About you? I don't.
Well, he
think,
invented the term about himself.
It's just a word with it. Yeah,
No,
about him.
When he was confronted, why did you lie about being Jewish? He
For
said,
being
I
Jewish?
never said I was Jewish. I said I was Jewish.
I would say that I'm.
But you're actually Jewish.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I can't quit.
No,
I wrote a letter to Bibi and they rejected it. They don't let you out. It's like the mafia. You know that. You know how you join is when you're a baby.
Yeah.
Your parents have a party, and then this like old wizard walks in, and then he pulls your diaper off.
Yeah.
And then your whole family looks at your beautiful baby penis, and then he cuts the part that I guess gives one pleasure later on in life and during sex, and then there's like a deli tray there and stuff. That's how you join the club.
Yeah,
but we've been
that's
doing
actually-
it for a
that's an
while.
accurate
though.
description, I
I don't
suppose.
mind it. You really didn't like my crude.
Moyles are kind of like wizards.
I mean, you've endured for thousands of years, so something's going right.
Yeah, I guess so. It's definitely the wizard and the baby's penis part.
Yeah, well.
I know. I'm being crude with a member of the
No.
of the legislative
These are important
branch.
decisions that parents have
You know
to make.
what's rude is that we're in an era where like talking to someone in the legislative branch is it's a privilege because it's so fucking crazy.
No, the privilege is mine. You're the one with the
You're-
massive
to
following
be
and audience.
here-
You were in the New Yorker. You know I know that because you told me.
I know.
Not because I read the profile, but you told me you were in the New Yorker. So
Why did you read
congratulations
it?
on the profile. You know you would be considered young in the United States Congress.
Yeah, I mean I've only been able to be
My
president.
dating profile says I'm congressionally young.
Congressional young.
And congressionally attractive, just in case you're disappointed.
That gets some action.
Is it a plus?
Don't
It's
be
not
creepy.
clear. It's not clear.
It has to be.
When I work 7 days a week, so that has a crowding out effect. But
Yeah, and you're with the worst people on earth.
Well,
what are you doing?
Awful.
must be tough.
Weak.
Yeah, one of my colleagues said to me that Congress is the best university in the world.
Really?
And because you just have access to some of the brightest minds, you can learn a tremendous amount.
They're the smartest guys?
Some of the, yeah.
Yeah.
We certainly have access.
Congress filled with the smartest people. Oh, that's a fascinating take from Richie Torres. Yes. Actually, Congress is filled with geniuses.
You can learn a tremendous amount.
They're the smartest guys?
Some of the, yeah.
Yeah.
We certainly have access to
It's like
some-
the Sorbonne or something.
Give me a
in
joke.
Congress. How boring is it like to be in the government sometimes? What's the most boring part of it?
I mean, I love it.
You love it?
Because of the variety.
You
I
like
feel
like
I feel
parliamentary procedure
Well,
and
I
stuff
f-
like
I
that?
feel like no position has more variety than a House member because one day you get to be local, state, national, and
Yeah.
international at the same time. So one day I'm receiving a complaint about a pothole on Fordham Road, or pressuring the mayor to crack down on an open-air drug market in the South Bronx. And the
what
next
do you do
day,
in Congress about that?
and then the next day I'm receiving like a briefing from the CIA about rising tensions between the United States and China. So
what do you do about the pothole in D.C.?
China!
I'm just sorry.
I mean,
I'm
I
confused.
use my platform to pressure the mayor to solve problems or the
Oh,
governor.
Adams. Yeah. Can I guess who you were in school growing up?
Sure.
You were like were you student government?
No, not student government.
You were like a debate club or?
I was the captain of the law team.
Law team. Oh, so you wanted to be a lawyer?
Yeah, I had dreams of becoming either a lawyer or a teacher.
So you did mock trial, right?
I did moot court and mock trial, but I was like a master moot court.
And what did you like? You liked like the Atticus Finch style, like closing argument.
So that was mock trial.
Yeah.
Moot court is modeled after the Supreme Court or an appellate court. So you deliver an argument before a panel of judges who interrupt you with questions.
Worse speeches. The one that's less like.
No, because it teaches you to think on your feet.
All
It's less theatrical.
But that was your prep for the game.
Yeah.
You went to the show.
It was the first time when I discovered I had a talent for public speaking, or I thought I had a talent for talking.
Early on, you grew up in a single mother home. You have a twin brother?
Twin brother.
Identical?
Yeah, he's biologically older. I'm temperamentally older.
Identical or no?
Fraternal. We're fake twins.
That's all right.
Richie Torres is the guy who really liked Debate Club. I was asked to be in Debate Club, and they regretted that ask very quickly because they found that while I was possibly decent at speaking, my desire to to do all of the research as a high schooler was not really there. I had serious ADHD, and I just wanted to live my life. And so, I wasn't necessarily super folk dialed in, thinking about my future in government or something. I was more focused on other things.
It's a part.
I was on a date once with a girl who told me, the first date, she said, I have an identical twin, and I can't do it. I can't tell her secrets. She has her brain is connected to another one of her.
Yeah.
You can't trust these people.
It's funny, when I was a kid.
That's a prejudice of mine.
People would ask me, "Where's your brother?" I'm like, "We're fraternal twins, not Siamese twins."
Yeah.
Like, I don't know his whereabouts at every moment. So.
But you're good at DC, right?
I'm learning DC.
You're still learning.
Yeah, of course. I've only been there for 3 terms. It's the most complicated legislature on earth. No one's going to master it in 3 terms. I think the problem with DC is not that it's corrupt. The problem with DC is that it's stupid. There's just so much absurdity in DC.
I thought you said it's the smartest place in the world.
Or you have access to some of the brightest minds. So, like, if you want to learn more about artificial intelligence or quantum computing or energy, you can reach out to some of the best minds.
Yeah. You can call any CEO right now.
Not every, but
call Zuck right now.
People generally will take your call. I'm not calling him now. So
you not.
I don't.
Zuckerbucks.
I don't know.
Your boys was up. You said I'm not calling him now. You have his number.
Well, I don't know.
So
never met him.
I don't know him. I mean, I don't have his. I never met him. He does have his number though. You can tell. He's so scummy.
Zuckerbucks.
Oh my God! I could call any CEO on the planet right now. They'd pick up my goddamn phone call.
You said I'm not calling him now. You have his number.
Well, I don't know.
So
never met him.
What CEO is your best friend? What's the best one?
Mention who's my best friend.
How many CEO friends do you have?
I don't have many CEO friends.
Well, you said you could call anyone on the phone at any time.
You did.
If I had a question about AI policy, I probably could get a meeting with a CEO. Yeah, that's true of any member of Congress.
Yeah. Did you grow up in the district you represent?
My father's from Mott Haven. I'm from Throgs Neck Houses. So I grew up in a public housing development in Throgs Neck Houses, right across the street from what was formerly Trump Golf Course.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, as the golf course was undergoing construction, it unleashed a skunk infestation. So I tell people I tell people I've been smelling the stench of Donald Trump long before he became president. But he was infested with skunks.
You grew up in New York City, so
born and raised in the Bronx.
Our president is an outer borough New Yorker, effectively.
Yeah, from Queens. Yeah.
Right. He wants to present that he's like Mr. like Goldman Sachs, but really he's a New York City real estate guy.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. He was never respected in the real estate industry. He was known to like rip off his contractors, and he was seen as a joke within the industry.
Yeah, he figured out that if you keep someone in a lawsuit long enough, you don't have to pay them.
He was more known for his self-promotion and marketing.
Yeah.
Than he was for his actual effectiveness in real estate.
Yeah. Have you ever? What have your interactions been with the president?
No interactions.
You've never
met him. Have no desire to meet him.
Let's practice it right now.
I feel like he's the worst person on earth.
Let's practice it. Let's practice.
You're in the
right
government though. You got to meet the president.
He's the devil.
He's the devil?
Yeah.
You got to say
He's the devil.
Jesus, I say that.
My God. Richie really went to 10 on that one immediately. Donald Trump is the devil, according to Ritchie Torres. Strong words.
You got to meet the president.
He's the devil.
He's the devil?
Yeah.
You gotta have a good burn for the president. Let's practice. I'm Trump. What's up? I'm Trump. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. It's a terrible Trump impression.
That's you just bombed.
It's a terrible.
So
what should I do?
Like that with some weird smile.
I'm gonna shake Donald Trump's hand.
Yeah, you have to say like you're doing like the Holocaust right now in this country, like you have to say like you're ruining this country right now. Like seriously, why don't you say something like that? You're an asshole. You've said the Marines.
Richie, what is going on with Richie? Look at his face right now. Adam keeps making suggestions. Richie's like, This man has no personality. Like, I'm fairly certain that there is a chip inside of Ritchie Torres' brain. Requires Wi-Fi.
Why don't you say something like that? You're an asshole. You've said the Marines.
Okay, we'll practice. Okay,
go ahead. Okay, let's get it. Come on.
We've been doing
Mr.
for the
President,
last half a minute.
How are you? I'm looking for. Hopefully, you can release those files.
The Epstein? That's your no. Come on, dude. First of all, you guys already lost on Epstein.
You think we lost on Epstein?
You guys lost on Epstein.
He's obviously in the files.
Well, half of the files is your guys too, right?
Yeah,
so
but he's
but half the files is your guys too. So that's why you guys didn't do this.
My view is release the files and let the dice fall where they may.
You guys lost on Epstein.
Why do we lose?
His crappy excuse, like everyone, his whole base doesn't really care.
Yeah, they moved on.
What we found is that they actually don't care. MAGA didn't really care. Yeah. You guys really are having a rough one right now. I think.
What's your advice for us?
I don't know. I mean, you're one of the guys, so I'll tell you what I'm seeing.
Yeah,
right.
Please tell me.
I really wanted to give you your whole story about where.
You want me to tell my story?
No, because I want to talk about this. But,
okay. You clearly don't want to hear my stories.
I've been trying to toss it to your story, which is that's a Hallmark movie. We'd open this up like this guy's. You're the first black gay guy to be in the government. Gay man to be in the government. Gay guy is you can't say that to a
first.
You're the
Latino and black gay member of Congress.
First Latino,
in the United
black
States,
and gay. It doesn't roll off the tongue, that one.
Yeah. Too many identities.
Yeah. First black president. Obama crushed it with that one. Yeah. First Latino and black and gay.
Once you have a first black president, everything else becomes less impressive.
How many LGBT members of Congress are there?
There are quite a few, like more than 10.
More than 10?
Yeah.
And there's 100 Senate. How many House?
435.
435.
So 535 in total.
Are there no Republicans, right?
Who are openly LGBTQ?
Oh, you're saying
none of them.
You're spilling the tea right now?
Well, my running joke is the LGBTQ caucus is the only caucus that can expand without winning an election. We just have to take members out of the closet.
Would you do that? You were in the closet in your life, right? Like, what are the ethics there? It's really interesting because, like,
would I out members? No, I'm not.
If you see a closet gay Republican, like advocating for something that is,
would I out him?
Well, it's advocating for like taking away gay marriage or something. Like, what's the rule there? Because you were in the closet yourself as a young man, and it's a painful thing, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, you have to go through it's a process.
You found out in middle school?
I realized that I was a gay in middle school.
When was it? Titanic? Leo DiCaprio?
No.
No, I didn't realize at all when I
was. It's not Leonardo DiCaprio.
What? How was it? What was it?
I forget exactly how I realized, but
you forgot. No, you don't forget. You gotta have a better story. You're a politician. Titanic, Leonardo DiCaprio.
I'm not often asked about my coming out story in the Bronx, so.
It's an interesting story, right? And like you're Puerto Rican. You were afraid of experiencing homophobia in your community, or?
Yeah, I grew up in the projects, so it's a machismo environment.
And what about in your family? Was there when did you come out to them?
16.
16.
Yeah.
And was that when you came out?
No, then I came out gradually over time, and then when I ran for office when I was 24, I decided to be out to everyone, to run as an openly LGBTQ candidate.
But
that was back in 2013.
When you were at school and stuff, you didn't tell people that you were gay? Or?
Yeah, I was telling more and more people over time.
I thought you were at an assembly or something.
Yes, I was at a debate competition where I said I was a gay American.
So that's counts as coming out?
Isn't that like a Jim McGreevey moment, though? Remember he said as a gay American?
Yeah.
He gave this speech. And that's such a dated
You're
reference.
a kid coming out of the closet. Don't diminish that experience.
Yeah, it was back in...
No, that's your story. Why would you say that was just a debate competition? It has to be scary.
No, I agree. It was terrifying. Yeah.
What led you to do it at debate?
Yeah. I don't know. It just felt, it's interesting.
Did you see something that you were like...
Yeah, so I was browsing through MySpace.
Yeah.
And I ran into the profile of a teacher. Who identified as gay. And it was the first time I knew of a person in my social universe who was openly LGBTQ. And so I approached him. And
your social universe? You chilled with your teachers?
Or people in the world I knew, I guess.
You hung out with adults.
I did not socialize my teachers.
Yeah. No, so it was the first adult or person that was openly gay.
Yeah, because I grew up in a world where no one was openly gay.
Yeah.
And I just spontaneously came out. It was the first time I ever had acknowledged my sexuality to someone.
Do you feel like sharing your story, and making it all the way to Congress, that has to be an inspiration to people that grew up in a place like that? Yeah. No? That must feel good, no?
It does.
So why are you diminishing it on the show right now?
I'm not diminishing it, but I feel...
You should be proud of that. I was in the New Yorker yesterday. You were...
I was in the New Yorker as well, back in 2016.
Oh, okay. Well, I was in it yesterday, so both of us are probably the same
yeah. But you're at a much higher level than I am, so...
No.
I love how Adam comes back with, I was in it yesterday, so a little more relevant.
For 2016, you were a Bernie delegate.
Yeah. I was, 2016.
So wait, go back to that, because it's interesting to me. So you had this mental health crisis in college, right? And it stemmed from being gay? Is that what it was?
Not only from I had a sexual identity, but I had a severe struggle with depression.
Yeah.
Which began in high school.
Yeah.
But then became worse in college.
Okay, we don't need to hear all of this. All of this, Richie Torres, all of his struggles in high school.
Back to the episode. Something interesting that's happened in the Bronx is in the last general election, from what I understand, there was the largest swing towards the Republican Party.
One of the largest. In 2012, Barack Obama won 96% of the vote in New York 15 in the Bronx.
Yeah.
Flash forward to the 2024 election, there's a more than 22-point swing toward Donald Trump.
Why is the Democratic Party losing the most vulnerable people in America then? What do you attribute that to?
Well, the Democratic Party is hemorrhaging support among working class people of color throughout the country.
Why is that?
Occam's razor holds the simplest explanation is almost always the best. The simple explanation is inflation and immigration.
Yeah.
We had the highest inflation in more than 4 decades. So if you're paying double or triple the cost for groceries and gasoline, you're going to lash out at those in power, at the establishment.
You say that the incumbency is just bound to lose that election, Biden.
If the incumbency is perceived as failing, yes.
Was there a way to win that election against Trump? If inflation is so bad, is it impossible to win that election?
The odds were stacked against us because of inflation and the mismanagement of the migrant crisis.
Wow.
But
see, I found that to be incredible that he immediately goes to the migrant crisis. This is the epitome. Like Richie Torres is the epitome of the weak centrist Democrat with no actual policies that are swimming in the wake of the Republicans, saying, "Look at us. We're not as bad as the Republicans." Like that's the policy that they have stood by. Granted, Richie's, a newer addition to the House, technically. I mean, he hasn't been there for that long. But he's taken up the torch of the centrist Democrats since showing up. And, I mean, we didn't do enough about the migrant crisis. That's why we lost the election. Right.
Yeah.
you know, if we had the benefit of a full primary process, and if we had a stronger general election candidate, maybe we could have won. But I don't know for sure. But Donald Trump is a fatally flawed candidate, so maybe we could have won.
You're a member of the least popular Congress probably of our lifetime.
I think we are.
Probably.
We're less popular than colonoscopies.
It sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it
Based on the
suck?
left.
Does it suck to be
Yeah,
the
I
least?
think there was polling that said we're more popular than cockroaches, but we're less, and more popular.
You guys are losing.
Awful. Adam is just burning him to his face. It sucks being so shitty, doesn't it? Jeez, I mean, God, I can't imagine just being you and just being hated so universally.
Yeah, I think there was polling that said we're more popular than cockroaches, but we're less, and more popular.
You guys are
and
losing
barely more popular than Ebola.
You guys are losing Hamas for sure.
Yeah, well,
you guys are getting crushed by
Hamas. Might be more popular on college campuses than Congress.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, but I looked at a Gallup poll the other day. Dude, this is I was actually started laughing. You just have to laugh at this. You guys are 23 right now. That's not bad.
Higher than I thought.
That's high.
Yeah.
You guys, what is this? Oh my God, May 2024, 13?
It means we have room for growth.
13. Yeah. But that's you and the Republicans. 13.
Yeah, the institution at large.
13 is you poop your pants in front of the whole school. Yeah. February 2024, 12%.
Yeah. So it sounds like
what was happening that month?
If Congress were if Congress were a woman, you probably wouldn't go on a date with her. Is that?
Why?
She's unpopular. I don't know.
No, what she could be like beautiful. You know, like what do you mean?
No, you seem to hate Congress. So.
I'm saying everyone does.
Wow, Richie is taking this personally. He's like, why do you hate Congress so much? It seems like he's like a little martyr. He's like, oh my gosh, I guess I'm being, look at me, I'm being what's it called? I'm being snowed. I'm being snowed by you. You just hate Congress, and you, oh God, you just want to pick on me and talk about how much everyone else hates me.
You know, like, what do you mean?
No, you seem to hate Congress, so.
I'm saying everyone does, right? I'm looking at the Gallup.
Are you part of the 13% that approves, or?
I think that we have to recognize the runway a little bit and what got us here, maybe.
Yeah,
you know.
I gotta say, I'm kind of shocked to see Adam Friedland doing genuine journalism right now. Like he's like, this interview is actually good. Like he's doing actual journalism with a congressperson, and in the wake of like the PBD Netanyahu interview or the Nelk Boys Netanyahu interview, it's actually quite refreshing to see somebody who actually knows how to conduct an interview and ask hard-hitting questions.
Seeing the Marine Corps entering the second largest city in America, and seeing the most vulnerable people in society just taken away from their children, and kidnapped, and there are facilities in our country right now surrounded by alligators and stuff. There are facilities where there are cages with human beings in them who have not been afforded any due process. And the sad thing is that you guys are you're polling behind Donald Trump right now, and
that's not true.
The Democratic Party has lower approval ratings than Donald Trump.
I think the story's more complicated there.
What is that?
Yeah, so the latest polling from CNN shows that the most important issue to Americans is inflation.
Dude, Richie is so pathetic. He's such a, like, one of the, he's a politician's politician. He's not talking to anybody. But he's just switched the topic. He's like, you know, you tell me that we're less popular than Trump, but let's talk about something completely different.
Cost of living. And on the most important issue, Donald Trump is 25 points underwater. And since the November election, there's been a 34-point swing against him, and that we as Democrats are more trusted on inflation than he is. That's a huge swing.
Why are you guys not killing him right now? That is a cherry pick. Come on. You know, that's a.
I mean, inflation is the most important issue.
I want to talk to you guys about Monarch Money.
Adam is a shit ton of what do you call them? Sponsorships. Holy shit! I watched this thing earlier. There's like a half a dozen sponsorships during this video. He was making bank.
You're in the House of Representatives, and
Yeah.
you have to run every 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, how long do you have to wait till you just start running for the next one after you win an election?
I mean, you start immediately.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a
Immediately, if not sooner.
constant state of campaigning.
Is camp?
Yeah, that makes sense, Richie. You do seem like you're constantly campaigning and not actually doing anything. Jesus Christ. Just constantly asking. I mean, maybe that's why he just refuses. He's just because he's always asking for money. It's just because he's always asking for money. He can't possibly do anything the donors don't want. Second I win, I'm back to campaigning, asking companies for more money. APAC, hello? Do you have a check for me?
Immediately.
Yeah.
It's like you're in a constant state of campaigning.
Is campaigning and going to fundraisers, doing all this stuff, is that a distraction from the work that you have to do?
It can, but I feel like if you're effective at governing, then it improves your ability to get reelected. So if you're a good congressman,
yeah,
you're going to be popular in your district, and you're going to be well positioned to be reelected.
Does it suck that you have to fundraise, right?
It sucks. Fundraising sucks.
Yeah. And like because of Citizens United, like
it's nauseating to ask people for money. Yeah.
Do you feel like it's eroded people's like faith in the institution, right?
I feel like too much money is too much time is spent on fundraising, especially if you're a frontline member who has a fiercely contested general election every 2 years where tens of millions of dollars are.
What's fascinating about this, though, is that Richie Torres is not in a frontline, hotly contested district. It is ridiculous. And he is in a solid blue area. And he's like, oh, the second I get done winning an election, I gotta go right back to campaigning. Otherwise, I might lose my district.
Man, you could be spending more than half your time every week
at a banquet.
No, or just call time, just dialing for dollars.
You were criticized, I saw, for Blackstone donation, right? And it's understood that they are the architects of the housing crisis, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean you receive contributions from thousands of people.
Yeah.
Who are employees from all over the place.
You just send it back and say fuck off.
Yeah, I'm not.
So they're giving you a check just because?
I decide.
I love Richie's response here. I'm like, I could send the money back, but I'm not going. I mean, why would I do that? We've already got the money. That would be counterproductive. I would have less money than I have now, and that's all I care about.
Follow the rich white man.
Send it back and say fuck off.
Yeah, I'm not.
So they're giving you a check just because?
I decide issues on the merits. I don't know what others do, but I decide issues on the merits.
So it's a just cause check?
Just cause.
They're just giving you money just cause they think you're nice?
I'm pretty sure that even there are lefty candidates who.
Boku complaining about the number of ads on the channel. I'm sorry. Would you be, would you be surprised to hear that the setting that I have it on is conservative? There is actually a setting higher than the one that I have it on. Which I can't remember what it's called, but this is supposed to be a balanced amount of ads. There could in fact be more ads, and I don't put it on that setting, even though it could make me more money according to YouTube, because I'm like, that seems obtrusive. We don't need people to be flooded with ads. They should be able to enjoy the show.
Money from people who are employed. Yeah, rank and file employees, sure.
I figure like you could maybe if you're like this guy's.
You do know that
this guy's making my constituents' lives worse. You could be like fuck you. I don't want it. I'm gonna.
You were joking? Sorry, I missed the irony. I was just reading chat out of the corner of my eye.
Blue district,
yeah.
Right?
People should judge me by my record. So by the legislation I pass.
Yeah.
I work 7 days a week. I'm visible in my district. I'm on the ground. I'm happy to. If you ever want to take tours of my district, I'm happy to walk you through my district. So.
Yeah, I'd like to. I've been to the zoo in Yankee Stadium.
Right. Well, not the actual projects, not the amenities, not the institutions.
Yeah.
I can give you a sense of racially concentrated poverty in a place like the Bronx.
So that's what my question is like.
Where do you live? Which borough?
I live in Brooklyn. Okay. Yeah, and that's my question. Like,
so
right?
you might
So,
be
like,
divorced from the experience of racially concentrated poverty.
But what does that have to do with taking money from blacks? Like, I just feel like that's a deflection.
Well, I think
and I don't want to
no, because
I don't want to cut like an argument right now. I don't want to argue with you.
If you want to question my ability to represent my district, I'm happy to show you what I do. I'm happy to bring you to my district.
What I'm calling into
and introduce
question,
you to my constituents.
What I'm calling into question is the institution, right? I'm calling into question the system, and you're functioning within a system, right?
I've received contributions from tens of thousands of people. I can't keep track of every person. I'm not responsible for every person.
You forgot?
I'm only responsible for what I do.
Okay. So
I mean, you can play the gotcha game, but that's not.
I'm not trying to play the gotcha game. I think you're used to like Anderson Cooper 360, and I'm a guy. I'm from Come Town Podcast.
I'm not. I'm happy to answer whatever question you have.
That's a strong point.
Whatever.
That's a very fair. It's a very fair point from Adam. Richie does seem to think that he's come on to CNN. And in fact, this is Adam Friedland, the guy from Come Town podcast, called Come Down.
Come on!
All right, there's more to this. We're going to watch the whole thing today. Watch the whole thing of this one. But we got to take a quick break. That's right, a galactic intermission. As we have now gotten to about 2 hours into this stream. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications. Otherwise, you might miss one of these streams. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we depend on space fams like you to help us stay afloat. Thankfully, since we have a pretty large community, only a couple of dollars from each of our subscribers would be enough to keep us afloat every month. A lot of great ways for you to do just that. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only $3 a month. That's right, 10 cents a day will get you access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. It's not like an avatar on the stream. That's right, you could be sitting poolside with me and the rest of the patrons, or perhaps one of the other spots where we have available for avatars. That's right, you could be at the bar, you could be at the lake, you could be at the street, you could be any of these places. Hanging out, dancing, contributing simultaneously. That's right. That's not it, although you get a shout out at the end of every stream. That's right. Get recognized for your having helped produce the stream and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. right, Space Vams. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Second half about to begin, so get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that we are at 4 of 10 on the dono goal right now, which means that we only have 6 to go. 2 hours left, which puts us relatively on track to complete it. All right, let's go here back to the Adam Friedland Show podcast with one Richie Torres.
I'm staying in the race.
Here's a question for you. I think.
By the way, I see a discussion of the quality of this stream. I'm afraid 8K is very far off in the future. We need to figure out how to get this stream. I gotta figure out how to get this stream reliably doing 1080p on a multi-stream. We need to be going back. We need to go back to multi-stream. At one time, and I don't know what the cause of this is, we no longer are able to do multi-streaming effectively anymore. Although the last time I was doing it, I was paying for it. That canceled. But I'm no longer even using that same software. But we got to get to having effective multi-streaming before we can ever get to 4 or even 8K. That's going to be in like the year 2050. Unless we start making a lot more money around here, that's way far off in the future. Okay? Write that down.
You've established yourself as the fiercest champion of the state of Israel in Congress.
I've never described myself in those terms.
I'm
pro-Israel, but those are terms.
Well, I think maybe you've been dubbed that.
Yes.
Okay. Listen, like, I'm a Jewish person.
Yeah,
like, I have my own opinions on this. You have your own opinions. And this is a really frustrating conversation to see people have on the internet. I don't get an opportunity to talk to someone that's making decisions and supporting these things that are a huge deal to people right now.
Sure.
Yeah. One thing that I thought was interesting, and I want to start with you, is that you described your first trip to Israel in 2015 as a life-changing experience. And I just wanted to follow the narrative of like you growing up and your struggles and then going into the government. Like what was that experience like, and what bred that passion for Israel in you?
Well, since I grew up poor my whole life, I never had an opportunity to travel abroad.
Yeah.
So the first time I ever
free trip
went to a foreign country.
So it was life-changing because you went on a trip?
Part of the reason went abroad for the first time, life-changing. But also, you know, when you experience the complexity of Israel, you go to the old.
Honestly, with that story, it almost feels like Israel took advantage of poor Richie. Well, that's not what he's claiming, but that's what I'm saying.
What did you see? Like, what did you witness? Like,
well, go to the old city.
Yeah. I've been there.
Yad Vashem, which is the Holocaust Museum.
Yeah.
Go to the Masada, where you know Jews committed mass suicide to escape enslavement.
Of course, I've hiked up Masada.
The Gaza envelope.
Yeah.
Went to Sderot, spoke to the local mayor who said that.
You went to Gaza?
I did not go to Gaza, no.
What did you say, Gaza envelope?
No, Gaza envelope, which is right on the border with, it's Israel, but it's right at the border with Gaza.
It's right there, but not there.
It's in proximity to.
What's at the Gaza envelope?
Like
I've never heard that term before.
Sderot.
Yeah, with the rockets.
Yeah.
Going in. Yeah.
Yeah.
How far is Sderot from Gaza? It's like a mile or something.
Yeah, within a mile.
Yeah. It's right next to it.
Yeah, striking proximity.
Tough.
Yeah.
It's a small place.
Yeah.
The whole thing. Yeah.
I mean, that's why Hamas was able to so easily penetrate on October 7th.
By getting over the fence.
Yeah, and it's so close.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just want to know because it seems like it was powerful, and it seems like it's informed your record, and I that's what's interesting to me. It's like your story and how you got here, and like I think it's narratively what fascinates me.
Maybe one day you'll give me a chance to tell it. So.
Why are you annoyed by this question?
I'm kidding. So I spoke to the local mayor of Sderot. Sderot.
Yeah.
And he said to me that the majority of his children struggle with post-traumatic stress because families like his live under the threat of relentless rocket fire. And I remember.
By the way, I'm just looking it up right now. The Gaza envelope, according to Wikipedia, is the area encompasses the populated areas in the southern district of Israel that are within 7 kilometers or 4.5 miles of the Gaza Strip. So he didn't go to Gaza. He was nearby. You know, he was 4.5 miles away.
Seeing these bus stops doubling as bomb shelters. You know, I come from the Bronx where people live in fear of bullets and guns, but you know, we in America do not worry about Canada and Mexico firing rockets into American homes and communities. You know, we're a country of 330 million people. We're surrounded by oceans, and Israel's a tiny democracy the size of New Jersey.
Is it a
that's
democracy?
literally surrounded by both state and non-state actors that are intent on wiping it off the map.
I love how he starts off with the premise that Israel is a democracy, when all evidence points to the opposite of that.
So, you know, I left Israel with an empathy for the unique security situation that Israel faces.
Did you visit the occupied territories while you were there?
I went into not Gaza, but I went into the Palestinian Ramallah. So.
Yeah, Ramallah.
Yeah.
And what did you see when you were there?
You know, we spoke to Palestinians who obviously have a much more critical view of Israel, and
that didn't resonate as much as, like, what was your takeaway from hearing?
Look,
you're hearing the mayor of Sderot, his children have PTSD, and then this guy's like, Israel's screwing with me.
Well, look, I'm in favor of a two-state solution.
Sure.
I feel like the just outcome lies not in the existence of a Jewish state to the exclusion of a Palestinian state, or the existence of a Palestinian state to the exclusion of a Jewish state. It's the coexistence of both. So I think I want to see the struggle, both the Israeli and the Palestinian struggle for self-determination to be reconciled in the form of a two-state solution.
A big topic nowadays is campus anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You've spoken out against it. I just want to know what you identify as the examples of this type of anti-Semitism in elite academic institutions.
Yeah, so there were students at a CUNY Halal.
Yeah.
Where you had a violent, what I thought was an aggressive mob following them to a kosher restaurant in the heart of New York City. And
what were they doing? The mob. What was the mob doing?
just following them, and then barricaded the restaurant and
they were like chanting,
hurled insults at the patrons and slamming the windows. Much of it is captured in video footage.
Yeah.
And, harassing people simply for being pro-Israel Jews to me is wrong.
Is there any other examples? Like, there's a restaurant. I mean, it's just like all we're hearing about is campus anti-Semitism, radical.
I mean, I find it fascinating that the example that he brings up is clearly related to Israel specifically and not all Jewish people. It was clear that these two individuals, like Richie stated at the very end, were pro-Israeli, outwardly pro-Israeli. And he's like, he's a fucking martyr for this shit. It's disgusting.
Awful. Is there a link between Hamas and the protests? Like, is that established?
Well, there are students who have faced harassment and intimidation because of their beliefs. There are students who feel inhibited from expressing their Jewish or Zionist identity because of the atmosphere of intimidation or harassment on college campuses. You should speak
Jewish or Zionist, same thing, both anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic.
How have they?
Are you denying that there's any campus anti-Semitism, or?
I'll give you an example. I know a younger person that went to UCLA and was attacked and is Jewish and was with a group of Jewish people at a protest, and they were attacked by the Proud Boys.
Okay, that's an anti-Semitic incident.
No, but the Proud Boys were there for Israel. And those are the guys that did Charlottesville.
The Proud Boys are there for Israel?
Yeah.
I think of the Proud Boys as like white nationalists and white supremacists.
I'm telling you right now.
Who are anti-Israel, but okay.
Listen, I'm like a comedian, right? Like, I hate when comedians, especially on the internet, like, speak from a position of authority about crap.
The fact that Richie Torres seems to be completely unaware that people on the right wing are pro-Israel is fascinating to me.
That they don't know about, This is one topic I feel like I can speak on, and
on college campus anti-Semitism?
No, on anti-Semitism and
in general, because you haven't been in college how long? Probably 2 decades, right?
I'm telling you on my experience of anti-Semitism the last 2 years. But the last 2 years have felt different in America. And I don't know if you've been on Twitter recently. Now a ton of people are questioning the validity of the Holocaust having happened.
Yes.
Can you tell me with a straight face that those are the 18-year-old kids at Columbia that are doing that?
The 18-year-old kids at Columbia?
Are they doing those posts about the Holocaust never having existed? You know who's doing it.
No, we disagree here.
You think that it's the...
So I didn't... Wow. Don't put words in my mouth.
It's
He's not putting words in your mouth. You literally just said we disagree here. That it actually is the pro-Palestinians out there that are doing Holocaust denial all the time.
The 18-year-old kids at Columbia?
Are they doing those posts about the Holocaust never having existed? You know who's doing it.
No, we disagree here.
You think that it's the...
So I didn't... Don't put words in my mouth.
It's people on the right. Let me tell you...
You're suggesting that there's... You're suggesting there's no... You're suggesting there's no one on the far left that denies the Holocaust? Or downplays the Holocaust? That's an absurd
What are
statement.
You're doing moot court right now. I'm telling you what it's like to be my experience being Jewish.
But there are others who have a different experience.
I'm trying to see. Why is one better than the other? Why is one more important than the other? I'm trying to share with you. You're in the government. I don't get a chance to talk.
Of course.
Okay. I think hatred of Jewish people has exploded in this country, and I don't think it's. I think it's because it's of our support of what looks to be an absolute brutality. And I think that...
You think that's a justification for anti-Semitism?
Here's the thing.
You think Israeli government policy is a justification for anti-Semitism? My view is there's no justification for anti-Semitism.
I think that...
There's zero justification for anti-Semitism.
Okay, you're deflecting again.
I'm not deflecting. That's my position.
What does it look like to have a flag with a Jewish star and I'm Jewish? And for kids to be starving right now? Why is my government... I don't want to do this fight. Let's not do like a yelling at each other thing. I really just... For me, for me, I had the experience of.
It just sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism, which making me feel like.
Are you crazy right now?
Okay.
Wow.
Why would I do that?
Wow. Wow, dude. Oh my God, Richie Torres feels. This makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. It sounds like you're justifying anti-Semitism. What an idiot.
Which making me feel like.
Are you crazy right now?
Okay.
Seriously.
Why would I do that? You're doing the I'm Hamas thing.
I'm not saying
it's
you're
not
Hamas,
a winner.
but it's. I'm not. I think
we'll
there should be.
We'll do a different tack.
Israeli government policy should have no bearing on. If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government. But there is no justification for intimidation or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now that we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with a flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now.
That might be.
And I'm telling you, as a Jewish person, how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this. So you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this. And the same year the state of Israel was established, in 1948, the world saw the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year. And the world...
Wow. Yeah, and honestly, like, it's good to see Adam get visibly, outraged by Richie Torres doing this... this ridiculous, it can't be described in any other way. He is he's pulling a Darvo. Okay, that's what Richie Torres just did, right? Richie Torres is not Jewish, but he literally gets upset at Adam, a Jewish man, expressing his opinion and declaring it as somehow being, anti-Semitism, right? He's just reversing victim and an offender here, right? Like, Richie Torres is busy, supporting a genocide, and he's doing it in basically in Adam's name as much. He's basically said as much, and it's like it's just disgusting to see him try and be like, Adam, you're making me uncomfortable right now. Telling me how you feel.
And the same year the state of Israel was established, in 1948, the world saw the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year. And the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens. And I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, I don't know, it doesn't track to me why there's this fixation with kids at a school and two examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. There are surveys on it.
Give me read
the EDL surveys on it. Because
it's hard for me to talk about this in public because you're being a dick. That's mean.
No, I'm not being mean.
That was fucked up. Yeah, clearly you're having a tough time. I'm watching you.
Clearly,
you're being a dick. That's mean.
No, I'm not being mean. It's an emotional topic.
All right, I'll share with you what happened.
I'm not.
I lived there.
I don't intend to be mean. So.
Sir, I lived there when I was 18, and I grew up a Zionist. And we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it will stop at the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down a hill, at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people in, and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating two different issues. So I don't
Please,
understand.
please. Me saying this to you right now will hurt people in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us. And the fact that I still fucking care about being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history. And it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is. Because what being Jewish is isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. You know, like, it is the oldest, one of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish. You know, and I don't understand.
Richie is really struggling with this because he doesn't know what to say to this. He doesn't know what to say to this because this runs contrary to everything that he has been espousing on this issue, right? The criticism of Israel is in fact anti-Semitism. Criticism of people, like he literally said it. You know, criticizing Zionists is a form of hate speech in Richie's mind. And it's, you know, like you can see it on his face. He just has nothing. He has nothing here. He really doesn't know what he's, like, oh, God. And yet he's, like, throughout this, he's going to continue to, he's going to find a way to continue to just stay on message.
Why you would be...
Look, how you define...
I want to have
feel like I'm here to be lectured, not...
Shut up. That's not nice. You can't talk that way. Why are one set of Jews more important than others?
No one's saying any...
What happened? You went to the beach in Israel? What, you went to a restaurant or something?
Yeah.
A nice restaurant?
No.
Like, listen.
Never even been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade. So.
This is the year 2025.
Yeah.
Did he just try to sneak in the Tel Aviv Pride Parade on? He's like, Adam, you've never even been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade. What do you know? Is that what did he just say that?
Been to the Tel Aviv Pride Parade. So.
This is the year 2025.
Yeah.
The world is seeing something that looks terrible, and it's being done in my name, and I don't know what to do.
But the war began on October 7th.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
When
Hamas systematically murdered and made. You want. Okay. Look, we're going down a rabbit hole. We fundamentally disagree.
No.
But Hamas murdered and maimed and mutilated and abducted and tortured thousands of people. That's not television. That's a fact. That's reality. You can deny it. You can downplay it.
I'm not denying October 7th.
Well, you seem to be trivializing it.
You're doing the I'm pro October 7th. You're doing I'm pro Hamas.
I never said you were pro Hamas. You're putting words.
What's fascinating is Richie, you know, he was like, I didn't realize I came here to be lectured to. And now he's lecturing Adam on, like, October 7th and all this other garbage. And he's like, oh, like, you're actually, Adam, I think you might be an anti-Semite. Like, oh, God, this guy is the worst.
Awful. Weak.
But you seem to be downplaying it.
There, for the last 17 years, people have been under a blockade where they cannot leave. If you were born in a place and there's a fence there and there's a guy with a gun on the other side and he says you can't go anywhere, would you like that guy? If you treat people like animals, sometimes they're going to lash out.
Look, I sincerely believe, maybe I'm wrong,
Illegal.
that if Palestinians were governed not by a terrorist organization like Hamas in Gaza, but by a regime that was able and willing to make peace with Israel, the situation would be fundamental.
Here's the thing. I think that Richie is incapable. I don't know what Richie... I mean, Richie seemed to have a perfectly fine education, but he doesn't seem to have, you know, like he is literally like Adam was like on the verge of tears, talking about talking about the genocide, right? And I just think Richie's incapable of understanding that connection to it. But like Adam was saying before, he grew up learning about the genocide, from a young age, and we're talking about the Holocaust right now, right? But like there are so many parallels from the Holocaust to what is happening right now. Adam, I think, like a lot of other Jews, can clearly see those parallels and it cannot look away from them. We're taught, never again from a very young age. And Richie I just don't think he's capable of relating or like understanding that somehow. It seems to be like evading him. And he just stayed, like I said, he just stays on message this whole time. He just keeps saying, look, October 7th, okay? I don't know if you've heard about it.
Different. The preconditions for this happening are undeniably something that the Israeli government was fully aware of. Why would Bibi Netanyahu... Okay, here's the question.
Do you think October 7th was justified?
Jesus Christ. Look,
are you listening to what I'm saying
He's
right
not.
now?
No, he's not listening.
Why would the Israeli government... Hamas wants to eradicate the Jewish people and the Jewish state? Is that right?
That's what Hamas has said, yeah.
Okay. Then why would they directly give Hamas money, literally bags of cash in suitcases through the Qataris? Nearly, I think over $1 billion in cash. During this last 17 years.
That's a fair point. It's a great question.
If one of those kids at Columbia wrote a $5 check to Hamas, you'd say send them to Gitmo for being a terrorist.
It's a fair point.
Does that make Benjamin Netanyahu a terrorist?
The fact that Richie agrees with that, he's like, yeah, that's a fair point. If we found out that a college student gave $5 to Hamas, straight to jail, immediately jail.
Illegal.
This is the very definition of totalitarian.
Immediately jail. Yeah, you're right. Great point. We would absolutely put them in jail. $5.
Be a terrorist.
It's a fair point.
Does that make Benjamin Netanyahu a terrorist? He's supporting terror.
Illegal.
The United States, it seems to me, the United States and Israel could have shut off the spigot and did not do so. I don't know why, but that was a failure. There's no question.
I think that what I see is the reason why our government provides $25 billion to something that looks this horrific to people, I think is the same reason. I think it makes it look like that the Jews control the government, but really what it is the more boring answer. It's the reason why the government and you guys don't get shit done. It's the reason why Sandy Hook could happen. You guys can't do gun reform. What? It's because
why can't we do gun reform?
Because special interest groups can buy influence in our government.
Well, which political party's against gun reform?
The NRA has a power.
It's the Republican Party.
We allow our government to be flooded with cash and money. And it's,
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
What's scary to me is that it looks that people are starting to question the Holocaust ever happening. How could Jews, maybe they invented the Holocaust?
You're blaming Israel for Holocaust denial?
I'm blaming our government for supporting.
You just totally missed the point.
But it is unfathomable in my...
What an idiot. What a baby brain. Oh my God, Richie. You fucking dumbass.
For supporting a genocide. But it is unfathomable in my heart, and it breaks my heart that we could be capable of it.
I think we should move on.
I think we should move on.
We just fundamentally disagree. So
he is so uncomfortable right now. Look at him. I'm no body language expert, but this man is not having a good time right now. He thought he was gonna have a nice day. He's gonna go on some fun YouTube podcast. Those days are ruined. Look at him. Look at how sad he looks. Aww. This is Richie's day in a nutshell. It's gone to hell.
Capable of it.
I think we should move on.
Why is that?
We just fundamentally disagree. So
I don't think that. I think I'm talking to you like about where I come from and that it feels different, and maybe I have a different perspective.
you have a different perspective,
But
I know people who have a perspective that's different from yours. And
yeah,
with a
You
much
care
smaller
about
platform.
genocide. I care about October 7th.
I'm not. I hate this conversation.
I know,
You know,
but-
I have it with my family. You know, it's not something, and I love my family.
If it were up to me, we would not be having this because we're speaking a foreign language.
My family grew up in South Africa, right?
That's a fascinating comparison, analogy that Richie makes. He's claiming that somehow they're speaking two different languages. They're so far apart. It's like they're speaking two different languages.
We're speaking a foreign language.
My family grew up in South Africa, right? We were like Jews from Eastern Europe that literally we thought we were going to Ellis Island.
Mm-hmm.
My grandma, all the grannies stayed. And my parents' whole generation of South African Jews left. And when I was a kid, like growing up, I used to write all my who's my hero essays on Nelson Mandela. And he was like a hero of mine, right? And he was also, in prison, and for terrorism too. I don't want to get it. You're gonna go Hamas is what I don't want. I'm not debating Hamas is good. He was called that, and he went to my synagogue after he got out of prison, Madiba, and he spoke to like all the grandmas who like were still there. They didn't have to fucking move because black people could vote. And he said, tell your kids to come back because we need them to build our country. I don't know. I think that I don't see what's wrong with people being afforded the right to vote.
Do you think that's what Hamas means when it says free Palestine from the river to the sea?
To me, it seems like maybe if there's a recognition that people were cleared off their land in 1948.
But there are those,
and
there are those who only want a Jewish state, and there are those who only want a Palestinian state.
Then they could fuck off.
And we should be advocating for the coexistence of a Jewish state and a Palestinian state.
Why can't
I continue to believe the two-state solution ultimately is the inevitable path forward. That is fine.
It's stupid.
There were 1,000 Jews who were murdered before the establishment of Israel, like a half a century before the establishment of Israel.
Half is
1,000 Jews.
Yeah, they were killing each other, Jews and Palestinians. Yeah,
the Hebron massacre.
It doesn't make sense to me. This
is
in 2025.
The fact that he starts bringing up a Hebron massacre, like that is somehow like it seems to me that Richie's trying to use that one historical instance to justify both the current genocide and the existence of the state of Israel simultaneously. It's like, look, they deserve that land. Have you heard of a Hebron before?
The only point was there was violence against Jews before the establishment of the state of Israel.
There was violence against Palestinians. And there was an ethnic cleansing in 1948.
I mean, the Hebron massacre.
What are you talking about right now?
Seriously.
You're in the government? Listen, I didn't want to argue.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're in the government, says Adam. That's a totally fair point. Yeah, let's not forget that after the Hebron massacre, Israel decided to make a state on the land where, people already lived and ethnically cleansed them, killed thousands.
What are you talking about right now? You're in the government? Listen, I didn't want to argue.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're not familiar with the Hebron massacre in 1929?
Oh my God.
Wait, you're saying that justifies an entire ethnic cleansing in 1948?
Israel was a...
Whoa, this isn't even a good argument.
Hold on. Israel...
What are you talking
I
about?
didn't realize we were debating.
I don't want to do it, but you say something like that.
The Jewish state was established by international law, right? The UN passed a resolution that recognized the...
He's like, I didn't realize we were debating. And Adam's like, dude, you just brought up the Hebron massacre. And we're going to talk about that. This is on you, dude. It's not like this was a gotcha question or something. You're the one who unprompted was like, but don't forget the Hebron massacre.
Establishment of a Jewish state And there were a number of Arab countries, including Egypt, that declared war on Israel. It
Yes.
was the War of Independence.
The Palestinians
and Israel won the
didn't.
war.
The Palestinians didn't declare war on them. There were just people that were living there. And they were kicked off their
And
land.
by the way, there were
either at
800,000
gunpoint or
Jews that
killed.
were ethnically cleansed
Do you
from the
know
Arab
what-
world.
do you know
there
what-
were Jews. You know how many Jews there are
Not
in the
by
Arab
the
world? Almost none.
Palestinians.
I'm not talking about the I'm talking about the broader Arab
So
world.
why do the Palestinians have to bear the responsibility of the Algerians kicking the Jews out?
You can relitigate.
Why do the Palestinians bear the responsibility of Egypt invading in
Israel's been a
1948?
state for 77 years.
Bro, it's so
And
depressing
so
what you're saying right now.
You're proposing to undo an established state?
No, I know people that live there. I have family that live there.
Then what
I
is
don't think that
what-
they should
then what
leave.
are you proposing?
I'm proposing a democracy. I'm proposing an extensive demographic study of what was taken and what was lost, extensive reparations for what that was taken, and a truth and reconciliation process where we can end.
Look at Richie Torres' face. Adam just got done saying a bunch of very sensible things simultaneously, and look at Richie's brain suddenly goes, "Good God."
Shit. What we're seeing right now is that members of the Israeli government are talking about clearing that shit out. And Trump, our president, is talking about putting a fucking jet ski museum there. And that's the reality right now.
That is the far right, yes.
It's
That's
the
a
far
view that
right?
I reject. So
What the far right? I'm talking about the government and the generals that are in charge of Israel.
the Ben-Gavirs, the Smolters of the world, that's a view
They're
that I
the
reject.
cabinet.
Yes,
They're in the government.
Reject them.
That's what Hamas is saying.
I reject them. Oh, you reject them so much that for the last 2 years you've been giving that specific government billions of dollars.
What do to Israel?
I'm sorry?
I mean,
Hamas murdered thousands of people, so there's no...
Like, I am so sick of hearing people bring up the fact that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are far right. They represent a large swath of the population, and like the fact is that they're in the government, right? And I'm just so sick of people talking about this like this is not representative of Israel when they're in fact the ones who are implementing policy. Those guys are doing the policy. Those are the guys that we're funding. Those are the guys we are literally, our tax dollars are paying for them to do this. And somehow people are like, they're laundering the rest of everything that Israel is doing by saying this is just those guys, they're just, those are the bad ones. Okay. Everybody else, they're fine.
So what does that mean?
That Hamas is a terrorist organization for murdering innocent children and civilians.
How many civilians have been killed in this war?
The war is a tragedy, but
90% of them have been.
But
90% of them have been civilians.
Oh my God, Richie was so not ready for this. Do you hear him? What numbers? Oh yeah. Adam, can we move on from this? Jesus fucking Christ. This guy is pathetic. One thing I would like to point out that nobody talks about is that when you talk about the number of, like, every single month, you look at the casualties between Palestinians and Israelis, and it is, disproportionate. It doesn't even begin to cover it. Okay, especially if we talk civilian deaths, right? But I'm lumping in soldier deaths with all of this. If you start talking civilian deaths, oh boy, there's a word, synonym for disproportionate, which evades me at this time. But holy fuck. That's like one thing that's not recognized, right? Because like when we talk about it like that, when it's like, like don't forget about October 7th and all the deaths. Okay, it's like, okay, well, we won't forget about that, but can we talk about how many people have died since then and on what side, right? Because so few Israeli civilians have died. It's almost zero. It's near zero. Okay, almost all of the casualties have been from the Israeli soldiers and the IDF dying, right? Like, and those people are literally signed up to fight. I mean, technically, of course, Israel has a mandatory service, but Israel put them there to do exactly that. And like that's the disproportionality of what we're talking about here, right? That's completely lost in all this. That I think is just so important to never forget. Is that that's what we're talking about right now? Is that 2 years into this, right? Almost no Israeli civilians have died since October 7th. And if we're going to continue to bring up October 7th, then we also have to talk about every single time that a Palestinian died in 2024, in 2023, before October 7th, in 2022, 2021, 2020, and historically having been ethnically cleansed from the land and having their rights taken away from them. Like, you can't keep bringing that up and then also not recognize the fact that no Israeli civilians are dying since October 7th. Yes, it was bad, but since then, Israel has waged a war against civilian people. They have committed a genocide, and you're still defending it, and it's fucking insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It's a tragedy, but
90% of them have been...
But
90% of them have been civilians. They've killed journalists. They've killed journalists.
People have been killed in a war. It's been a tragedy.
They've killed people waiting for aid.
But you're suggesting that it is the policy of the Israeli government to murder civilians, and that is a notion that I reject.
You gotta listen, man. You gotta be like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy.
The fact that Richie is still on this boat right now, that he still is refusing to accept the premise that Israel is intentionally killing civilians, is utterly incredible. I don't know how you can do it.
Like a human being about this.
People who are dying in the war, which to me is a tragedy, because war is a tragedy.
Do you feel in your heart that this is what you're saying is right?
If you remove Hamas...
You don't actually think that.
I told you what I believe. Don't tell me what I believe. I've told you what I believe.
Why would you believe that?
Because there are people who see the world differently. I know it's a shock to you.
Oh my God,
but there are
it is
people who see the world differently.
Your position is shocking.
I know that's a shock to you.
It is. He's being so condescending, but it is shocking. It should be shocking to anybody and everyone that you can. The first live stream, a genocide where the evidence is available online right now. You can find it. You could go through it. There's terabytes, many terabytes of data you could pour through right now that would confirm the fact that it's a genocide, that you can sit here and not just kind of defend it, but full-throatedly come to the defense of it and be then gaslighting people into thinking that they're the ones who are, you're the one who's stupid. It's not me. Okay? It's just a valid difference of an opinion.
It seems a little bit like
the humanitarian crisis has deteriorated rapidly.
I don't want to be disrespectful like this.
You've been at various points.
In what capacity?
You've just been hostile. So.
In what capacity?
How
rude!
Oh my God! Oh my God!
How rude! How rude! How rude!
Richie is so upset. Well, you have been incredibly rude at numerous occasions during this discussion. What a baby. What a fucking baby. Oh my God.
But why?
I know that's a shock to you.
It seems a little bit like
the humanitarian crisis has deteriorated rapidly.
I don't want to be disrespectful like this.
You've been at various points.
In what capacity?
You've just been hostile. So.
In what capacity?
It's fine. Don't worry. It's just been a gotcha interview.
I think that my conscience is clear, especially as someone that's lived there and seen it and loved people that live there. And this sucks. I really didn't want to do this. And I think that you saw it as gotcha. Well, this is what people are talking about right now.
No, I get it. Well, not in the South Bronx. People are not talking about Israel. People are talking about how to put food on the table and pay the bills.
Yeah.
Maybe in your world, that's what people are talking about.
No,
But in
I
my
don't.
world, people are struggling. So
Yeah. Then why, if people are struggling in your world, are you paying $25 billion?
we have a $7 billion. We have a $7 trillion budget in the federal government.
Yeah.
Wow. I love how this is Richie's argument. He's like, look, we give them $25 billion, that's nothing, okay? We spend a lot of money. I don't know why you're so worried about $25 billion.
Come on!
Less than.
So it's not that much money?
Less than 1%.
So it's a little money went to Israel.
In the grand scheme of the federal budget, yes, it's minuscule.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultants told you not to do it? I like this guy a lot too. I hate this. This is so embarrassing.
You know, $100. It's $100 per person. That $25 billion figure that he's talking about. That's $100 per person, including the children. Okay, which really means it's more like $150 per adult.
I don't have anything to hide. I'm willing to go anywhere.
No, man.
Like that for some people, that's not nothing, right? Like, I mean, and he's just trivializing it. Like, we spend a lot of money, $25 billion to fund a genocide. I don't know. Why are you crying about it? That's Richie Torres for you.
I'm sorry, dude. You're bummed. Your consultants told you not to do it? I like this guy a lot too. I hate this. This is so embarrassing.
I don't have anything to hide. I'm willing to go anywhere.
No, man. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time. Listen,
Sure.
having this opportunity for me is a big deal. I don't get to talk to someone in the government that's taking part in these big decisions like this. And
Well, only one of 530.
They both look visibly upset for the like the completely different, but almost similar, I guess, in some ways, reasons. But it's amazing. I mean, Richie's just he's visibly upset because he's having to actually say words right now. He's being forced to actually say his opinion on things right now. He's being put to task on all of this. And Adam is just visibly he's upset clearly because he's like, why, what? Like, I mean, for so many reasons. I mean, Richie said some very disturbing things at this point, and he's just wondering, you know, he's like, how is this happening right now? I have a U.S. congressman in my studio right now, and this is what's happening. Okay, that's just fine.
I'll talk to
I
him
mean,
about-
like, think about it. Like Richie represents the district right next to Adam. Adam lives in Brooklyn. Richie represents the Bronx. Like, they're I mean, they're basically neighbors. He's like stoked. He's like, look, I'm gonna get a chance to talk to a congressperson basically one district over from me. How exciting is that? And now look at him. He's depressed. Like, God, this sucks. This guy sucks. God, I wish he didn't suck so much. I thought he was kind of cool, and now it just sucks.
Well, only one of 535. So.
Well, I'll talk to another one. Which one would like me?
Oh my God, some beautiful copium from from Richie Torres. For anybody who's struggling with Richie Torres being in Congress, guess it's only one of 535. So actually, when you think about it, he's not all that important. Very
Virginia
helpful,
Fox?
Richie.
I don't know.
Do you have her number?
I don't have her number. No.
All right. I appreciate it. I feel like you're mad at me or something. I got to get a big laugh.
Look, it's like.
Oh, Richie is mad. You can tell. You can tell that Richie is mad right now. Like, I'm thinking about punching you, but you know, I don't want to go to jail.
Illegal.
Look, it's like Hyman Roth from The Godfather 2. He said, "This is the life we've chosen."
He starts referencing The Godfather. When Adam Friedland asks Ritchie Torres if he's mad at him, he starts referencing The Godfather. You come to me and you say these words, the very, very offensive words to me right now, on the day of my daughter's wedding.
What I signed up for.
Is this what happens? This has been I've been doing a terrible job. I'm rambling about Israel and being a Jew and the Holocaust. It's the most embarrassing stuff to talk about in public.
I feel like every Jewish American should have a right to be who they are, to wear a kippah, to display a Star of David, to be proudly and visibly Jewish, without fear of harassment or intimidation or violence.
Well,
I mean, the freedom to be who we are is like fundamental for all of us.
Well, I think that from where I'm sitting, Israel.
I love how Adam started the interview off, he sitting normally and. Oh my God! I'm sorry. I gotta go back. Adam started this interview off sitting like a normal human being. Oh, God damn it! Where is it? It keeps going back to Richie. Look, see, Adam's here sitting completely normal, like a normal human being. And now we're here. Where Adam's lost all hope in humanity.
From where I'm sitting, Israel might be a threat to that.
And you have that view, but others have a different view.
Why are we still having this interview? This is exhausting. I'm sweating.
We can end the interview.
AC's off. I'm just trying to find a button to shake your hand, dude. I don't want to fucking do this.
We can talk about so much other shit. No, I think you have an agenda to speak about this.
I didn't have an agenda.
I really did.
It's your number one topic.
It's not my number one topic. It's just not.
It is your.
It's not my number one topic. It's not
what
my
I saw.
Well, then I'm happy. I was not elected on Israel. You don't get elected in the South Bronx and the
I'm
Northeast
not
Bronx.
trying to make you feel bad. Like,
no, but I just don't think you know what you're talking about.
And he runs away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh God! Wow! What an interview! What an interview! Gotta give props where it's due. Adam Friedland, everybody. That was some great journalism that Adam was doing there. Impressive stuff, and entertaining. Also entertaining.
Are you not entertained?
Okay, that sound seems quiet. I don't know. Am I the only one who feels like that sound's been quiet? Hold on. I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix it. Let me see here.
Are you not entertained?
That's slightly better.
Are you not entertained?
That feels perfect to me. That's like right. That's like dialed in. Okay. What was I doing? Oh, right. Staying focused. That's what I was doing. Staying focused. All right, that's it for the Adam Friedland, Ritchie Torres interview, but you'll probably be unshocked to find out that we still have an entire show to do right now. Multiple halves incoming, people, so do not go anywhere. I want to remind everybody that we do have a goal going still. We got like an hour, almost exactly 1 hour to complete it. We're 6 out of 10 away. We've gotten 4, even though it says 0 of 10, the goal is lying to you really at 4 of 10. We just need 6 more super chats or super stickers, or some combination of memberships and those away from completing the goal to ensure that we get all of that content that I was just talking about. let's move on to talking about health in America. Donald Trump had this to say earlier at the cabinet meeting.
We picked up millions.
Get ready, folks. If you're in America, prepare to have a completely different state of play when it comes to drug prices in the near future. Really exciting news. President Trump, please tell us, sir.
We picked up millions of people in the Republican Party. They lost millions of people. And I think we're going to do very well in the midterms. And I just want to say one other thing, and that's medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than the United States because for years the world pushed us around, including our friends. And you go to Germany, you go to England, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States because they said, nope, we're not paying any more. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying. And Bobby Kennedy is doing a good job, and Dr. Oz is doing a good job. And I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy.
My God.
It's happening. It's out of hand.
I almost forgot. We are days away from finding out the cause of autism, everyone. The president just reminded me, Supreme Leader. Now I see why he's Supreme Leader. He just reminded me that in 2 or 3 days, when's Labor Day again? Very soon. Let's not forget that Bobby Kennedy promised us the cause of autism by Labor Day. So in September, we're going to find out what causes autism. Oh my God. I'm excited.
It's science.
I'm excited. You should be excited too. Oh my gosh. Oh. Wow, that's something to look forward to.
Basics that they're doing on autism and other things, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy. What's happening, it's out of hand. But this is the most important thing that can be done is favored nations, Bobby. And we're not talking about a 25% cut or 50. We're talking about a 1,500%
1,500.
Because people go to
1,500%. That's a lot. I don't know if you know that's a lot. That's a lot. 1,500.
to buy drugs, and they come back with drugs, prescription drugs, normal, not, I don't mean the bad drugs, I mean prescription drugs, because you can buy them for 10%, 15%, 20% of what. So they're going to go up in price. And I told the countries, and I get along good with all of them. I mean, you could ask I get along good with all of them. But I said, you know, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world.
More people in the world.
We're going to go down a lot, and they're going to go up a little.
It's the grand bargain, if you will. They're going to go up a little, and we're going to go down a lot. Right? 1,500%. That's a lot. I don't know if you know. It's a big number. Now, 1,500%, that means for you as a U.S. consumer, I just want to let you know, 1,500%. I mean, if you're paying $10 for your drugs right now, it's all just hypothetical. But say you're paying $10 for your drugs right now. Next time you go to the pharmacy will pay you $150. That's right. You're going to be making money by taking your drugs, staying healthy. That's making America healthy again. Now, of course, that is a joke. That's probably not going to happen. It's never clear whether or not the president understands the math, the numbers that he says. But I mean, if we take him at his word, we can expect some sort of massive rebate check from the government or something. It's not clear how it would be facilitated, but that's 1,500%. I mean, that's a lot. Really is a lot. Now let's continue talking about the state of American health in the United States. HHS fraudster, quack, charlatan, weirdo.
Don't be creepy.
Weirdo Mr. RFK Jr. has done something interesting this week. Has decided to fire the new CDC director, who's only had their job for a few weeks, after, if I recall correctly, replacing someone else with her. So they're not doing great over there at the CDC, it would seem.
The new head of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has been fired less than a month after they were sworn in. That's according to the White House on Wednesday. Susan Menares, a federal government scientist, was, quote, not aligned with the president's agenda of making America healthy again, according to White House spokesman Kush Desai. Menares' attorneys denied she had resigned or had been fired, and said that as a person of integrity and devoted to science, she will not resign. They also accused Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of targeting her for refusing to support what they called unscientific directives. Kennedy has made sweeping changes to vaccine policies since he was appointed, including withdrawing federal recommendations for COVID shots for pregnant women and healthy children. Menares was nominated by President Donald Trump and sworn in on July 31st, but she contrasted with Kennedy during her confirmation hearings, saying she'd not seen evidence linking vaccines with autism. Kennedy has promoted the discredited claim of such a link. He also fired all members of the CDC's expert vaccine advisory panel in June and replaced them with hand-picked advisors that included anti-vaccine activists like him. Also on Wednesday, 4 senior CDC officials resigned. One of those that quit, director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Disease, Dmitry Daskalakis, said that the CDC's vaccination recommendations...
That is a great name. Dmitry Daskalakis. What a great name. Daskalakis. Dmitry Daskalakis. Mr. Daskalakis. Can I call you Dmitry? But yeah, there we go. Let's get deeper into this situation. I mean, this is incredibly troubling. I mean, we've known for a while now that HHS and all the underlying agencies are completely under threat. Any actual science that had been happening there is getting canceled. And anybody's competent in their jobs are, well, they're under threat. Let's go here. CNN.
The big question at one of America's most vital public health institutions this morning, who's in charge? CDC Director Susan Menares has been fired less than a month after she was sworn in. The White House says Menares is not aligned with the president's agenda of making America healthy again. Her lawyers accuse Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of, quote, weaponizing public health for political gain and putting millions of American lives at risk. A person familiar with the situation tells CNN that she clashed with Kennedy over vaccine policies and also his plans to share research that could draw links between immunizations and autism. Here's Menares at her confirmation hearing just 2 months ago.
Vaccines absolutely save lives. And if I'm confirmed as a CDC director, I commit to making sure that.
I gotta say, it's troubling that having a difference of opinion with conspiracy theorists on medical policy is being somehow disqualifying of having a job at the CDC is mind-boggling. Like, that seems to be actually the exact person you want at that job, if you ask me.
Hearing just 2 months ago.
Vaccines absolutely save lives. And if I'm confirmed as a CDC director, I commit to making sure that we continue to prioritize vaccine availability. The FDA has, in the production of the COVID-19 vaccine, had approved the mRNA vaccines as safe and had demonstrated efficacy associated with them.
3 other top CDC officials are also out after raising the same concerns on vaccines. Joining me now in the group chat, Betsy Klein, senior White House reporter, Xochitl Hinojosa, former Justice Department official, and Mike Dubke, former Trump White House communications director. So, Betsy, since this is kind of out of the Trump administration, out of the White House, can you talk to me about this clash? In the hearings, she spoke highly of Trump. She talked about her ability to follow the kind of typical protocols that are medically recommended. So why did this fall apart?
I think ultimately it was a clash between her and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over this issue of a number of staffers that he wanted her to let go. And because he didn't agree with them on a number of issues like vaccines, like HIV prevention, other topics, and she stood up for them.
What the fuck does RFK believe about our fucking AIDS prevention? What can he? What? I don't even know about any like HIV prevention conspiracies. What is his plan? Saran wrap? So somehow Saran wrap is more efficient than like condoms or something, or somehow that like what exactly? I mean, the whole thing is fucking insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, it's not just me. France 24 seems to think that we are also taking crazy. Also seems to think that we are taking crazy pills.
Well, she's one of at least 3 Senate-confirmed regulatory officials the Trump administration has moved to fire in recent days, but her lawyers say she's going nowhere. After less than a month in the role, the White House says it's removed Susan Moneres from her position as director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention following clashes with Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over his controversial vaccine policy. Monty Francis has the details.
At the dawn of the genomics era,
she was nominated by Donald Trump himself, but after less than a month on the job, the White House says that Susan Moneres has been fired as head of the CDC. In a statement, the administration explained that Moneres was not aligned with the president's agenda of making America healthy again. The nation's top health official, Robert F. Kennedy, would only say this about the firing during an appearance on Fox News.
But the agency is in trouble, and we need to fix it. And we are fixing it, and it may be that some people should not be working there anymore.
So if I'm confirmed as a CDC director...
Moneres, who testified before the Senate in June, says she was pressured by Kennedy, a vaccine skeptic, to change the agency's vaccine policy. She initially refused to step down, and through her lawyers, she accused Kennedy of weaponizing public health for political gain and putting millions of American lives at risk.
When CDC Director Susan Moneres refused to rubber stamp unscientific, reckless directives and fire dedicated health experts, she chose protecting the public over serving a political agenda. For that reason, she has been targeted.
As the nation's top health official, Kennedy has effectively done away with an advisory committee that recommends vaccines and revived a task force to scrutinize childhood vaccines, prompting concern from most health experts. In response to Moneres' firing, several other top officials at the CDC resigned, including the agency's chief medical officer. And all of this follows months of turmoil at the CDC. Its budget has been slashed, hundreds of employees terminated, and the agency is still reeling after a gunman fired hundreds of rounds at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta earlier this month, apparently upset about the effects he claims to have suffered as a result of a COVID vaccine.
To discuss, let's bring in Lawrence Gostin, Director of the WHO Collaborating Centre on National and Global Health Law. Lawrence, thanks for being with us on the programme this evening. As we say, she is one of at least 3 Senate-confirmed regulatory officials that Donald Trump has moved against in recent days. She hasn't even been in the job a month. In your view, why exactly is Susan Moneres being targeted?
Well, let's be clear why she's being targeted. It isn't because she's had any malfeasance or corruption. She's being targeted precisely because she's doing her job. She's relying on science and scientific evidence to make vaccine and other public health policy, which she is charged with doing. And what she's refusing to do is to be obedient to a political orthodoxy. There's no RFK or Trump science. There's only science. And there is no political agenda about science. There's only a desire to use the best possible evidence to keep Americans healthy and safe. That's what she did. That's not a fireable offense.
And in terms of fireable offences and even the right to fire her, is it only Donald Trump rather than White House officials who have the power to remove a CDC director? That's what her lawyers are claiming.
Yes, as a matter of law, that's true. For many decades, the Secretary for Health and Human Services had the Constitution.
Yeah. Now, of course, Donald Trump, he's going to do whatever Robert F. Kennedy tells him to do. Donald Trump doesn't know garbage about any of this. He thought that people could inject bleach into their body. We could somehow get sunlight into people's body. That's the guy we're talking about. Donald Trump doesn't understand science. Are you kidding me? Compared to compared to Trump, RFK is a fucking genius. But he certainly doesn't know what he's talking about. Neither of these guys know what the fuck they're talking about. They shouldn't be in the positions they're in, of course. But that's what we have right now. Let's keep talking about this horrifying situation some more. Now, apparently, guess what? Literally within the hour that this video posted, this story came out. White House. Donald Trump fired CDC head. So there we go.
Demonstrations in support of CDC officials who are resigning to protest the firing of the agency's director. This afternoon, the White House confirmed that President Trump has removed Dr. Susan Manares as the head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Dr. Manares' lawyers previously denied the administration's claim that she'd agreed to resign following clashes with the Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This morning, some of her top lieutenants were escorted from the CDC's headquarters after the announcement of their resignations. They include the CDC's chief medical officer, the head of its vaccine and respiratory diseases program, the head of the National Center for Emerging Infectious Diseases, and the CDC's public health data chief. All of this leaving America's public health agency without critical top leadership, and despite the fact that Dr. Manares was nominated by the president, by this president. She was sworn in less than a month ago.
Look, what I will say about this individual is that her lawyer's statement made it abundantly clear themselves that she was not aligned with the president's mission to make America healthy again. And the secretary asked her to resign. She said she would, and then she said she wouldn't, so the president fired her, which he has every right to do. It was President Trump who was overwhelmingly reelected on November 5th. This woman has never received a vote in her life, and the president has the authority to fire those who are not aligned with his mission. A new replacement will be announced by either the president or the secretary very soon.
All right, our panel is here. They'll weigh in shortly. We're going to get started, though, with CNN's Elena Treen. She is at the White House for us. Elena, what more is the administration saying about this firing and the wave of resignations that's left the CDC leaderless functionally?
Yeah, we're starting to hear, Casey, from top White House officials and even the Health and Human Secretary, her Services Secretary, RFK Jr., today about this. And you're right, this move has left, we've seen now 4 top officials, 4 leaders at the agency resign abruptly because of the ousting.
Yeah, none of this is going to be bad for the health of Americans or the health of people around the world, because of course Americans travel all around the world. So we'll be bringing all of our extra unknown diseases with us. Enjoy that, world. Now let's so yeah, I mean that clarifies a thing for everybody. Donald Trump now, of course, has made it official, saying that he has in fact now fired her after she says she refused to leave on the say-so of the HHS secretary. Now let's go here, staying with CNN, who interviewed, who was it? Caitlin Collins here interviewed leaders at the CDC who recently resigned, who are now sounding the alarm or over the direction of public health under the direction of RFK Jr.
Tonight, the CDC has a lot more open positions to fill because in the midst of a bizarre back and forth that happened over the last 24 hours about whether or not the CDC director was or was not fired, resignation letters started piling up from some of those senior people who are responsible for shaping public health. 3 of those public health leaders are my sources tonight. They've all spent years guiding the country's response to disease outbreaks and building the framework designed to keep Americans healthy and alive. Dr. Deb Howery was the agency's deputy director and chief medical officer. And more than a decade at the CDC, she briefed the public on everything from diabetes rates to mental illness among children to opioid prescribing recommendations. She joined the agency in 2014 to lead the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, which dealt with issues like gun violence and suicide. In her resignation letter, she wrote, "Recently, the overstating of risks and the rise of misinformation has cost lives, as demonstrated by the highest number of U.S. measles cases in 30 years and the violent attack on our agency." Dr. Dimitri Daskalakis is an infectious diseases physician, and as the director of the National Center for Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, he ran the team that issues vaccine recommendations. He joined the CDC in 2020 to direct its HIV prevention division, and he spent a year deployed to the White House working to help coordinate the country's response to Mpox. He now says he's, quote, unable to serve in an environment that treats the CDC as a tool to generate policies and materials that do not reflect scientific reality and are designed to hurt rather than to improve the public's health. Dr. Daniel Jernigan is a top flu specialist and was the director of the National Center for Emerging and Zoonotic Infectious Diseases, meaning he was in charge of the team that is tasked with preventing you from contracting diseases like rabies and smallpox. He worked at the CDC for 30 years, leading key responses to anthrax and Ebola. In his resignation...
So if it's not clear to everybody yet, just to nutshell that, all 3 of these people here that are being interviewed by CNN formerly worked at the CDC, trying to keep Americans and broadly the rest of the world from contracting infectious diseases and or mitigating the effects of already existing ones.
Resignation letter, he focused on the disease's significant impact, mitigating illness, preventing deaths, and improving the lives.
Is it just me, or is the sound from these CNN videos like fucked up right now? It's like popping and crackling.
Millions of people. And I'm so grateful that you're all joining me here tonight. I can only imagine what the last 24 hours have been like. And Dr. Daskalakis, I just want to start with you because to see the video of when y'all exited the CDC today and all of your colleagues were outside, I imagine was an emotional moment. And I just wonder what it felt like to leave the CDC under these conditions today.
I think Dr. Howery and her comments really captured it. It was, very bittersweet. I love public health and I love CDC. And so, I was really, interested in having a long career there. And, that wasn't in the cards. But what was in the cards was that I got to meet amazing scientists and amazing leaders in public health. And what I thought as I was walking out, and what I said when I was walking out was, that's what makes CDC. Those people are what make CDC. And, we've been through a lot. There's been dehumanization of people who work in public health and seeing the humanity. America needs to see that those are the people who are, with love, protecting their health and the security of the country.
Dr. Howery, just given what triggered all of this, the ouster of the CDC director after just a few weeks of Dr. Monarez being on the job, you're the chief medical officer. Had you ever talked to her about resigning? Was it clear that there was tension between her and Secretary Kennedy?
So I had talked with her just around, some of her recent conversations with the secretary, but she was very committed to the CDC and wanted to stay. I think that's just how we all felt, initially. We want to stay, we believe in the mission, but when you can't make things work, sometimes leaving is the statement to make.
And have you spoken to her since she resigned?
I have. I spoke with her yesterday, and she just, gave her support to Dimitri, Dan, and I. She wanted to give all the CDC staff big hugs and wants us all to continue fighting for public health in whatever position we can.
Dr. Jernigan, when you look at this situation, she was the first permanent director that the CDC had in months. Yes, there is an acting director that the White House just named a couple of hours ago, but is it clear who is calling the shots and actually running the CDC?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, I've been at CDC for 30 years. I've been through multiple different administrations. We've been able to work with a lot of different folks, different ideologies, but we always focused on the science. Right now, I'm not sure. As Dr. Monarez has had to step aside, I don't know who actually will be making those calls, but I do understand that when we've been working on these data that we make decisions from, a lot of that is coming from the White House, is coming from the HHS. And so I don't know exactly where we're going to go next, but I do know that the CDC has a mission to protect Americans, and that's something that I will always work to make sure that we're doing.
Is it alarming to you, Dr. Jernigan, to hear that, or to kind of reconcile the fact that it's not clear who is calling the shots?
I think it's unfortunate. I think you want a director that has the power to make decisions, to use science to make sure that those decisions are leading to appropriate policies. And right now, I can't tell if if we have that currently in place right now.
Dr. Daskalakis, we heard from Secretary Kennedy today, actually. I should just remind people there was a back and forth last night over whether or not the CDC director had been fired. She basically said she hadn't heard from the White House. Then the White House came out and issued a statement saying that yes, she was being fired. This is what Secretary Kennedy said today about the state of the CDC.
The CDC is an agency that is very troubled for a very long time, and anybody who lived through the COVID pandemic and saw all of these bizarre recommendations that were not science-based, all the misinformation, there's a lot of trouble at CDC, and it's going to require getting rid of some people over the long term in order for us to change the institutional culture and bring back pride and self-esteem and make that agency the stellar agency that it's always been.
What does that even mean? Bring back pride and self-esteem? What is what? This guy is insane.
Dr. Daskalakis, is that what the CDC needs in your view? An overhaul?
I think the CDC really is a place filled with great scientists and experts. And I think that if CDC is being characterized as troubled by Secretary Kennedy, I think we have to turn the mirror back to him, because I think that the trouble is emanating mainly from him. I think that the disregard for experts, the clear statement that experts should not be trusted, really makes it seem unlikely that his mission for CDC is to be a bastion of scientific expertise. Additionally, I think that his reaction to what happened when we were attacked really traumatized an already traumatized organization.
Yep. There we go. Trump administration. RFK Jr. attacking workers at the CDC, a agency intended to keep Americans safe. It's now it's basically being dismantled before our very eyes. But I get it. People, there's a line that people have to decide whether or not they can continue their jobs or if they can make more of a difference somewhere else. And when you have, the person at the head of your agency actively working against everything you're doing, 9 months in, 8 months in now, you're gonna start questioning things. All right, how are we doing on time? Oh, geez, we're 3.5 hours in, people. We are still 6 super chats short. That's a super chat every 5 minutes that we need. It could be super stickers. It could be a membership gifted or started for yourself. All of these things would count. Let's go now to talking about the economy. First, let's start with monetary policy. The Federal Reserve has continued to be under attack by Donald Trump in recent days. He has shifted his focus from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell to the first black woman Fed governor. In fact, I'm fairly certain she's the first black Fed governor ever, and has made a number of very wild claims about her. Here's Democracy Now! About Donald Trump's fight with Lisa Cook from yesterday.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook says she'll file a lawsuit against President Trump's attempts to fire her. Cook is the first black woman to sit on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Trump is claiming without evidence that Cook committed mortgage fraud. Cook's attorney says the president, quote, lacks any factual or legal basis to fire her. Trump's also repeatedly threatened to fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell, who's been pressured by the president to lower interest rates. For more, we're joined here in New York by Aya Ibrahim, former senior policy advisor at the White House National Economic Council, where she covered the financial regulation.
I take it back. Andrew Brimmer was the first black person appointed to the Board of Governors. I was wrong about that factoid.
Portfolio and supported Lisa Cook's confirmation in the Biden administration. Welcome to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us. Tell us who Lisa Cook is, and for people who don't really understand what's going on here, is she a surrogate for President Trump not being able to fire Fed Chair Jay Powell? Explain what's going on.
Well, let's just start with, as you said, who Dr. Cook is. So Governor Lisa Cook is a renowned economist. She's an accomplished economist. She is an expert in macroeconomics and in financial policy. She has had a distinguished career leading up to her nomination in 2022 and her confirmation to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. So that's who Governor Lisa Cook is. The president has been very adamant about his desire for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates, which is their main purview, setting monetary policy for the country. The president would like to see us run the economy very hot, and he sees higher interest rates as an obstacle to that. The Federal Reserve is meant to be protected from these types of political pressures. It is an independent institution. It is a central bank that acts not just as a backstop for our financial system, but for the global financial system writ large. The president has pursued a line of attacks against Chairman Jay Powell and others on the board for many months now, in, again, his desire to pressure them into lowering interest rates. But, and this is key here, the Federal Reserve is an independent entity, and it's meant to make long-term, it's meant to make decisions with a long-term view. It's meant to manage inflation, which up until this point has remained an issue, and to maximize employment. In the absence of an ability to pressure them to move as quickly as he would like, the president is now looking at other avenues to take over control of this, again, independent body.
And could you talk about what his powers are here? He can remove a Fed governor for cause, but there has been no actual charges against Governor Lisa Cook. Could you explain what the limitations by law of his power are?
So this is really a test of those limitations. Back in May, I believe, the Supreme Court ruled their Wilcox decision gave the president latitude to remove those who were to remove independent regulators. So the National Labor Relations Board, the Federal Trade Commission. The Supreme Court gave the president the ability to remove those who were confirmed to those roles for cause. Whether or not that same approach can be taken for those who are sitting on the Board of Governors at the Fed, that is the open question here. The Federal Reserve Act only stipulates that a governor can be removed for cause. It does not define specifically what cause is, and so that is another open question. But at the end of the day, allegations and unfounded allegations of
Yeah, that's the thing about the broadness of the term gauze. It makes it too easy for people to, play these games. But under most people's understanding of the term gauze, like, this is not within the bounds of the definition of that word.
Precision of language, please.
There's no way to justify it. She was doing her job perfectly well, and Donald Trump is just looking for ways to break the Federal Reserve and make it subservient to his whims. That's all that we are witnessing here, honestly. And Lisa is really just the next most obvious target for Trump on the board, Started with the chair, and, Jerome Powell hasn't really broken at all. And so now he's like, well, fuck it. I'll go for somebody else. They all have votes. They all have equal voting power, technically. Although the chairman's job is to, be more public facing than the rest of the board as a whole, but they all have equal votes. So, if you can oust other people, then you could replace them with more sycophants and enablers. All right, let's go here now to Reuters. Talk about whether or not U.S. treasuries are still a safe haven, something which is incredibly important to the U.S. economy. U.S. treasuries being a safe haven have been, for decades now, a way for the U.S. government to fund itself. We talk about deficit financing. That is actually a term that comes from government using the sale of treasuries to finance the government, to pay for programs and for other expenditures. But now, if those bonds stop being a safe haven, if people stop buying them, not just in the United States, but especially across the world, as they've been an investment vehicle for many foreign governments and other entities, if that changes, could mean really bad things, honestly, for people, for the U.S. government.
President Trump's geopolitical gambits are still sparking uncertainty. So, how should traders prepare? Looking to bolster his legacy as a global peacemaker, President Trump has boasted he's ended at least 6 wars, but he's also warned of an economic war. That's if he cannot get Russia and Ukraine to end their conflict. And despite promising a quick end to the war in Gaza, a resolution has been elusive. There's still plenty of geopolitical risk. Altaf Kassim is Europe Head of Investment Strategy for State Street Global Advisors. So you've previously worried about a potential energy price increase related to the conflict in the Middle East. Are you still long oil prices?
So at the moment, we're not long oil prices. What we've seen in the recent past is that any spikes have been pretty short-lived and the trend has actually been down. So what we'd look to do is stick with our gold hedges, look at defensive equities, look at high yield CDS in credit exposed nations. And with gold, if anything, we'd own some outright volatility to prepare for price moves in either direction, but we wouldn't be long oil itself.
Let's revisit those Trump threats against Russia. Should investors be worried about an economic war, and where would they be looking for impact?
I think the threat of an economic war is always out there, given the fast pace of Trump's policy agenda. So where we look is in credit. We think credit is the transmission belt of economic into markets. And for us, again, buying sovereign CDS in trade exposed nations, especially EM Asia. You've seen how India has moved towards China, possibly as a result, and looking at some of those high yield CDSs as well. So really for us, the action will come in the credit arena, maybe a little bit of currency volatility as well, but we'd stay away from being long the dollar at the moment.
So speaking on the dollar, global investors have reduced protection against a weaker dollar. Were earlier threats to the strength overblown, and can it still be trusted as a safe haven?
Yeah, we do think that the overall status of the dollar as a safe haven is still in question. We don't think it will have that safe haven status that it held for many years. You could argue at least 15 years since the financial crisis, if not longer. And we think that's being eroded. The credibility of the US administration is helping erode that. Also, the fact the Fed is probably on a bit more of a loosening cycle is going to take the dollar down a peg or two. So for us, we would not stay outright long the dollar. We don't think it will serve that safe haven role going forward. You see a bit of that coming from the Swiss franc.
Okay, there we go. Update on U.S. monetary policy. Now, this is, this is just one man's opinion. This is some analyst. And he could be wrong. Other people could disagree, or things could change. But right now, it does seem to be the drums on the street right now. People less interested in purchasing U.S. debt or U.S. dollars, and are looking for other places to park their cash, as U.S. assets are no longer seen as being as preferable as they once were. Something which, Donald Trump was complaining about earlier. We heard, I don't know if you remember this, but Donald Trump in a meeting earlier, I can't remember when it was. It might have been during this week's cabinet meeting, but he was complaining about how many people across the world buy U.S. assets, but he doesn't realize just how important that is to some degree, to having the investment from other places when you're talking about the economy broadly. All right, let's talk about the smaller economy, not the stock markets, but let's talk about small businesses. JD Vance, protect your couches, hide your furniture, everyone. They're going to JD Vance. And he was asked a question about how he's going to help small businesses by a town hall attendee in Wisconsin.
Caden Perry, La Crosse Tribune, local reporter. I'm curious, a lot of investments in the steel industry in this nation, especially the signing of the Nippon and US Steel merger in Pennsylvania, a lot of those investments seem to be going to the Rust Belt and major corporations there. Can you point to something in your policy that will help small businesses like this and others that are maybe outside of the conventional areas for the Rust Belt?
Yeah, so first of all, by ensuring that facilities like this have access to great American-made steel, we make sure they're never going to get cut off. And I talked to the CEO about this earlier. We make sure that they're always going to have the supplies necessary to do the business that they need to do. And that's a very important thing, because as we learned during the...
And that's very important. You need to have the steel, says J.D. Vance. What a great response. This guy right here. Wow. We're going to make sure everybody has as much steel as they want.
COVID pandemic, when you rely on foreign countries to make your critical supply, sometimes those foreign countries don't work. You can't depend on them. We can depend on our fellow Americans, and that's why it's so important, big corporation and small, to bring this stuff back to the United States. But you ask, what is going to help this small business? Well, first of all, the workers here, when they work an overtime shift, are not going to have to pay taxes on those overtime hours. That's going to help the workers and consequently the business right here in this facility. But also, you heard Secretary Burgum talk about this earlier. When a plant like this makes a big investment, we want to make that pay in the tax code. We want to penalize them for investing in American workers and American production. And the working families tax cut, you know what it does?
So JD is still bragging about that fucking overtime tax cut. It's only going to last a couple of years. Wow. They should, I mean, honestly, if I were a Republican, I'd be shutting up about those tax cuts right about now. Because they're going to disappear sometime in the future. And then they're going to look terrible. But okay, so I guess the no tax on overtime and making sure everybody's got as much steel as they want, that's going to solve a big... okay, that's going to solve it for small businesses. Okay, cool. That makes sense. That's going to make everything better, actually. And, you know, even if U.S. producers can't produce as much steel as being made outside of the United States right now, you know, that's fine. That is fine. It's not going to get in the way of trying to make sure that everybody has as much steel as they want. Oh, God. We have only 18 minutes left to complete the goal right now. We are in trouble. 13 minutes, technically. We are in serious and dire straits. 6 away. We've only gotten 4 of 10 needed. The stream is in danger of ending abruptly. Alright, this is our transitional video to the environmental half. This is probably going to be our last video of this half and possibly of the entire stream. Here's PBS NewsHour from 2 days ago. Let's talk about the water fight that is happening in California.
The demand for water from the Colorado River is of paramount importance out west and the focus of some big battles. It's been especially critical for farming and agriculture. And in California's Imperial Valley, there are growing questions over the use of that resource and whether bigger changes are needed. Our science correspondent, Miles O'Brien, has this report.
All right, well, let's try one.
It was a cool, clear morning in the citrus grove when Gina Dockstader sliced open a Mineola orange for me, flooding my taste buds.
Oh, that's delicious.
And blowing my mind.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost magical when you consider where we are. The middle of a blazing hot, low desert where Southern California meets northern Mexico. A place that gets unlimited sunshine, but only 2 to 3 inches of rain each year.
Here we are standing in this lush orchard in the middle of the desert.
It's amazing.
Welcome to the Imperial Valley, a 500,000 acres of highly productive, irrigated farmland. America's winter salad bowl.
If the Imperial Valley didn't exist, what we would see in produce sections in the winter would be entirely different, wouldn't it?
Entirely different. With salads, with the lettuce, with broccoli. I mean, we just wouldn't have the vegetables, we wouldn't have the fruit that we have now.
About 2/3 of the nation's winter vegetables are grown right here. And it would not happen without water from the Colorado River.
This is Imperial Dam. We're straddling the Colorado River right now.
J.B. Hamby is California's Colorado River Commissioner.
This is one of the final stops on the Colorado River and one of the lowest stretches here in the desert, originating all the way up in the Rocky Mountains as snowfall makes its way here to this liquid gold, which is water that supports our farms and communities all throughout this region.
Hamby is also a director of the Imperial Irrigation District, a powerful and controversial water agency that controls the single largest entitlement to Colorado River water, about 3 million.
Things are about to get interesting quickly here. Orb Rumor with a sweet, sweet super sticker. Little pair action here. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'll count that as a half. We'll take it up to 4.5 of 10. We're still 5.5 short, though.
Imperial Irrigation District, a powerful and controversial water agency that controls the single largest entitlement to Colorado River water, about 3 million acre-feet, that's about 1 trillion gallons, a year. It's 70% of California's share.
The doctrine of prior appropriation, first in time, first in right, putting water to use first, secures your ability to use it.
It all began in the early 1900s when private developers dug the first canals to divert Colorado River water into this desert valley. Despite the arid climate, the land is astonishingly fertile. Thousands of years ago, the river flooded through here, leaving behind rich alluvial soil, more than 150 feet deep in some places. Much of the valley lies below sea level, so no pumps are needed. Gravity does the work. When a farmer requests irrigation, a zanjero, or ditch rider, simply opens a gate to let the water flow in.
And so how long will this gate be open today?
Well, this gate, it'll probably run till morning to irrigate that whole field.
Farmer John Shields showed me how it works. Smaller canals fill up, more gates are opened, and the field is flooded.
You can see that's the water's running out nice and even out there.
It's simple and cheap, but with so much loss to evaporation, hardly efficient.
Jesus Christ, this is so irresponsible. Yeah, well, the water, I mean, it's we're barely basically free. Might as well just use as much water as we want to. It's totally fine. Even if most of it evaporates and doesn't actually make its way into the soil, we don't have to pay anything.
Simple and cheap, but with so much loss to evaporation, hardly efficient. And the cost of water here provides little incentive to conserve. It's only $20 an acre foot. 6 1/1000ths of a cent per gallon.
Jesus Christ.
For all practical purposes, it's free. But this free resource is becoming more precious. Since 2000, persistent record-setting drought fueled by climate change has cut the Colorado's flow by 20%. The result, a growing fight over water, and many eyes fixed on the Imperial Valley and its outsized share of the pie.
With that water right comes certain obligations and lots of targets on your back because you are the solution to everybody else's problem.
Tina Shields, John's wife, is a water department manager in the district.
Our goal really is to keep our community whole, keep food in production to feed the nation, but we know that we have obligations and stewardship roles as the largest irrigation district to keep California on solid ground from a water supply perspective.
So the district has struck a series of deals with Southern California's municipal water suppliers. The cities pay hundreds of dollars per acre foot for water. The revenue helps fund local infrastructure upgrades and advance conservation practices. Everything from laser leveling fields to drip.
So I don't know if you picked up on that, but these farmers who are wasting the water actively, the practices like just flooding fields that aren't even intended to be flooded, essentially, allowing that water to evaporate. They're paying less money for the water that they're wasting, while the cities are paying more money for the water.
Irrigation and micro sprinkler systems, like the ones Gina Dockstader now uses. The perception in cities sometimes is that farmers have senior rights and don't want to share. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think that's accurate at all. There might be a little resentment when you're going to go put in another golf course.
Wow. The orange grower representative. Wow.
How rude.
No, I don't think so.
Accurate at all. There might be a little resentment when you're going to go put in another golf course using that water.
The resentment runs both ways when the talk turns to alfalfa. The Imperial Valley may be known for growing winter produce, but its dominant crop is alfalfa, spreading across about 120,000 acres. Grown mainly to feed livestock, the perennial requires a lot more water relative to its value.
What we need are, first of all, moratoriums on the expansion of alfalfa farms.
Amanda Starbuck is the research director for the environmental advocacy group Food and Water Watch.
And we need resources to help farmers shift to farming systems that are more in line with the climate reality.
As global demand for beef and dairy rises, increasing amounts of alfalfa are shipped overseas. In the past decade, California exported between 20 and 40% of its alfalfa hay production, primarily to Asia and the Middle East, some of it grown right here in the Imperial Valley. George Frisvold is an economics.
Well, there you go, folks. California is having a water crisis, much of it being caused by people like alfalfa growers who are reselling that alfalfa sometimes to ranchers in the United States, but also to multiple countries outside of the United States for the cattles to consume it. That's right, cows. Cows are the thing that eats alfalfa. You and I do not eat alfalfa, but cows do. And then we kill those cows and we eat them. Let's not forget that cows are, in fact, the worst emitter of methane gases of all animal agriculture species that humans cultivate on farms. They contribute more to climate change than any other ones. And we're ruining the environment to ruin the environment. Do you get what I'm saying here? Do you get what I'm saying? We're ruining the environment to ruin the environment. We're depriving cities of water to ruin the environment to ruin the environment. It makes sense. Don't think about it too hard. Anyway, we are approaching 4 hours, which means I'm going to take a quick galactic intermission. I want to remind everybody that the goal is ending very soon. And since we haven't completed it yet, I don't know if we're going to have a third half or not. I want to think that we're going to have a third half. But unless we make some serious progress here during the break, we may very well not have a third half. And that would be sad. Anyway, chat, to the intermission. Well, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too so you get the latest from this here Spacecast. While you're at it, do remember that we are completely funded by individuals like you. The only way that we can even stay in existence is by space fams like yourself contributing. Just a few dollars a month from each of our subscribers on YouTube would be enough to satisfy the galactic bills. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support, help fund and produce this show. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. I love memberships, honestly. They're great. One of the best ways, of course, in my opinion, to not only support the show, but also spread the space love to others in the community who perhaps don't have the money for a membership. But a membership is great because, you know, it not only instills you the sense of galacticness and gives you 18 sweet emotes. One thing that I forget all the time is that memberships also, there are a bunch of secret member videos. I forget it all the time, but there's like over a dozen secret member videos as well that exist. But of course, we have other ways to contribute, not just YouTube. We have Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits is to become a member on Patreon. That's right, galactic patrons get access to a bounty of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. For the low price of 10 cents a day, you can get just a mind-boggling number of space benefits. Things like an avatar. That's right, you could be here at the pool with me and the rest of the space fams, the patrons. A lot of other benefits, but I won't bore you with the details. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Space fams, I do believe that you know what that sound means. It means it's time for us to get back to the stream. Of course, the third half is about to begin. I just saw that somebody on PayPal just donated $10, which is much appreciated and will contribute to the goal. Gets us to 6.5. And will get me at least optimistic to begin the third half of the stream. So you better get in your seat, Space Fams, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning. Okay. Where did we leave off? We left off... Oh, right, talking about the water crisis in California. Let's move on from that to talking about some other things happening on the West Coast, starting up in Oregon, where the flat fire is continuing to burn. This is the latest on that. I got two videos here back to back. KGW News. First one is from yesterday.
Let's talk wildfires now with new infrared mapping showing the flat fire in Central Oregon. The largest in the state has now burned just over 23,000 acres. The blaze is now 7% contained. It is burning roughly 2 miles northeast of Sisters. Firefighters say cooler temperatures Tuesday morning helped them gain some ground, though evacuation orders remain in place. Actor Rainn Wilson, known for his role in The Office, has a home in the area, turns out, and is one of those who evacuated. Here's what he posted on Instagram.
Hey guys, here's a fun fact. I have just undergone, along with my wife, Holiday Reinhorn, and family, an evacuation from our Oregon mountain cabin.
Wilson says this is the fourth time he's had to evacuate in the last 6 years, the most recent from his home in LA during the Palisades fire.
Wow. Dwight from The Office really knows how to pick homes, huh?
Well, let's talk wildfires now with the
Just, wow.
Well, let's talk wildfires now with the latest on the flat fire that's burning northeast of Sisters. Containment there remains at 7%, with the area burned more or less holding steady at 23,000 acres. That said, about 2,300 homes remain under threat as nearly 1,400 people.
Look at these places, just completely covered in red.
About
Did you want a red roof? No? Well, here you go.
300 homes remain under threat as nearly 1,400 people fight this fire. Evacuation levels have been downgraded in several areas. Officials say returning residents can expect to see lots of ongoing firefighting activity.
Okay. There you go. The flat fire is still burning in Oregon. Thousands of homes still at risk, but some people being allowed to return to their homes after risk in their area has come down. Now, the picket fire, which is in Napa Valley, that is still burning. This is Cron-Forb Bay Area from yesterday. Well, containment has gone up on this fire, apparently.
We continue our coverage of the wildfire in Napa County, the picket fire. It's burned more than 6,800 acres. Containment is 25%. Evacuation orders and warnings are still in place for parts of Napa County. We'll be showing you those areas, but it's on our website if not. Cron-For's Charles Clifford joins us live now from Napa County with the latest. Charles?
Well, good afternoon. Yeah, here in Napa County, CAL FIRE has made good progress on containing the picket fire, but because of some of the winds picking up in the afternoon, they're still worried about hot spots and keeping crews on the ground trying to keep this fire from kicking back up again. On Wednesday, CAL FIRE and fire crews from across the state continue to work on fully containing the picket fire. Although the fire did not grow significantly overnight, crews are still actively working to keep the burn zone contained.
Still a lot of heavy work to be done as far as finding and extinguishing the hotspots that are out there, validating our control lines and contingency lines. Fire suppression repair work is underway. So there's still some substantial amount of work being done.
There you go. A lot of stuff on fire in the West, but we are not done. One more state, Colorado, the Lee fire still continues to burn like 2 weeks in now. Although containment here is also improving, just like with the picket fire.
Is taking over management of the Lee fire near Meeker today. The fire department New York incident management team took control of the fire earlier this morning. Right now it's over 137,000 acres and sitting at 90% containment. Fire officials say the operations won't have much of a change from the last team. They'll be doing a lot of patrolling of the fire lines, checking for hotspots and suppression repair. They say the last 10% of containment is probably the slowest part of the firefight because it's usually in the toughest terrain.
All right, 90% contained. Not yet finished, but man, the Lee fire has really burned quite a lot. 130,000 plus acres burned just a couple of weeks. Now, of course, Canada has been seeing its fair share of fires this year. In fact, more than its normal fair share of fires, historically speaking, statistically speaking. And those increased wildfires are causing, they're causing health problems for people. Air pollution is at the highest level in decades in Canada. Here's CBC News from 15 hours ago.
This morning, new research out. The annual Air Quality Life Index has just been released from the University of Chicago. And the authors are looking at the 2023 wildfire season, which was a record breaker. And it fueled Canada's worst air quality in nearly 30 years. Jennifer Yoon was here in studio earlier this morning, and she was taking us through the findings.
More than half of Canadians exposed to dangerous levels of wildfire smoke. And what that leads up to after a lifetime is, researchers say, about 2 years off of people's life expectancy. And again, what this indicates really is a reversal of progress in Canada and the U.S. Take a listen to the co-author, Michael Gutone.
Air pollution is like the zombie that we thought we had killed, but it's coming back to life. And it's coming back to life because the way we have prosecuted and tried to make improvements in air pollution have been by stopping the particles that occur when you combust fossil fuels from going into the atmosphere. But those processes and regulations don't stop CO2 from going in the atmosphere. And what the CO2 has done is it increased global temperatures, and those increased global temperatures have then set off wildfires, which has unleashed this new form of air pollution.
That being said, the report isn't all bad news, Heather. While we saw reversals in the US and Canada, globally, air pollution levels stayed about the same. And another...
Oh, that is good news. The bad pollution levels, they say actually globally they were just as bad as they were last year. Let's not forget that Canada and the United States aren't even the worst globally, as it relates. So if anything, we're catching up to other places in the globe. Places like, I don't know, Pakistan, India. Just talking about it is making me like gasp for air, like, oh my God. Can't breathe. Help.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I think it's the only way to to do this, to make this make sense, so I don't have to tell people all the time. I'm going to start a new goal. We are in the final countdown here, people. A new goal. If my browser will allow me, start a new goal, because I think we deserve a little bit more time to complete the goal, even though we didn't do it in the normal allotted amount of time. I'll make it a smaller goal. It's going to say 5, but it's going to be less, just so you know. Oh shit, Sasha G coming in just as I start the goal, getting us now to 7.5, actually. So we're only 2.5. We really only need 2.5. We only need half of what the goal says. The goal says 5. We only need 2.5. Thank you, Sasha. Much appreciated. I will keep it up. That is some very supportive super stickering right there. Just in the time, just when I needed it. Just needed that oomph. Needed that injection of hope and optimism. And then a super chat immediately after it. I mean, wow. That's fast. Yay, hello, all caps. Yay, hello, GSL. Astronaut, Hypestronaut, actually, I think is the name of that emote. 00 Streamlord and Space Cat emote. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. Hello to you, Sasha. That is, what did I just say? That last 7.5. That gets us to 8.5. Which means we're only 1.5 away. It's so close. We're so close. Honestly, I like this super chat, but I do like this. I like this pair. This pair is making me feel like it's giving me what I need. It's getting me psyched up, this pair right here. Something about this pair. I think it's the headband. The headband's really selling it. Okay, let's move from Canada to the Atlantic. Take a peek at the Atlantic hurricane season's future.
6 named storms so far in the 2025 Atlantic season here. Friedland, which is still out in the Atlantic, moving away. 7th named storm, when do we typically get it? Well, we typically see that 7th named storm September 3rd. I think it may wait a little later than that for this season here. Second hurricane, we've only had one Aaron. We see August 26th, so we're a little behind on the calendar there. Second major hurricane, we've already had the first Aaron. Typically not until September 19th. Pretty quiet across the Atlantic basin. Again, we still do have Ferdinand well off to the north in the Atlantic. 3 tropical waves. You can see them in the Atlantic basin right now, but they're really are not going to develop here over the next couple of days. The reason being, there's just too much dry air in the tropical Atlantic here. Let me show you the water vapor loop, and you can see all of the dry air here across the Atlantic basin right now. There it is. And again, dry air and wind shear. When you have dry air and wind shear, you're not going to get development of tropical systems. There's all the dry air denoted by the yellow shading. There's pockets of moisture, but where you have the pockets of moisture, you have what? Wind shear denoted by the purple. Look at a lot of wind shear, especially in the Caribbean. So even if anything can make it out through that dry air in the Atlantic and get into the Caribbean, when there's less dry air, there's still quite a bit of wind shear here. So at this point, it seems unlikely we're going to get any development in the tropical Atlantic. The one area to watch is here as we head in the latter half of August into September. Maybe as we get to early next week, we can get a tropical depression or storm. But I'll tell you what, this will be the second Labor Day we're projecting of not having a hurricane in the Atlantic basin.
I guess it will be seen, but according to the AccuWeather guys over here, all is clear in the Atlantic, at least for now, as it relates to tropical storm activity. All right, let's go here. And let's talk about the future hurricanes, future disasters in the United States. Here's Democracy Now! From yesterday. The Katrina Declaration. FEMA suspends staff who want Trump cuts, risk another disaster. Wait, what? FEMA suspends staff who warn. Sorry, my brain is broken. FEMA suspends staff who warn that Trump cuts risk another disaster. Yes, there we go. That's how English works.
Precision of language, please. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. FEMA is suspending over 24 staff members who were among those who signed a letter criticizing the Trump administration for gutting FEMA's ability to handle natural disasters. The letter came just days before this 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, which devastated New Orleans in what was one of the costliest, deadliest hurricanes in U.S. history. More than 180 current and former FEMA workers signed the letter titled the Katrina Declaration. As the letter notes, the current acting FEMA head, David Richardson, has no experience managing natural disasters. He made headlines in June for reportedly telling FEMA staff during a briefing he didn't know the U.S. has a hurricane season. Richardson was also nowhere to be found after the deadly flash flood in Texas in July.
How do you get the job of director of FEMA and not know that there is a thing such as a hurricane season? That is such a basic concept. Like, holy fuck.
We go now to Jeremy Edwards, former spokesperson for FEMA, who signed the letter. He's also a former spokesperson for the Biden White House. He's now a senior communications advisor at the Century Foundation. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Jeremy Edwards. It's great to have you with us. Can you explain what the Katrina Declaration is? Well over 100 people signed it, some anonymously, some named, some formerly at FEMA like you, and some working at FEMA. Those people apparently have been suspended who were named who signed the letter.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. You know, I would call this letter to Congress, unfortunately, a cry for help. The agency has been badly damaged by this administration. They've fired a third of the permanent workforce. They've cut trainings. They've installed a person at the top of the agency, as you pointed out in your opening, has no experience. The Secretary of Homeland Security is taking the unnecessary step and overly burdensome step of requiring her personal sign-off on mission assignments, contracts, grants that are above $100,000, which is slowing down operations and leading to delays in getting assistance where it needs to go. So this letter represents, like I said earlier, a cry for help, trying to get Congress's attention to do something about this before we make the mistakes that we made that led to the disaster that was Hurricane Katrina.
And I wanted to ask you how important is the policy oversight and support of FEMA? We have not only the example of what happened 20 years ago with Hurricane Katrina, but even closer to President Trump, we have what happened in FEMA's response to Hurricane Maria when he was president in 2017. The president famously going down to Puerto Rico and throwing paper towels at the victims of Hurricane Maria. Talk about how important it is to have that White House support for this agency.
You know, it's absolutely critical. We've seen what happens when there are people in charge who don't take the agency's mission seriously. We saw that in Katrina, as you pointed out, during the response to Hurricane Maria, we saw that as well. And unfortunately, we saw that most recently in the federal government's response to what happened in Texas. You know, you remember that during the Texas disaster, the Texas floods there, because of Secretary Kristi Noem's overly burdensome requirement to personally sign off on contracts that are over $100,000, there was a delay in getting urban search and rescue teams to the area. Now, typically, it would take about 6 hours to move those people where they need to go, but because of her actions to personally sign off on these types of mission assignments, they didn't arrive until 72 hours late. Now, the administration will contend that, well, actually, they got there in 24 hours. But again, when you're dealing with these types of movements and these types of operations, every second counts. So every minute, every hour that you are running late to get there is an hour that you could have been in the water helping to find survivors.
And could you talk about the response to this letter and the attempts to silence FEMA employees?
Yeah, unfortunately, these responses are not surprising. We saw the same thing when brave people over at EPA stood up to the moves being made by this administration to silence them, putting people on administrative leave. Unfortunately, many of my colleagues, many of my brave colleagues from FEMA have also been placed on administrative leave. You know, I just want to say thank you to them for standing up, knowing that this type of thing could have happened. And I think another thing I want to point out to your listeners and to your viewers is how this represents the opposite of government efficiency that this administration claims it's trying to take. You know, at EPA, they put those people on administrative leave. That means they're still getting paid by the federal government. And then they delayed that administrative leave for they extended that administrative leave 3 separate times. Again, at FEMA, we're seeing the same exact thing. They've placed these workers on administrative leave, which means they're still going to continue to be paid, but not be able to do the work that they're supposed to be doing on behalf of the American people. And I think I'd also add, in that same vein of government efficiency, of those 2,000 employees that have either taken the fork in the road or being laid off, many of them have also been placed on administrative leave. So the federal government is in effect paying people to not do their job, and that is
such a farce, such a fraud, such a fucking, I mean, just. Oh God, it's a nonsense situation. We live in the very worst timeline of ever right now. We're constantly being gaslit that we need to cut all these things because they're inefficient. But the Trump administration is the inefficiency. We need to cut the Trump administration. Everybody in the, associated with all this shit. It's insane. This is insane. This is idiotic. And at least for now, we don't need right now necessarily, but you always need them, right? Like we don't need there's no massive disaster that we're cleaning up right now, but you always need them in place. You always need them ready. You need them preparing for the future. Getting rid of all the people who are supposed to be there doing that, who have years of experience of getting these agencies prepared for disasters. It's fucking stupid. It's just dumb. It's just a dumb idea. It's just a really dumb idea. Who's experiencing a disaster situation right now? People in fucking Pakistan and India, as floods from rains in the Himalayas as of recent have been causing serious problems for people over here in southeastern Asia. I mean, we've been seeing the videos. We've seen all these flash floods, massive landslides, people dying, hundreds of thousands of people being displaced.
Once rice fields, now a giant lake. The surging Sutlej River continues to wreak havoc in these settlements. We traveled 10 kilometers by boat and could not find a single dry patch. As water level rise, so does the pace of evacuation.
We have evacuated around 9,000 people in the last 36 hours and last 48 hours, that we have been experiencing continuous spells of rain as well. So we have around 3 relief camps.
For villagers, the greatest worry is not themselves, but their livelihoods.
There are around 250 animals which we safely brought here from 10 kilometers away. The route was extremely difficult and the Indian border is right next to that area.
These settlements lie right along the Indian border. India is just behind these trees. And often they are caught between the man-made disasters and natural catastrophes. In May, these villagers were forced to leave due to India-Pakistan conflict. Tensions between India and Pakistan may have eased, but now the weather is the enemy, making this region just as uninhabitable. For many, the scars of recent border tensions have not yet healed.
First, in 2023, there was a flood, then war broke out, and now another flood has come. We don't know how much destruction it will cause.
The monsoon season may soon come to an end, but the miseries of these villagers will linger far longer. Kamran Yusuf, TRT World, in Kasur district of Pakistan's Punjab province.
Bam. A bunch of those houses are just completely underwater. These villages are basically dealing with a small scale version of like a Katrina, where everything is underwater. That's terrible. That is awful. Oh my god, I just realized that we don't have any space news today. Of course, I did mention that it was going to be a slightly truncated stream today. I knew that I would start an hour late because of leftist mafia. I wanted to give them a little bit of lead room. I know that they're very popular, especially among the people who watch this stream. I'm fairly certain if I were in all of the chats all at once, I would see many of you all in there. And so, I always try and give Leftist Mafia at least an extra hour. Same thing for Left Past 10 as well. So we only got 70 videos to get through today rather than 100. 30% less than normal. But if you haven't noticed, I don't think I've missed a single day of streaming for a full week. I think I've gone every day since getting the stream back up and running. I have been bringing you the late night space news every single night. Doing what I can, space fams. And you know, it would only cost a couple of dollars from each of our viewers to keep this operation running forever. All right, so I'm gonna stop bringing it up, but just pointing it out. I'm also planning on doing a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday stream. I'm planning on streaming, like I said earlier, for the rest of the month, every single night. Mostly because of how few streams we actually did this month. I was looking through it. I was like, dude, everything is wrong. And if I did the math, I was like, okay, so I have to stream every single day for the rest of the month to have streamed as many days as normal, to entirety, right? And that made me sad. It also was making me sad is the fact that, of course, my YouTube earnings are woefully low, and make me think about the October galactic deficit being terrible. Okay, I've lost my place. Okay, so I'm sorry. I made a huge tiny mistake. I rushed putting this list together earlier, and I did not have time to find space news for you. Although I guess I probably did have time to find space news for you. I guess I'm depressed about space news because it's all the space news these days is just Elon Musk. Elon Musk taking over space some more, or Jeff Bezos launching another multi-millionaire space 30-second space trip or whatever. It's just like, ugh. It's just killing me lately. It's just, the dream of luxury space communism is so far off in the distance. It feels like it's just a fantasy of epic proportions. It's never gonna happen. All right, I'm being too pessimistic. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't know what I'm talking about. I should stop complaining. All right, let's go here. Oh, let's go to Mexico, where things got a little heated in Parliament. Politicians in Mexico's highest legislative building got out of hand.
Illegal.
There you go. Things, they were kung fu fighting. That's right, Mexico, things got a little crazy. I got one more of these videos here. Reuters from 23 hours ago. Tensions over foreign troops in Mexico erupts into a fight in Congress.
15 horas con 12 entonación del himno nacional mexicano a capela. Con el himno nacional mexicano a capela concluye esta sesión de la Comisión Permanente del Congreso de la Unión correspondiente a este miércoles 27.
I love how this guy is just trying to continue telling the news while people are clearly fighting in the background. That's amazing. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, this whole fight stems from the United States declaring that we are going to send troops into Mexico to fight the cartels. Look at that, U.S. foreign policy causing literal fights in real life. In Congress in Mexico.
This is ridiculous!
America.
Fuck yeah!
All right. Let's go here to Reuters. Not Reuters, that's the same. I'm looking at the same video right now. Come on. Come on. Okay, what the fuck? All right, let's go here to ProPublica. They released this a little while ago. We never watched this report, but I thought that this was you know, important thing to discuss. This is entitled, "Who are the Venezuelan immigrants that Donald Trump sent to El Salvador?"
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Can you imagine being sent to a maximum security prison and being detained there? You haven't been able to talk to your lawyer. You haven't been able to tell your family. You're being told you're a terrorist and a public security threat, but you haven't been charged with a crime. So that's what happened to more than 230 men earlier this year. The Trump administration said they were dangerous gang members. And so we started digging and found out that was far from the truth. My name is Perla Treviso, and I'm an immigration reporter at ProPublica and the Texas Tribune. I, along with a group of colleagues and a team of Venezuelan journalists with Alianza Rebelde Investiga and Cazadores de Fake News, have spent months looking into every single name on the list of immigrants that the Trump administration sent to SECO. In order to do this, we did 238 mini investigations to learn more about all the men the Trump administration had sent to El Salvador on March 15. We put together an extensive database with each of the men's information, who they are, and their stories. I was working with another colleague, Michael Rosenberg, chronicling the executive orders from President Trump that he signed around immigration. So we wanted to know how they were being implemented, what impact were they having. And then on March 15, we learned about a flight of Venezuelans being sent to El Salvador, and they were going to be detained in this maximum security prison, and no one knew for how long. They had all been labeled Tren de Aragua members and terrorists. One case that stands out, or the guys that we talked to, is Andri Blanco Bonilla. He describes, how they were beaten the moment that the plane landed. He has high blood pressure, and he says the shackles in his hands and handcuffs and the shackles in his feet were so tight that he couldn't walk fast enough. And the guard was growing impatient and telling him to walk faster. He's like, I can, if you loosen them a little bit, I can cooperate. And that earned him a beating that left him unconscious. And they just dragged him the rest of the way into the module where they were processing them, slammed his body against the floor. And he says that, when he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, saw the polished concrete floor, the bright lights, the men in uniform, and just asked God, what am I doing here? What is it? Why am I here? Well, it seems that the story ends here. We're continuing our reporting because the story is not over yet. The man has just returned back to Venezuela. It's still yet to be determined what's going to happen to them specifically, what's going to happen to others in similar situations, and what this actually going to mean for our immigration enforcement system going forward. Are you or someone you know among the people who were deported? Do you have information about the deportation operation to
There you go. ProPublica continuing to do incredible reporting. Getting intimate details on people who were in CCOT. Truly a horrifying situation that we've put people into. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, let's go on. Jesus Christ. All right, let's go over here to the Caribbean. Let's do some historical talkings. I got recommended this. I'm subscribed to this woman, but we don't watch many of her videos, mostly because she doesn't post a lot. But since we haven't been talking about this country very much, I figured we would let her talk to us about this country. Haiti. Bianca Graulau.
It's easy to dismiss Haiti as nothing more than a failed state. A place of extreme poverty, violent gangs, and chaos. A country that, despite so much help and billions of dollars in aid from other countries, just can't seem to prosper. But a closer look reveals a different side of the story. The story of a country of enslaved people who fought their colonizer and won, but then was severely punished for that victory. The story of Haiti cannot be told without the role of imperial powers that for centuries have extracted wealth from the country through violence. We don't talk enough about how even in recent years, countries like the United States have continued to meddle in Haiti to exploit the land and its people for profit. This is the story of how the Haitian people have been denied their full freedom and sovereignty to rule themselves. Saint-Domingue was France's most lucrative colony. About half of all the coffee and sugar imported to Europe at the time was grown in what we know today as Haiti. It was also one of the most brutal colonies in the world, according to some historians. By the end of the 1700s, there were an estimated 500,000 enslaved people on the island. They were so tortured and abused that their life expectancy after being brought to Saint-Domingue was just 3 years. In 1791, thousands decided they had had enough, so they organized and revolted. Against all odds, they beat the French, and in 1804, Haiti was born as the first Black republic. It was an incredible victory. Former slaves that won against Napoleon's troops to become the first independent country in Latin America. But their colonizer wasn't going to let Haiti go so easily. More than 20 years after Haiti had declared independence, France sent warships to the island. If Haiti wanted to be recognized as a country and peace of mind that France would not reoccupy them, they would have to pay their former slave owners. Haitian leaders agreed to a debt of hundreds of millions of dollars
This is one of the most perverse
to essentially
things
pay
ever.
reverse reparations.
And she does a great synopsis of Haitian history here, but this is maybe one of the most perverse contracts of all time. And her term, reverse reparations, is exactly what it is. It is getting enslaved people to pay for themselves.
And things got even more sinister, because in order to pay that debt, the new country had to take out loans. And guess who offered them those loans? France, specifically French banks. So Haiti had to get into debt to pay the debt. On top of that, banks charged the new country huge commissions and fees, and that became another way to squeeze Haiti for profit from afar. One of the banks that profited from Haiti's debt went on to later finance the construction of the Eiffel Tower. And when the United States learned about how much money could be made in Haiti, Wall Street wanted in. Banks like National City Bank in New York bought shares from Haiti's National Bank. And in 1914, something unbelievable happened. U.S. Marines went into Haiti's National Bank and grabbed $500,000 worth of gold, put it on a boat, and took it to New York, to the vault of National City Bank. The U.S. explained that they had to do this because of the political instability in Haiti at the time. They feared rebels would take the gold, so they decided to do it first. But even after they stole that gold, Wall Street kept pressuring the U.S. government to intervene in.
rebels might take it, so we're gonna have to steal it first, actually.
Illegal.
This is pre-crime, okay? Not the same pre-crime like from the Minority Report. No, this is doing a crime before somebody else does the crime, right? This is a preemptive crime.
Haiti to make sure the banks got their profit. And the following year, the US got the perfect excuse. Haiti's president was killed by an angry mob.
Then in 1915, United States Marines land in Haiti to battle Haitian bandits, threatening destruction of American properties.
They stayed for 19 years, making it one of the longest US occupations, just behind Afghanistan. During that time, US officials took full control of Haiti's finances and forced the country to take on more debt. I say forced because even after Haitian officials said they didn't want another loan from a US bank, American officials insisted and then installed a president who would agree. Just to be clear, at this point Haiti was a sovereign independent nation, but the US was occupying it, managing its finances and making sure US banks got paid. According to a New York Times investigation, Haiti was spending more paying debts to National City Bank and its affiliate than it was spending on the country's government-run schools. National City Bank still exists, by the way. Today its name is Citigroup. The reason I wanted to make this video is because I noticed that the overwhelming majority of the news we get about Haiti focus on gangs and poverty. But
okay, hold on. This is what do you call it? Promotion. There we go.
The US went on to control Haiti's finances for another 13 years after the occupation officially ended. That's more than 100 years from the moment France imposed that devastating debt on Haiti. During that century, there were years when coffee was in high demand, and Haiti was producing and exporting tons of it. The country should have been reaping all the wealth that once made French slave owners rich. But instead of investing that money into the needs of Haitians, like schools, running water, transportation, and electricity, they were sending it to former slave owners, banks, and shareholders in France and the
Yeah, and this is this sort of, modern colonialism, this very, cloaked in fancy agreements type of colonialism that is really just truly vulture capitalism that continues to siphon off resources from the third world in very much the same way that colonialism, Western colonialism of the past did, but under a different banner.
Some argue that there was so much instability and corruption within the Haitian government that there's no guarantee that money would have been spent on the needs of the people if it stayed in Haiti. But the point is, Haitians were never even given the chance because the money didn't stay in Haiti. And it is true that some of these predatory deals were possible with the help of some local Haitian officials. But here's the thing, even when elected politicians were opposed, those foreign countries like the US found ways to force them. Like when the United States wanted to change the Haitian constitution because it didn't allow foreigners to own land. See, after so many years of French colonialism, this was an important protection for the Haitian people. They didn't want outsiders amassing so much wealth and power that they could control and oppress the local population. So a lot of Haitian lawmakers were opposed to changing it. Well, US Marines went into Haiti's National Assembly and forced Haitian lawmakers out at gunpoint. And then they replaced the legislature with officials that quickly approved the new US-backed constitution. President Franklin D. Roosevelt even bragged about writing it himself. He said, "The facts are that I wrote Haiti's constitution myself, and if I do say it, I think it's a pretty good constitution." And it was definitely pretty good for US business interests, because now that foreigners could own land in Haiti, US businesses leased thousands of acres for plantations. And then they used Haitians as cheap labor, paying them as little as 20 cents a day. So more than 100 years after slavery had been abolished, foreign plantation owners were finding new ways to exploit Haitians and enrich themselves. All along, the US defended their occupation of Haiti by saying it was necessary to bring stability to the country.
Contingents of United States Marines keep order in Haiti, withdrawing only when Haiti finally becomes nation of peace and prosperity.
But there was one US Marine who later regretted what he did in Haiti and other countries. It was a Marine general that led the operation to force Haitian lawmakers out of the assembly. His name was Smedley Butler, and he said this about his time in the military. I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenues. Butler gave that speech in 1932. And here's where you say, well, that was a long time ago. What does that have to do with what's happening today in Haiti? Well, that practice of meddling in Haiti's politics to serve Western interests has not stopped. After the US occupation came almost 30 years of a bloody dictatorship. The Duvaliers, first Papa Doc and then his son Baby Doc, ruled with brutal force. But they enjoyed US support because they were allies against the threat of communism in the Caribbean. Instead, the Duvaliers provided a climate beneficial to US corporations. That's minimal taxes, low tolerance for trade unions, and starvation wages for workers. During the dictatorship, the manufacturing industry grew in Haiti. At these factories, Haitian workers made the baseballs that players used in the Major League and the Sesame Street stuffed animals and Disney t-shirts sold in US stores. But those workers were paid the lowest wages in the Western Hemisphere. In the face of that kind of exploitation, a priest became popular among Haitians.
À ne pas avoir pitié d'Haïti, nous n'avons pas besoin de pitié, nous.
It's truly incredible how suffering has been exported across the planet by Western powers for so long. In Haiti, it's very, very, it's very stark. Starting from the beginning to where we are today. Starting with, the transportation of people from Africa to Haiti, to the Caribbean, a place they had never been before and had no understanding of across the fucking ocean. In slavery, forced to work, and after they won their freedom, then attempting to force them to pay for their freedom by forcing their countries into debt bondage, essentially. And then every time since then that they've tried to enact their own freedom, we've basically put in puppet governments rather than allowing them to have actual democracy. It's been happening into the 21st century, and it still exists right now with what's been happening there at this moment.
Qu'ils commencent à ne pas avoir pitié de nous, mais à reconnaître le droit que nous avons, droit de récupérer un peu de ce qu'ils ont volé.
Jean-Bertrand Aristide advocated for the liberation of the poor. He called for a revolution, saying things like, Haiti is poor because of the rich. And he spoke against US imperialism, saying they, the Americans, want to hold our guts always in their hands. Thus, we will be economically, politically, and culturally dependent. Aristide founded a political party called Lavalas, which means flood in Creole. He said the flood of the poor was about to descend on Haiti, and on election day, it did. When Haitians finally had a chance to vote again after decades of dictatorship, they elected Aristide as their president with 67% of the vote. When he won, poor neighborhoods all over the country erupted in celebration. There was a sense that with their vote, the poor finally had power, that their conditions were about to change. But the celebrations were short-lived. See, Aristide wanted to increase taxes on the wealthy and take away power from the Haitian military. And that made him a threat. 7 months after taking office, the military ousted him in a coup supported by the Haitian elite. Aristide's supporters were outraged that their vote wasn't being respected, and they took to the streets to protest. The military responded by killing thousands over the next few years. Thousands of others left Haiti trying to escape the violence. Boats with Haitian migrants were arriving on the coast of the United States, and that became a problem for the US president in 1993, Bill Clinton. See, on the one hand, his administration was facing pressure to intervene and restore Aristide to the presidency and stop the exodus of Haitians. On the other hand, it was a tough sell in Congress to help a man who had been so openly critical of the US and capitalism. Meanwhile, Aristide was facing his own dilemma, because he needed the US and its soldiers to confront the military that had ousted him, so he toned down his rhetoric and agreed to capitalist policies pushed by the US. In 1994, the US intervened to reinstate Aristide. 10 years later, the US would intervene again.
Welcome, President Clinton.
But this time to remove him. In order to return, Aristide agreed to privatize the government-owned companies that provided basic resources like electricity. He also agreed to reduce tariffs so it would be cheaper for US companies to export rice to Haiti. And he agreed to keep the minimum wage low. See, the US government had long been advocating against raising the minimum wage in Haiti. When Aristide returned to power, he still ordered an increase to the minimum wage. But the hike was so modest that it didn't even make up for the sharp rise in inflation the country had seen after the coup. The increase meant workers would be making the equivalent of little more than $14 a week. In the 90s, activists from the US traveled to Haiti to document the conditions of workers who made Disney t-shirts.
On $14.40 a week wages, this is how you live. 3 families call this home.
$14 is almost how much the activists said Disney was charging for a single t-shirt at the time. And workers were required to work on thousands of them in 1 week.
Do they know how much this sells for? No. 390 goods.
The US would continue to intervene against raising the minimum wage in Haiti long after Aristide was gone. We know this thanks to WikiLeaks.
Companies like Hanes, Fruit of the Loom, Levi Strauss, these are named in the cables who use these contractors. Assembly zone contractors who have these contracts with Hanes and Fruit of the Loom are putting enormous pressure with the US Embassy on the Haitian Parliament not to increase the minimum wage.
That was in 2009, when Barack Obama was president and Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State. It turns out the Clintons have been heavily involved in Haiti in the last few decades. Remember I told you Bill Clinton was the president that helped Aristide return to power? And that one of the conditions to help him return was that Aristide drop tariffs on US rice. That meant that it was going to be a lot cheaper for US farmers to send rice to Haiti. So the country was flooded with rice from the US. Haitian rice growers could not compete and many were pushed out of business. Clinton actually apologized for this in 2010.
It's maybe been good for some of my farmers in Arkansas, but it has not worked. It was a mistake. It was a mistake that I was a party to. I am not pointing the finger at anybody. I did that. I have to live every day with the consequences of the lost capacity to produce a rice crop in Haiti to feed those people.
Meanwhile, in Haiti, Aristide was losing support. Unions and grassroots groups were disappointed in him. They accused him of selling out to US interests. But he still ran again for president in 2001. And in 2003, Aristide did something that shocked Western nations.
Il nous faut, premièrement, restitution, deuxièmement, réparation.
Aristide formed a commission to study how much the debt Haiti had paid to France had cost the country in today's money. They concluded the figure was $21 billion. And Aristide demanded that France pay it back. He said, "What beautiful schools, universities, and hospitals we will be able to build for our children. How much food we will have in abundance." Aristide's demand scared France, because if Haiti could demand reparations, so could other French colonies. So the government reacted by dismissing it. But they also sent French representatives to
How many French colonies are there?
Haiti to improve relations. Those representatives went to Haiti in December 2003. 3 months later, Aristide would be ousted from power again. See, Aristide was facing a lot of internal turmoil. He had lost the overwhelming support he had in the 90s. His government was accused of violently cracking down on protests. His supporters were accused of murdering opponents and members of the press. And his officials were accused of corruption.
Illegal.
Armed groups were planning to oust him again. And once again, the US and others seized on the opportunity of internal instability.
To be perfectly clear, Amy, I believe that this is a group that is armed by, trained by, and employed by the intelligence services of the United States.
And as they were closing in, US officials offered Aristide a flight out of the country. Both French and US officials said they intervened to save his life, but Aristide later said he was kidnapped. What we do know is that the leader of a movement that had once carried so much promise for Haiti's most marginalized and exploited was out. And US and UN officials would continue to intervene for years to keep it that way. WikiLeaks.
I mean, to some degree, I mean, the way that went down, it really is that the United States created and or at least fomented disorder in the country and then convinced the leader to leave right after he was happened to be talking about Western reparations. You know, I don't think that's coincidental, unfortunately. And the fact is, the United States, France, Western powers owe places like Haiti a great deal after having this horrifying history of repression. All right, let's go down to Argentina. See how Chainsaw President Javier Milei has been doing. Probably good. Probably good. Probably good. Probably good.
Argentinian President Javier Milei was rushed out of an event in Argentina's capital Buenos Aires on Wednesday after protesters pelted his vehicle with rocks and other objects. Milei was campaigning alongside his sister and Chief of Staff Karina Milei. As they passed through Lomas de Zamora, an opposition stronghold, some onlookers began hurling objects. The vehicle sped away from the crowd, which began yelling anti-government chants, including "Get out Milei," and others were seen fighting each other. Milei spokesperson Manuel Adorni posted on X that opposition members attacked the vehicle, reporting no injuries. Tensions.
I don't speak Spanish, but I know I can tell what this says. Political militants, or militants of the political variety, I think is what this says. Militants. The militants of the political variety. You're the one. You went to the fucking streets, you dickhead. You fucking dick. You're the one who decided to go on some sort of like impromptu parade in a Honda Civic. You were trying to draw a crowd, and then when you got a crowd, and that crowd happened to not like you very much, you know, you just don't like what happened.
High in Argentina, as Milei and his inner circle, including Karina Milei.
Vieja is old? So militants of the old politics? Militants of the old politics. It's like the deep state. The deep state, I see. It must be Argentinian slang for the deep state.
Are embroiled in an alleged bribery scandal at the country's Agency for the Disabled. And polls have shown that many Argentinians are unhappy with Milei's aggressive austerity measures to tackle inflation. They've slashed public spending, fueling public anger, and diminishing his support. The upcoming local elections in September and October midterms in Buenos Aires province are crucial for Milei to strengthen his influence and defend his so-called chainsaw reforms against efforts to limit spending cuts he says will draw investment and boost trade.
On Wednesday.
Okay, we don't need 2 videos on Milei getting pelted by rocks. I do love it though. It is amusing to me, I'm not gonna lie. This guy has such like a complex. He's like a clear case of a fucking narcissist. And then people get upset at him because he decides to finally go out into the streets. And he's met with anger. And he's shocked by it. It's political militants. They're coming for me. Help. All right, let's go up north. the Atlantic. Talk about Greenland and the United States' influence operation, which was apparently an attempt to get Greenland to secede from Denmark. This is France 24 English from yesterday.
Well, for more on this, Erin Ogunkeye joins me now in the studio for Global Grid. Hi, Erin. Nice to see you.
Likewise.
So tell us more about this new diplomatic incident.
So, Yinka, earlier there was one with France. This time, like you said, it's Denmark. So the expected incoming ambassador actually hasn't been confirmed yet. So that's why it was the chargé d'affaires who was called upon by Danish authorities. Again, there's this claim, according to Danish media, that at least 3 men with connections to Donald Trump have essentially been trying to influence civil society by infiltrating Greenland. Now, one of the men made a list, reportedly, of Trump supporters in the territory and reportedly had plans to recruit them, to establish a secessionist movement on the island, while the 2 other individuals were just in the early stages of making contacts with politicians, businesses, and other leaders. But Danish authorities actually, for now, Yinka, say that they've been unable to establish whether or not these individuals were given an official order from the White House or from higher-ups, but it was enough to provoke a reaction from Denmark. They said they wanted to have a preventative conversation about what was happening. So the official met with Danish authorities for what was described as a productive meeting, the 2 reiterating their strong bilateral ties. The U.S., for its part, said in a statement yesterday that Washington does not control or direct the actions of any private citizens. Later, in rather Trumpian language, the White House also said, I quote, "We think the Danes need to calm down." And I'll finish, Inga, by saying this is actually the second time that this has happened. In May, the Danish foreign minister...
Wow.
How rude.
Oh, the Danes should say, calm down. Are you still talking about Greenland? It's incredibly rude. It's like they literally, in the last 48 hours, they have just found out that we were attempting to influence one of their territories into seceding from their country. And no one should be shocked that they're a little upset about it still. I would say that sort of talk, wait for, I don't know, 6 months from now.
Summoned, the U.S. diplomat as well in response to a separate report at the time saying that U.S. spy agencies had indeed been directed to concentrate their attention on Greenland, including by learning about independence movements and trying to gauge support for American mineral extraction there.
Well, Trump has made no secret of his desire to annex Greenland. Tell us what the context is in all of this.
So on numerous occasions, Yinka, which actually started before Donald Trump officially took office, when he was president-elect, this is when it was started, he was asked kind of what his foreign policy was going to be. And one of the things he said was that he refused to rule out military action in order to gain control of both the Panama Canal and Greenland when asked about his agenda. Now, he's repeated the same thing multiple times since January. Notably, I think one of the most audacious incidents is when he was at a press conference alongside the NATO chief, Mark Rutte, and he repeated these same claims and even insisted that NATO would be instrumental in helping the United States annex Greenland. Rutte rather awkwardly responded by saying that he simply did not want to drag NATO into that debate. He kept it there at that point in time. So it's difficult to say if
NATO doesn't want to talk about invading a NATO country.
Kind of trolling from the administration or a serious policy. That said, Yinka, it's worth reminding viewers of the political context, its strategic importance. In Greenland, it's, of course, a part of the Kingdom of Denmark, but has quite a bit of autonomy. Very small population, just 57,000 people. American forces are stationed at the island on the military base of Patuffik. It's one of the most strategically important military bases in the world, really, especially for defense reasons. If Russia were to fire missiles at the United States, they would theoretically pass through the North Pole and the Arctic along the coast of Greenland. So China and Russia have also been strengthening their military.
Oh, God, people. I'm just noticing right now that we are running down the clock on this stream. We've now made it 5 hours. We have 8.5 of 10. We are so much closer than we were 1 hour ago to completing the goal.
Abilities in the region, it follows then that the U.S. has kind of been trying to follow to compete with that. And finally, they have strategic reserves, including the infamous rare earth minerals that have been so high on the agenda in recent months, in addition to uranium and iron, all of which are expected to become more easily accessible as global warming continues.
And this is, of course, all part of a much more expansive effort by the Trump administration to influence domestic politics in several European countries.
Yeah, Yinka, this whole incident really reminded me of J.D. Vance's now very infamous comments at the Munich Security Conference back in February of this year, which he actually started by saying to the European leaders present that there is a new sheriff in town, obviously referring to Donald Trump. But then he essentially went on to lecture European leaders about the state of democracy across the continent, painting their nations as a place where freedom of speech is under threat, where immigrants are essentially replacing European, read white populations, and a place that's comparable to the Soviet Union and its crackdowns on right-wing, far right-wing parties. European leaders were initially quite shocked about those remarks, but it seems that has waned in recent months, especially as they seek cooperation with the administration on a number of serious issues, notably the war in Ukraine, and of course trying to get him to backtrack on some of his harshest tariff threats over the past several months. But still,
I mean, this whole situation is fascinating. Trump administration involved in an attempted coup in Greenland, apparently. Quite a world we're living in. No shock at all, Denmark summoning the U.S. envoy to discuss it. Now, let's go here. This is from a couple of days ago. Let's talk about the upcoming confidence vote in France's assembly.
Unable to garner majority support for an austerity budget, François Bayrou has called the parliament's bluff, calling a confidence vote in his own government for the 8th of September. And as the left and far right gear up to topple him, his appeal was to the public.
In the 13 days ahead, the French people will choose. They will influence their elected representatives to decide whether they position themselves on the side of chaos or on the side of conscience and responsibility.
But opposition lawmakers have made their intentions clear. So, short of a miracle, the government will fall and the president will be faced with a quandary. The last time a government was toppled in France, last December, President Macron appointed a new prime minister from his own political camp to form a new government. But this will be France's third premier since last year's snap elections. And without a change in parliamentary arithmetic, another prime minister from the centre-right would likely face the same problems down the line. And in the past, President Macron has refused to choose a prime minister from the left. May then feel he has no choice but to call snap elections and hope for more favourable results.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted. God damn it. I was saying that a center-right prime minister is not going to work, and I've been saying it from the beginning, since the election last year, that they should have maybe, instead of picking a prime minister from a coalition that did not win the election, that he personally called himself, he should go with what the people wanted, which was, in fact, a leftist prime minister. Because, of course, and how do I know that? The reason is because, of course, the left coalition won last year in the elections. The Nouvel Front Populaire, the NFP, won the election. But instead of picking, they brought 3 different people up to as candidates for prime ministership. Emmanuel Macron picked 0 of them, and then picked this guy instead.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I guess we'll see if Emmanuel Macron winds up deciding to be at all democratic in the near future. Let's go on here and talk about Germany a little bit. Apparently, Germany is like some other countries in the EU looking to boost their military production in their country, as well as their military readiness for the future. Germany specifically is looking to boost their actual military recruiting, I guess is the way to put it. And it's not by asking.
The bill aims to boost German firepower with 80,000 new soldiers and 150,000 new reservists through a new voluntary military service scheme.
We're now really approaching this task with
Sorry, I misread this. I somehow I misinterpreted this whole story. I thought that they were reinstituting the mandatory military service. Completely misunderstood this story. Whoa, it's muted now. What just happened?
New soldiers and 150,000 new reservists through a new voluntary military service scheme.
We're now really approaching this task with the declared target of having 260,000 soldiers in Germany. And we want to achieve this target. My goal is that Germany, due to its size and economic strength, is the country that must have the strongest conventional army in NATO on the European side.
The bill would introduce opt-in military service for young Germans with improved pay and conditions to entice new recruits. And to prepare for war and the automatic re-implementation of conscription, the bill includes a national census of young people's readiness to serve. All young Germans would receive a questionnaire as of next January to assess their fitness, skills and willingness.
I think that's why I was confused. I heard them talking about mandatory conscription at one point. Apparently they're doing this in order to avoid it, which is why they're adding all these benefits and things.
Compulsory for men, but voluntary for women. And as of July 2027, 18-year-old men would undergo a mandatory physical exam, whether they opt for military service or not. The bill still needs to be voted in Parliament, but its announcement comes just months after Germany passed a whopping €500 billion spending bill to fund infrastructure and defence industry investments.
We not only need a well-equipped force, which we are working hard to achieve and have been doing so for 2.5 years without stopping, but we also need a Bundeswehr with sufficient personnel. Only then will deterrence as a whole be truly credible vis-à-vis Russia.
After Germany invaded much of Europe and committed a major genocide during World War II, the country was demilitarized. And when the West German Bundeswehr was established in 1955, Allies capped the size of the military and imposed strict rules on weaponry. Restrictions fell away.
There we go. Russia arming up, attempting to increase its military service. Turkey doing similar things. Well, too many countries, honestly, seem to be stepping up their military spending, and all of it just seems troubling when you think about it. We already have too many conflicts going on. Start adding in a bunch more troops and money for equipment. starts giving one images of more battlefields in more countries. All right, before we move on to other battlefields in other countries, let's go here to Reuters from 19 hours ago. Quickly talk about the economy in the Eurozone.
New car sales in Europe motored on in July, rising nearly 6%. A jump in Germany outweighed drops in Britain, France and Italy. Data showed on Thursday that Tesla lost market share for a 7th consecutive month, despite a rise in overall sales of electric cars. It also trailed competitor BYD, which was included in the monthly sales data for the first time. Sales in the EU, Britain and the European Free Trade Association rose to over 1 million cars in July. Registrations at VW rose more than 11% year-on-year, while Renault went up just under 9%. Stellantis broke that trend with a slight fall. Tesla's sales dropped over 40%, squeezing its market share to 0.8%.
Well, there you have it. Electric vehicle sales rose in July, but Tesla continuing to fall in Europe. People seem completely uninterested in buying a swastika from Elon. Now, let's go to Ukraine, where Russia has been stepping up its attacks. In what some are calling some of the largest attacks since 2022 and the beginning of the war. I just realized I didn't read the subtitles just now. I'm very sorry. Let's continue talking about these attacks.
It was a nationwide strike, or several regions of Ukraine that were targeted overnight. Explosions were heard in the evening in Dnipro, then overnight in Zaporizhia, also in Khmelnytsky region and in Vinnytsia region, where railway infrastructure was targeted. Several trains have been delayed or had to make detours as a result of that. But it was here in Lviv, I should mention, the sirens went off again and again overnight, warning of rocket strikes, but apparently they went elsewhere because we didn't hear any explosions here. And it was certainly the capital and the surrounding region, Kyiv Oblast, that bore the brunt of this overnight strike, certainly after the lull surrounding that meeting between President Trump and Putin. This is the first strike of this scale since before that meeting happened. The Ukrinform news agency is reporting that 20 locations in the city of Kyiv were targeted. The most severe strikes appear to have been in the Darnitsa area and in the Lukyanivka area. In Darnitsa, maybe you've got pictures already, there's a 5-story apartment building, one staircase of which looks to have been pretty much destroyed. Rescue workers are trying to save people from the rubble there. They report, this is also Ukrinform reporting, that the rescue workers say that they have pulled 3 people out alive already, but it's unfortunately feared that many more people are in there who it may not be possible to save.
Jesus.
It's been one of the most massive attacks launched against the capital in the past weeks. Just to give you an idea, when explosions started to ring across the city, the air raid alerts hadn't even started yet, hadn't even begun. That means that for millions of people here, they had no time to take shelter when the first explosions occurred. Overnight, it's almost 600 drones that tried to strike Ukraine, even if in their vast majority that was stopped by Ukrainian air defense. There are a few who went through that air defense, and 31 missiles or so were thrown against the country. And really the bulk of those strikes, the bulk of those missiles and drones were aiming at Kyiv. We've had explosions over several hours in the middle of the night. The majority of people who have been injured, they have been hospitalized, because you have to imagine they were in their houses when it happened, and some of them were under the rubble for quite a long time. There's 500 rescuers currently working on site. It's really a race against time to try and find people who might still be missing, who might still be alive under the rubble. Of course, those strikes have already been condemned by the Ukrainian government. Volodymyr Zelensky specifically called on China and Hungary, because from the Ukrainian perspective, those countries have had quite an ambiguous conciliatory stance towards Russia, and he called on those countries to condemn those strikes, condemned Russia's strike. And the Foreign Affairs Minister Andriy Sybiha said that not only the EU but also the international community should condemn the
Well, there you go. A horrifying night of strikes from Russia in the heart of Ukraine, killing at least a dozen people, dozens injured, and an unknown number of people missing, potentially under the rubble.
Russian forces launched a large-scale drone and missile attack on Kyiv, killing at least 15 people, including 4 children, and injuring dozens on Thursday, Ukrainian officials said. Homes and buildings across 7 districts bore the brunt of the attack. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said it showed Russia's answer to diplomacy amid efforts by US President Donald Trump to end the war. He called for new sanctions on Russia, which he said, quote, chooses to continue killing instead of ending the war. Rescue operations were underway across the city, with emergency services putting out the fires and sifting through the rubble. As the attack unfolded over 9 hours, some residents of the capital sheltered underground. The Ukrainian Air Force said it downed 563 of 598 drones and 26 of 31 missiles launched by Russia in a countrywide attack. Ukrainian officials said several high-rise apartment blocks had been hit, along with the headquarters of the European Union mission to Ukraine and the British Council. Critical infrastructure such as energy facilities and a railway hub in central Ukraine had also been struck. Russia's defense ministry said its attack hit military industrial facilities and military air bases.
Oh, okay, that solves it. Yeah, those apartment buildings, yeah. I guess those could also be military air bases. Weird.
Don't be creepy.
It's very weird. Because those look like apartment buildings and not air bases, but I don't know. I'm not an aviation expert, I guess. Let's go here to CNN from 6 hours ago, see what Donald Trump had to say about Putin launching this strike amidst all of the recent efforts he's put in for that ceasefire.
Trump, silent. As of now, the President of the United States has not said a word after Putin launched one of his most powerful strikes against Ukraine. More than 20 people in Kyiv killed by hundreds of Russian missiles and drones. And as Trump was silent throughout the day, we did hear from the White House. This is what we heard.
Perhaps both sides of this war are not ready to end it themselves.
Whoa, both sides. Putin struck Ukraine overnight, hitting Ukraine with 598 drones and 31 missiles. This is not a both sides issue. Not last night, not tonight, and not since February 2022, when Putin invaded a sovereign country with the intent to topple its government and take it over and make it part of Russia. But maybe the both sides talk comes as a result of the fact that Trump has publicly given Putin space on his war.
I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
He says he wants peace. He does.
I believe Putin wants to do it. I think President Putin wants peace.
Here's the reality, though, just to say it in black and white. Putin clearly doesn't want peace. He wants victory. So if those two things come together, sure, but otherwise victory is what he wants. Peace and victory are two different things. Take the statement that you just heard from July 15th, where Trump says of Putin, quote, he wants peace. He does. 24 hours after Trump said that, Putin launched a massive drone attack across Ukraine, striking Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And less than 2 weeks after Trump literally rolled out the red carpet for Putin, right? We're not being figurative here. It literally happened in Alaska, clapping for the Russian president, gave him a ride in the presidential limousine. You have Putin overnight launching the second biggest air assault on Ukraine since the beginning of the entire war. 21 people were killed, children. Putin also targeted buildings belonging to America's allies, the European Union and the British Council. And today, America's allies did stand up to Putin. They didn't hold back. French President Emmanuel Macron posting 629 missiles and drones in a single night over Ukraine. This is Russia's idea of peace, terror, and barbarism. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, by murdering when he should be talking, Putin demonstrates in the most horrific manner that his mission to subsume the Ukrainian people under his tyranny continues. And the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, who of course has the largest land border in Europe with Russia, says the only thing President Putin understands is power. The only thing that can bring him to the negotiating table is pressure. And yet from Trump, public silence. Now, while Trump surely will say...
There we go. All of the country leaders of major Western countries coming out and condemning this recent attack by Vladimir Putin and Russia in Ukraine. Silence from the leader of the United States, Donald Trump, a man who's never, never running out of words for any circumstance. I find that very strange. Very, very strange. Okay, so I'm going to do something strange here. We have gone over 5.5 hours. Both goals have come and gone. The first one, 4 hours, that ended. And I was like, I'll give everybody an extra hour. We did that. Now we're an half hour past the end of the second goal. Haven't completed. We're at 8.5 of 10. But I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna end the stream. I'm just gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna continue to stay optimistic that we will in fact complete this goal at some point during this stream. We still have other things to talk about. Israel, Gaza, a couple things in Asia, and I want to get to them. So like I said, I'm gonna stay optimistic on this situation. Not gonna end the stream.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But you are gonna have to put up with some brief space messages here, people. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you make sure that you get the latest notifications from GNN. While you're at it, do not forget that without people like you, the Galactic News Network would cease to exist. That's right, your donations keep us alive, floating here in low Earth orbit, bringing you the news on a regular basis. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer every dollar you donate go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron for the low, low price of $3 a month. How can you be doing anything but becoming a Galactic patron? And 10 cents a day. Think about that. 10 cents. What do you pay? What do you, in your life, what are you paying 10 cents a day for? Please tell me. This is incredible Galactic deal. Get yourself an avatar, a shout out, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, I won't bore you with all the details. Just remember that a couple of dollars from each one of our subscribers on YouTube would solve all of our space finances, pay the bills. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space Fams. I believe you know what that beeping sound in your ears means. It, of course, means it is time for us to get back to the stream. Fourth half about to begin. Even though we haven't completed the space goal today, we were shy by 1.5 super chats. And yet we continue on into the great unknown. Let's go from talking Russia and Ukraine, talking Israel and Gaza. Start here. This was from Tuesday. Donald Trump asked, do you agree with the UN IPC report that there's currently a famine in Gaza? Let's see what our supreme leader had to say about that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, what conversations have you had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu about what is going on in Gaza? There was a UN-backed report that said there was a famine in Gaza. Based on what you know and what you've been briefed on, do you agree with that?
So, I mean, I deal with Bibi Netanyahu quite a bit, and we had great success, obviously, in Iran. We knocked out their nuclear threat. That would have been a horror show having them have a nuclear weapon. They would have used it, too. We did very well there. Right now, they're talking about Gaza City. There's always talking about something. At some point, it's going to get settled. And I'm saying you better get it settled soon. You have to get it settled soon. And that means, you know, nobody can forget October 7th. People forget October 7th. That was one of the most brutal. I've seen some terrible things, some brutal things. That was about as bad as it gets. And nobody can forget that. With that being said, it's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death, people being killed.
This is one of the worst answers I think I've ever heard. I mean, we are witnessing a famine, right? Hundreds of thousands of people are in danger of dying because of not having food, because our ally, Israel, is not allowing them to have any. Donald Trump's immediate response is, I hang out and talk with Benjamin Netanyahu a lot. Did you hear about that great strike we did on Iran? But of course, nobody can forget October 7th. And of course, hunger's bad, but don't forget death. Death is actually worse. But of course, Israel, they got to wrap it up. They got to finish this thing. That is Trump's answer to what do you think about the famine that's happening in Gaza, that the United Nations just declared is in fact happening. That is the President of the United States. We got one more clip of the president here.
Yesterday you said that within 2 to 3 weeks we would have a pretty good conclusive end to the war in Gaza. What did you mean by that? And can you tell us
on what?
In the war in Gaza? You said
Yeah, what about it?
You said in 2 to 3 weeks we would have a conclusive end, a pretty good conclusive.
There's no conclusive. It's been going on for a long time. You're talking about, I guess if you really add it up, Steve, you're talking about thousands of years, okay? It's been going on for, there's nothing conclusive, but hopefully we're going to have things solved very quickly with regard to Gaza and also with regard to Ukraine and Russia.
There we go.
We begin today's
when
show
asked
in Gaza.
about something that he absolutely
Health
said
officials are
earlier this week, that being that the conflict would be over in a couple of weeks, Donald Trump completely retracted his claim that it would be a couple of weeks, that in fact, the conflict that so many people keep telling us started on October 7th, he said actually started thousands of years ago. It's all very, 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 very strange. That man is a complete fucking idiot. Let's go here to Democracy Now! To talk about the strike on Nasser Hospital that's been in the media recently. This is, of course, the strike which killed half a dozen journalists and I think like a dozen civilians.
We begin today's show in Gaza, where health officials are reporting an additional 10 deaths due to starvation in the past day, including 2 children. This brings the total number of starvation-related deaths in Gaza due to Israel's indiscriminate blockade to 313, nearly 120 of whom are children. Israeli attacks continue across the besieged Strip as Israel's military forces intensify an offensive in Gaza City, where Israeli tanks and warplanes have leveled entire blocks, destroying family homes. Gaza officials say Israeli strikes have killed at least 75 people in the past 24 hours, including 18 Palestinians killed seeking food. Meanwhile, more Palestinian families have been forced to flee Gaza City due to the relentless Israeli shelling.
Where is the South? Even if we die, we won't go to the south of Gaza. The South is worse than here. There is no safety here or there. It is all the same.
This all comes as Human Rights Watch says U.S. military personnel and contractors can be held liable for Israeli war crimes committed in Gaza for, quote, providing intelligence for Israeli strikes and conducting extensive coordination and planning, unquote. Today, Trump is set to chair a White House meeting on a comprehensive plan for managing post-war Gaza. For more, we go to Gaza, where we're joined by Dr. Ahmed Al-Farah. He's the head of pediatrics at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. First of all, our condolences on this latest attack on Nasser Hospital. The world has recoiled in outrage this weekend with the killing of 5 journalists, as well as healthcare workers and civil defense workers who ran to the aid of the Reuters journalist who had been putting up a live stream. Can you explain what you understood happened and the Israeli response, calling it a tragic mishap, this double-tap strike?
Okay, thank you for having me, my friend and my colleagues. First, 2 days ago, nearly at 10:20 in the morning, while I was in my office while examining a case, my colleagues sent it for me for consultation, and I put the stethoscope in my ears. Suddenly we heard a very loud voice. It's like something extreme voice, and a very loud voice, which is move the building that we are standing or sitting in it. We were completely confused. Even the mother that I was examining, her child has syncopal attack and fainting. And we were confused to treat the mother or to continue examining the patient or to go downstairs and to see what's happening. Later on, we discovered that there were a bomb tank was directed to the external stairs of El Yassin building. You know, El Yassin building, it is the main building of Nasser Medical Complex. It belongs to the operation theater. It belongs to, it contains also the ICUs. It contains also the lab and the reception room. All the main department in Nasser Medical Complex are in El Yassin building. This stair is outstairs. It's like emergency stairs. The top of that stairs is, they have some area in the 4th floor. This area is the most powerful for a eSIM card. You know, the journalists are using eSIM cards for covering their events, for documented their events and sent that for their agencies. The first journalist, whose name is Hussam, was there, and he was covering and documented his material and sent by the eSIM card to that area, but he was targeted. Later on, the occupational forces says that they are targeting something like a camera. Okay, I understand that you want to damage the camera. Why you are killing the people? You are highly technique. You have high technique. You have air drone. You have snipers. You have everything. You can shoot the camera. Okay. You can evacuate. You can tell the administration of Nasser Medical Complex evacuate that camera with the journalist from that area. What I mean that the first attack was double attack. The first attack is for the external stairs of Al Yassin building, and in the same time there were another attack for the balcony of Al Yassin building in the 4th floor. In that balcony there were doctors, there are medical students in the 6th year of faculty of Al Azhar University, which is local university, and they are studying medicine, and they were discussing the cases of intensive care unit with their colleagues. So a doctor was executed, unfortunately, and Hussam, the journalist, also was executed, and also his assistant, the photographer, was severely injured. When we hear the voice, all the hospital, all the journalists, all the rescue team, they go upstairs to save their colleagues. You know, we are, as Palestinian, we are something like sympathy with the injured patient. Everyone tried to help. Everyone, they are emotionally, highly emotional to help. Okay, so the rescue team is upstairs. The journalists are upstairs. When they are collecting and they try to make rescue or to do resuscitation and to do evacuation for the injured patient, unfortunately, another bomb tank came and it made a massacre there. There were nearly 18 persons were killed, 5 from them journalists, 4 in this attack and 1 in the previous attack. Also 3 or 4 guys from the security guys of the hospital, civil defense also were killed, and the doctor were killed, and some person who want to help also were killed. So again, this is a full.
This is, I mean, this is another just atrocious war crime Israel's committed. Nothing they say is going to ameliorate them from this crime, from this atrocity that they've perpetrated. And you know, I'm sick of hearing their excuses at this point. And at this point, they're not even giving excuses. They're just like, "Oh, it was a whoopsies. It was an accident. Sorry, we killed that Reuters reporter. Sorry, we killed that Associated Press reporter. Sorry, we killed those doctors at a hospital." I'd point out, right? They double tapped a hospital. The first strike is illegal. The second strike is even more illegal. Because they know the reason why they're doing it is because it's intended to increase civilian casualties. Something that they're clearly at least very successful at, you know, if that's what you're shooting for. They seem to have gotten it. All right, we made it 6 hours. 1.5 super chats short of completing the goal. Although we did complete the galactic deficit goal for September, so that is good. These are 2 separate goals. This goal is for the future. And I don't know. I don't know if I should continue, or if I should save some of this stuff for Friday's stream. That's what I'm starting to think, because we're actually getting pretty close to the end of the stream. We got like a dozen videos left to get through. And I could just add this onto the week-ending report stream. It doesn't seem so crazy. We got through most of the videos. I'll be real. We got through most of them. Jesus Christ, Pitchforks Dragon. Coming in with 5 of them. 5 Galactic News Network gift memberships. That's more than the 1.5 super chats that we need. That's double. Who got them? Shakespeare, Jules T, Bad Enchilada, Athena's Parthenon, and Alfredo Gonzalez. It's incredibly generous, Pitchforks. I appreciate you. Well, I guess that answers it. I guess I will have to do the rest of the stream then. Doesn't look like I'm going to be giving up now. Thank you, Pitchforks, for that. And I guess that also requires we do one of these. That's right, a sweet, sweet confetti party. Everybody bask in the glory. It only took us 6 hours today. But thankfully, after a great deal of time and effort, we have done it. Everyone who contributed to this goal, pat yourself on the back. Shake your next door neighbor's hand. You've done it. As a team. As a team, you've done it. You've achieved what others before you have not. A certain level of greatness. Okay, chat. There we go. Confetti party over. Goal completed. Let's continue this stream. What do you say? Let's get through this last dozen videos. I think it's exactly 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, we got the 12 apostles. "12 Days of Christmas." 12. Trying to think of other 12. Whatever. We got 12 freaking videos, people. Let's do this. It feels weird that we're so close to the end of the stream, having finally finished the goal. I just kept extending that goddamn goal. Correct. Greatness level 11. All right, let's go to this. This is a clip from the UN. Algeria's UN representative read a letter written by one of the Gazan journalists who died in the strike that we were just talking about. This one was fucking rough.
Yahya Najjar, 3-month-old, starved to death. His mother, words cut deeper than any statistic. I quote, "He survived his last 4 days only on water infused with an ice. Because no milk, no baby formula was available." Yazan Abu Foul, 2-year-old. He is still alive. He stands shirtless in the hand of his father. "Do you have children?" Do you have grandchildren? Imagine being Yazan's parents, empty of despair, watching the candle of his life drop while powerless to help. Yazan Abu Fil, 2-year-old. Mr. President, this is the reality. This is the grim reality that the Israeli authorities want to conceal. This Monday, the day before yesterday, at Nasser Hospital, 5 more journalists were killed, were assassinated. Among them was Maryam Abu Daqqa, a young, a beautiful mother. She was 33 years. Her armor was her press vest. Her weapon, a camera. A few days before, she wrote on X a letter to her 13-year-old. His name is Ghaid. In this letter, she left words that carry more weight than any official statement. And I quote, "Right, you are the heart and soul of your mother. When I die, I want you to pray for me, not to cry for me. I want you never to forget me. I did everything to keep you happy and safe. And when you grow, when you marry, and when you have a daughter, name her Maryam, after me. Mr. President, will this council persist as a theater of lamentation, endlessly echoing speeches, while Gaza burns for lack of actions.
Woof. Jesus Christ, that one was rough. That was, I mean, good God. That woman's words are going to be in a museum someday.
That is certainly an intriguing development, reported by multiple media sources, confirmed by the White House. Tony Blair, the former British Prime Minister, at this meeting at the White House. Also there, Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of Donald Trump, who, of course, in his first term was involved in the Abraham Accords, but has been a much quieter presence second time around, concentrating on his business interests, some of which are in the Middle East, and that has led to accusations of a conflict of interest. The White House indicating that Blair and Kushner will basically be talking about every aspect, every dimension of this crisis. That includes trying to bring the surviving hostages home. It includes escalating food aid to Gaza in the context of what the UN has described as a famine, a major crisis, and also, I think, a big focus on a post-war plan. If and when this conflict ends, what does reconstruction look like? Obviously, Gaza has really been laid waste, massive destruction of buildings, of infrastructure. How is the rebuilding going to be done? And also, apparently this discussion involves governance of Gaza without Hamas.
When I hear Jared Kushner's name discussed when it comes to the rebuilding of Gaza, it gives me shivers down my spine. It should honestly concern absolutely anybody and everybody who wants people in in the Palestinian territories to have any rights to their land. I mean, if you've heard some of Jared Kushner's previous comments about places like Gaza specifically, I mean, he's talked about ethnically cleansing that territory in order to build and turn into a real estate opportunity for investors like him. In no way should that man have any hand in the reconstruction of Gaza when the time comes, if it ever comes.
Airstrikes on Wednesday hit the neighborhoods of Abu Iskandar and Sheikh Radwan in Gaza City. Israel is ratcheting up pressure on the enclave's largest city in the north. More than 1 million people are there, many having been displaced multiple times over the past 22 months of war.
Our homes have been destroyed, we have lost our money, and our children have been deprived of education, life, food and water. There is no clean drinking water.
I don't know where to go. Enough is enough. Have mercy on us. We're exhausted.
The Israeli army has not yet launched a full ground operation in the city, but considers the evacuation of the population inevitable. It released footage of its troops in nearby Jabalia and broadcast scenes of food distribution centres being built in the south of Gaza in anticipation of an influx of refugees from the north.
The people of Gaza can come to this area daily and pick up aid, hopefully millions of meals a day for the people of Gaza without the threat of Hamas looting it. This is just a part of the humanitarian effort the IDF and Israel are doing in the Gaza Strip.
But the UN and humanitarian organisations blame Israel for recent mass killings near other food distribution sites and say its approach to aid in Gaza is not to be trusted.
All right, let's continue talking about aid. in Gaza, the situation has not gotten any better, and people continue to risk their lives to attempt to get food from these mass slaughter sites that they have set up around the territory. A famous Palestinian athlete was killed while trying to get aid for him and his family. This is TRT World from yesterday.
In Gaza, sport is not just a game, it is a dream, a fragile sanctuary from war. But that sanctuary is now a hunting ground. On August 6th, near Khan Yunis, footballer Suleiman Labid was killed while waiting for food aid. He was 42.
After countless displacements, we ended up in the stand, but life here is unbearable. The markets are bare, and we had no money anyway. Half of Suleiman's salary vanished just to get cash, and the rest couldn't feed us a single day. Desperation pushed him to wait at American aid centers until he returned to us on August 6 as a martyr.
His brother and 2 nephews were also wounded that day. His family says the tank shell tore through the queue. Israel denies responsibility. That ambivalence spread beyond the battlefield and echoed through the world of sport.
The international sports institutions abandoned us. They never called, never offered protection. They failed Suleiman in life, and they failed his family in death. They should have shielded us from war and hunger. Now I want my son, Nassim, to carry on his father's path and his dream.
Suleiman's story is one stuck on repeat. Muhammad Shalan, a celebrated basketball player and father of 5, went to the Muraj area seeking food aid. Witnesses say he stood at a distance away from trucks and soldiers, waiting when a bullet pierced his back, tore through his heart, and killed him.
These stories are just so fucking depressing. How anybody can allow this to continue, I do not know. It is a tragedy a day, multiple tragedies per day. 100 tragedies a day in Gaza right now. It's a despicable state of reality right now. Truly is. Okay. Let's move it along onto other topics. This has got to be one of my least favorite parts of every fucking stream, is having to talk about this. Feeling like this has gone on forever. Not knowing when it's going to end. Just like looking into the worst abyss, which was just made entirely by humanity. Okay, let's go to Asia, talk about India, and the tariffs, which Donald Trump... Oh, wait, I forgot about this story. Wait, before we go to that, let's go to this different atrocity before we talk about trade policy. Before we get to India, let's talk about what just happened in Afghanistan. A airstrike killed at least 3 people and wounded 7 others in Afghanistan. The Taliban is now blaming Pakistan for this strike. This is from hours ago, like 3 or 4 hours ago. During the stream, this popped up in my feed.
They dropped the first big bomb on my house, and my house was completely destroyed. First, I pulled a child out of the rubble. Then I pulled 4 children and a woman out. A few seconds later, another bomb was dropped. 5 of my children and my wife were injured in the incident. And they are now receiving treatment at the public health center.
There you have it. I mean, I'm not shocked to hear that Pakistan is the one that is being blamed in this. I can't think of anyone else who would want to randomly airstrike Pakistan. I'm sorry, reverse that. What did I just say? Airstrike Pakistan? No, Afghanistan was the one that was airstruck. God damn it. My brain is all mushy. Okay, now let's go to India and talk about the tariffs which just took effect earlier this week. Trump's added tariffs on India as a result of their buying Russian oil, supposedly. A claim which I am still somewhat dubious on, skeptical of, because of the fact that he's not tariffing China or any of the other countries currently buying Russian oil. So it's certainly not a consistent tariff for Russian oil. It's just particularly India, apparently. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English from yesterday and talk about this a little bit.
US President Donald Trump's steep tariffs on Indian imports went into effect earlier this Wednesday. A 25% tariff imposed because of India's purchase of Russian oil comes on top of an earlier 25% levy. As a result, many Indian exports to the US, such as clothing, jewelry, footwear, sporting goods and chemicals, are now facing a 50% tariff, which is among the highest rate imposed by Donald Trump and is on par with Brazil and China. Well, the US is India's largest export market. Last year, the Asian nation traded products worth $87 billion. For its part, consumers in India purchased American goods worth $41 billion. The US buys Indian textiles, furniture, IT services and pharmaceuticals, while India receives aircraft, microchips and some of its oil from the United States. India imports nearly all of its crude. 35% of it comes from Russia. And this is President Trump's reasoning behind the tariff hike. He's accused India of fueling the Russian war machine in Ukraine. Let's bring in Garima Kapoor. She's an executive vice president at Elara Securities. She joins us from Vienna. Thank you for your time today. So how badly are these US tariffs likely to hurt India's economy? Will the impact be on a few select sectors like the ones we've outlined, or will we see a larger macroeconomic impact as well?
Given the 25% plus 25% tariffs that have got impacted, India's effective tariff rate, which is export weighted to US, now stands at close to 32%. This, of course, excludes pharmaceutical and electronic exports, mainly mobile and computer-related hardware. So as such, the impact is still not across all the export categories. But what it does is that it has had a very severe impact on very few labor-intensive items where the margins are very thin and the competitive or the pure tariff rates are much lower than that of India. So we see much severe impact, let's say, on textiles, garments, gems and jewelries, marine exports, some part of auto exports.
Well, there you go. Donald Trump continuing to wage an incredibly inconsistent trade war across the planet. India not avoiding the impacts of that in any way. Should be interesting to see what happens in the near future with this, whether or not Modi will attempt to appeal to Donald Trump in some way, form or fashion. Who's to say? Let's go here on the ground in India. In a manufacturing workshop.
This is absolutely a shock. This 50%, 25% tariff and 25% penal tariff. That's definitely a shock to the industry. On 50%, we will be only serving the niche market, and they must understand that this tariff is not going to burden us. They are going to burden their own customers, own consumers. We are looking at the Russian market also again. We are looking at the CIS countries also again. We have the ASEAN countries also. We have the South America also. It's a huge market. They have to understand
There you go. Indian shoemaker, seemingly understanding tariffs more than Donald Trump, saying that these tariffs are going to hurt American consumers and not people like him. He will try and sell his shoes in other markets and is not going to take the massive hit to his business by trying to sell in the United States so long as these tariffs exist. Now, let's talk about one of the countries which India is eyeing as perhaps a new economic partner, Japan.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is about to kick off a 3-day trip to Japan. As we see in this report, it comes as the two countries are seeking opportunities for solid growth in a shifting economic and political landscape.
Much has changed since Modi's last visit to Japan 2 years ago during the G7 summit in Hiroshima. There was a different Japanese prime minister in office, and neither country was contending with Trump's tariffs. So when Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru sits down with his Indian counterpart on Friday, the leaders of two of Asia's largest economies will have much to catch up on. Experts say it's important to India for a range of factors.
Number one is that India itself is facing almost 50% tariffs on its exports to the United States, as outlined by President Trump. So India is also trying to engage with different countries, and one of the countries which is always topmost in India's minds when it comes to its economy is Japan.
Top of mind will be establishing an economic security initiative between Japan and India to help both countries weather whatever market headwinds lay ahead. As well, a new framework to cooperate in critical minerals, AI, pharmaceuticals, and other areas. Talks will involve huge amounts of people and capital. Ishiba and Modi are expected to agree to expand people-to-people exchanges to 500,000 over the next 5 years, and set a goal of roughly $68 billion in private investment in India over the next decade. These are coming at a crucial time for New Delhi, and not just because of Trump's tariffs. Despite a decade-long Make in India drive, domestic manufacturing and infrastructure development is lagging. Japan.
Well, there you go. Japan may be one of the beneficiaries of Donald Trump's trade war, specifically with India. I mean, it seems like everything Donald Trump does is just pushing other countries closer together and further away from us. You know, that's one thing that seems to be very consistent on Donald Trump's policies. No matter what it might be that he does, it all seems to lead other countries to question, rethink their relationship with the United States, and look to making new friends in other places. Man, we are smashing through these videos. I mean, I did call it. I mean, I didn't call it, but I called it to myself. I was like, I think that this list is going to be somewhere between 6 and 7 hours today. Like I said at the beginning and at the middle, that was going to be a slightly shorter than, you know, perhaps your usual streams, which are closer to 8 or 9 hours. But I did this on purpose because I knew I was going to start over an hour later than I wanted to because of leftist mafia at 8:30, which usually goes until like somewhere around 11:30, sometimes even later. Which is why I like to start Thursdays later when I stream on these days. Salt and pepper in the salami with the avocado. Salt and pepper salami with avocado. Okay, everybody needs to stop talking about delicious food in chat. All right, let's go here to China. And actually, this is not really a China story. It's a U.S. story. Let's talk about copper production. Of course, earlier, Donald Trump decided to add copper to the list of metals that is being tariffed one producer of copper is benefiting, and the shock of shocks, this producer is from China.
China! I have to have my China.
A Chinese copper flat wire manufacturer is reaping rewards amid the Sino-US trade war. Willasent decided to build a U.S. factory in Texas in 2024 to hedge against geopolitical risks. In July, U.S. President Donald Trump imposed a 50% tariff on certain copper imports. Willasent's factory in Texas shields American customers from copper wire levies. A factory in the U.S. means the copper tariffs have in turn become a golden opportunity for us, says Hazel Shu, a board member. So for the tariff policies that Trump wanted to introduce recently, he had actually made a lot of layoffs before this, including for our global production bases around the world, such as in the United States and Germany and in Southeast Asia. This actually solves the problem better. Although tariffs will have a certain impact on China's export goods, we can better take responsibility for the delivery to our customers through the global layout, localized procurement, and localized sales. The company's new plant will start production in late 2025. It is expected to generate over half of Willasent's overseas revenue within 3 years. What I love about this story is that Donald Trump's trade war against China is leading to China benefiting, still benefiting. A Chinese manufacturer who had decided, for reasons that had nothing to do with the tariffs, to come and start producing in the United States are in fact benefiting from this war because they've already got all the infrastructure in place before anybody else does. Truly incredible. Incredible in its irony. Okay, let's go here now. South China Morning Post once again from 23 hours ago. Let's watch this live-streamed Hong Kong anti-terror drill. Oh, wait, before we do that, I almost forgot. Bonus video. Oh, shit, I almost forgot. This is adding. Wow, this is adding a lot of bonus intrigue to the situation. Who is this turd? I don't care who the fuck this guy. Who the fuck is that guy? I don't care. Where's Eric? Sorry, I forgot. I have another video. Oh, there he is. There is this fucking turd. This turd of a human being right here. There you go, people. Eric Trump. Apparently he's at a conference in Asia to speak about Bitcoin. Something he and his family are profiting to the tunes of billions of dollars on right now. This is exciting. I haven't even, by the way, chat, I haven't even seen this. I just happened to see this on my my recommendeds on my phone while I was on break during the first or second break. This shit was going on. So I haven't seen this yet. I have no idea what we're about to hear. Eric Trump could be announcing that he's going to turn himself into a Bitcoin. I have no idea.
Do you think Bitcoin's popular? Hey, I only see one mic up here. I think I should have maybe grabbed one more. Whoops. All right, everyone. Well, we have quite the discussion for you today.
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to start by sharing just a little piece of history. So last year when we did this conference here in Hong Kong, I got a phone call that
the
said,
audio is terrible.
there's a meeting that's going to happen in 2 weeks at Trump Tower to talk about Bitcoin, and that you have to go buy a suit right away. And so 2 weeks later we went and we made the case for Bitcoin, and that set in motion a chain reaction that now brings Eric to Hong Kong, has put a Bitcoin at 100K. It's kind of been a big deal. Let's go. So I wanted to start. Well, first off, one thing. You know, I get asked by the media all the time, like, does the president only like Bitcoin because he wants to get votes? I'm like, I thought that was the whole point of running for office, is you're trying to get votes, you're trying to do things that are popular. But I think one thing I respect about your dad, who's done an incredible job. By the way, can we just get a round of applause for the President of the United States?
7 people. 7 people clap. Hilarious.
So one of the things that I
Thank
respect
you. Thank you for that. Eric points to some random person in the audience clapping. Thank you. Points, mouths of thank you for that. Thank you. You are a champion.
So one of the things that I respect so much about your dad is that he's an entrepreneur through and through. He sees opportunity where other people don't, like a true entrepreneur does. And he saw something here that he thought was worth taking a bet on. And, you know, I wanted to start by just hearing a little bit of the backstory, not just of your father, but for you, Eric, and how you got into Bitcoin.
Well, first of all, Hong Kong, we absolutely love you. Thank you for this incredible reception. Look at this place. This is unbelievable. It's off the charts.
It's like a rock concert.
The hospitality you've shown me since we've come into town has been unbelievable, guys, and I'm truly indebted, and we love it. Which brings me to another special person, David, and he's too humble to say this, but you know, we were getting debanked as a family, and I tell this story every single time I'm on stage, but because my father was a political...
We were getting debanked. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. They were not being debanked. At very most, what I can tell you he's probably fucking talking about right now is the fact that his father owed billions to banks. Like, or at least hundreds of millions to banks across the United States. And some of them were probably like, sorry, we can't have you as a client until your dad pays his fucking bills. As a leverage point to try and force Donald Trump to pay his fucking bills. Pay his mortgages on whatever massive properties he's got. That's not really debanking so much as a fraught business relationship.
We were getting debanked by the biggest financial institutions in the United States. I'll never forget it. And all of a sudden, we started meeting all these incredible people in cryptocurrency. One of the people we met was David Bailey. And he asked my dad, he calls my dad one day, and he goes, and I told this story to a different group a minute ago over there, but he calls my father and he said, I want you to speak at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville. And my father calls me up. He goes, hey, what do you know about this Bitcoin thing? I mean, obviously I believe in digital assets, but do you think I should speak at it? And I said, absolutely. You have to speak at the conference. And David Bailey was the first person who invited the now president of the United States, before he was president, before, in fact, the media even gave him a shot at winning, to speak on a stage. And the community, the Bitcoin community, embraced him. The Bitcoin community embraced my father, unlike anything I had ever seen before. And I hope that's paid off in spades, because we love this community. We believe in this community. 90% of my time in life is in this community now.
90% of my time in life is in this community now, says Eric Trump. Wow. Okay, I cannot listen to Eric. I cannot listen to it. It really is the most boring. He really is the most boring one. Oh my God. Really? 90% of your time is spent in this community now? Great. Great, Eric. Good job. Good job, you fucking moron. Eric's living in the goddamn metaverse, everybody. 1,500%. That's right. Eric's spending 1,500% of his time in the metaverse now. It's crypto bro. But he was born in the 70s, early 80s. When was he born? Early 80s, late 70s. Whenever he was born, he was already a crypto bro, as it turns out. Okay, let's go here to South China Morning Post for this anti-terror drill conducted in Hong Kong.
正進行追捕嘅行動。郵輪碼頭公司嘅職員咧見到呢個情況，亦都協助在場嘅旅客疏散同埋逃離現場啊。頭先反恐特勤隊亦都到現場啦，配合衝鋒隊採用即時戰術。
They got multiple camera angles. They got fancy music. They got a freaking commentator, like a sports commentator, going for an anti-terror drill.
介入方式 ITI 制服現場嘅施襲者。
ITI 戰術嘅主要目的係盡快接近施襲者，阻止佢哋繼續進行大規模嘅襲擊，並全力拯救傷者。
而依家大家可以見到，制服緊極端分子嘅就係反恐特勤隊，佢哋喺2009年7月成立，係負責香港主要反恐怖活動工作嘅警隊部門。
氣氛非常之緊張，我哋見到而家3名極端分子咧被制服之後咧，反恐特勤隊嘅人員咧護送緊消防處特別支援隊嘅救護人員咧嚟到現場，救助嚴重傷者離開。
消防處嘅特別支援隊旨在加強緊急救護服務嘅應變能力同行動效率，以應對喺特別節日或者發生涉及大量並作出彈性嘅策略。此外，佢哋亦會喺有潛在風險。
而頭先大家提到嘅 Number One 就係炸彈處理主任，佢亦係行動小隊嘅隊長，負責分析、制定處理策略以及所有親身處理嘅工作，例如着住防爆衣上前查驗。
A robot fire extinguisher.
現場嘅機械人已經完成咗初步嘅摧毀啦，跟住可以見到炸彈處理主任着住重達80多磅嘅防爆衣啦，上前作出檢查，確保可疑物品咧已經安全被處理。喺確定現場環境安全之後咧，炸彈處理主任咧隨即就會通知政府化驗所到現場進行檢驗同埋搜證㗎。
He's got a little bomb box. Okay. All clear. Bomb is in the bomb box, sir. Everything is solved. We did it.
服務總指揮，
而現場嘅救護員亦會按在場傷病者嘅嚴重程度作出分流，決定處理嘅優先次序，並將檢傷分類卡中定明嘅顏色，包括紅、黃、綠嘅分類卡掛喺傷病者身上，以作識別。檢傷分類卡係消防處大量傷者事故檢傷分流系統其中一個重要部分，佢可以記錄低
X 光檢查器進行掃描啊！
而家大家見到嘅海關搜查犬叫做阿差，佢品種係史賓格犬，今年4。
This is some wild Hong Kong style propaganda right here, dude. Like holy shit. The production value of this anti-terrorism video is insane.
喺2023年開始加入香港海關。
咦？喺呢個時候，海關人員應該有所發現啦。喺其中個行李嘅 X 光影像中，發現到可疑嘅物品。
而剛才提到嘅 X 光影像係由手提式 X 光檢查器嗰度檢測出嚟嘅。 佢可以用嚟偵測物體嘅形狀同埋密度，協助海關人員進行風。
They're like the TSA. They're like going through the bags. Oh my god! I think there's a vibrating dildo in here, Jack.
現場啦，入境事務主任正同機動部隊嘅人員進行交接啊，並指示同事對可疑嘅人士證件啦進行初步嘅查檢，包括人手檢查證件。 即將呢名極端分子
Hong Kong is officially
所有船上面嘅乘客都顯得非常無助，有啲咧情緒仲非常激動。
No, it's not safe anymore.
可能當中有船上邊啲乘客開始掙扎咧，大部分嘅人士亦都係匿喺凳後邊咧，作為掩護㗎，去保護自己。
For 1 second, I was like, "Oh, Hong Kong is safe," and then we're thrust back in. No, Hong Kong is not even close to safe.
暫時客船上邊咧仲喺個僵持嘅局面啦，見到極端分子手持住武器咧挾持住船上邊咧超過20多名嘅人質。暫時咧見到極端分子咧仲係持槍恐嚇住一班嘅乘客啊！我哋見到一名乘客掙脫咗極端分子嘅挾持，仲跳咗落海逃生啊！其中一名嘅極端分子咧跑出去嘗試追住呢個乘客，而喺遠處後面嘅警務處特別任務連，俗稱飛虎隊嘅狙擊手，亦都把握機會係將呢名極端分子擊倒咗。而其他飛虎隊成員咧亦都。
Well, there you go. I don't know what this did. I don't know what this did. I don't know why this had to be turned into a live stream. This was, in fact, a South China Morning Post live stream showing all of this stuff. I don't know what that did in safe in Hong Kong, but it feels safer now. It certainly feels safer. All right, people. We have made it this far. Almost 7 hours of content. Penultimate video of the night. A little round of applause for those of you who've made it this far. Truly incredible. Your ability to watch galactic streams does not go unnoticed. I'll tell you that much. Let's go to North Korea. And, actually, it's really not just North Korea, but let's talk about some of the nations, including North Korea, who are going to be attending the China's Victory Day parade in Beijing. At the invitation of Chinese President Xi Jinping, 26 foreign heads of state and government will attend the commemorative event. They are Russian President Vladimir Putin, General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea and Chairman of the State Affairs Commission Kim Jong-un, King Norodom Sihamoni of Cambodia, President Long Kong of Vietnam, Long Sisolith, General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Lao People's Revolutionary Party, and President Prabowo Subianto of Indonesia, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim of Malaysia, President Kurulsuk of Mongolia, and Prime Minister Shahbaz of Pakistan. China is willing to continue working with the DPRK to strengthen exchanges and cooperation and advance socialist construction. We will work closely together to promote regional peace and stability and uphold international fairness and justice, and write a new chapter in the traditional China-DPRK friendship. China's growing strength will provide more positive energy for promoting world peace. Oh, there we go. North Korea, Russia, and other nations, Indonesia, Cambodia, among the list, Mongolia's president, all showing up to this, which is what is essentially China's celebration of the end of World War II. They call it Victory Day. Now, for the final video of the night, let's go here. Talk about Australia. As earlier this week, Australia expelled the ambassador of Iran. This is Reuters from 21 hours ago.
Mr. Ambassador, just one moment. We just want to have to say what you have to say.
I love, Australian people. I love Australian people.
Do you believe that Iran are behind these attacks?
Just I love Australian people. Bye-bye.
Prime Minister Albanese expelled Sadeghi, the Iranian ambassador, after accusing Iran of orchestrating anti-Semitic attacks. Now, this is more on the story. This is from Reuters, updated 18 hours ago. Iran's ambassador, leaving Sydney after expulsion, decries lies. Sydney, August 28th, Reuters. Iran ambassador Ahmed Sadeghi, arriving at Sydney airport before an expulsion deadline on Thursday, rejected as lies Australia's accusation that Tehran had directed anti-Semitic arson attacks in the cities of Sydney and Melbourne. Australia gave Sadeghi 72 hours on Tuesday to leave the country, the nation's first expulsion of an ambassador since World War II. 3 other Iranian embassy officials were given 7 days to leave. Quote, "These are baseless allegations and lies," unquote, Sadeghi told reporters from local television networks 9 and 7 at Sydney Airport on Thursday evening. Earlier in Canberra, Sadeghi came outside his residence to say goodbye. Quote, "I love Australian people. Bye-bye," unquote, he said, waving to television cameras. Australia has said it would designate Tehran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. There we go. Diplomatic relations on the planet really improving right now. Well, we got through another stream, chat. It was long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, and Free Palestine. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. That's right, 10 cents a day gets you a shout out at the end of every stream and much, much more. So what are you waiting for, chat? Become a galactic patron today.
People, are we ready? Let's make some noise for OMA. Whoop, 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 whoop.
This one's on you.